Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Gryffindor Common Room. After Hermione came back from the library, she subconsciously wanted to find Harry and Ronald. But when he remembered that he had promised Aris to keep the matter of the Basilisk a secret, a look of hesitation appeared on his face again, and finally he shook his head. Turn around and go back to the dormitory. At this time, Harry, Ronald, and others were still playing the Wizard Battlefield game with a group of Gryffindor students, and the whole common room was noisy. Suddenly, the door to the lounge opened and Professor McGonagall appeared there. "The professor is here! Professor McGonagall is here!" Someone shouted, and then all the little wizards in the lounge became nervous. Some people were hurriedly clearing the games on the table, while others quickly lined up in front of the long table, using their bodies to block the source of happiness behind them. The scene was in chaos. Hermione frowned slightly. What is Professor McGonagall doing here at this hour? At this time, McGonagall also came to the center of the lounge, looking at the guilty little wizards in front of him with a serious expression. Strangely, he did not teach the students who were playing games, but just glanced at the game platform on the table and looked away. 01 today, I am here to announce something important. It is very important. Please listen carefully. Professor McGonagall pulled out a roll of parchment from inside his magic robes and slowly opened it in front of everyone. As everyone knows, things have not been peaceful in the castle lately. Some things have caused the professors to feel the need to issue some new regulations. First, starting from today, after class every day, you must return to the lounge before 6 o'clock after having breakfast. Second, starting tomorrow, all students will be accompanied by professors during class, and changing classrooms between classes will also be arranged by professors. Third, no one is allowed to go out at night, including those with special abilities or props. Don't take chances. Fourth, when Professor McGonagall read out the latest school rules, the little wizards of Lavender also realized that things seemed serious. The entire lounge gradually became quiet, with a hint of worry on everyone's face. In the corner behind the team, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and then their eyes moved slightly. "Ronald, I think it's necessary to go find Hagrid. After all, he was also a participant when the Chamber of Secrets was opened decades ago. He must know something, right?" But the opening of the secret room, that time, had nothing to do with Brother High. What's the point of looking for him? Ronald looked at Harry with some confusion. Haven't you noticed? The school is paying more and more attention to the locked room incident and is becoming more and more vigilant. What does this mean? This means that even the professors have realized that the castle is in danger. The monster hiding in the dark is too scary. We have to figure out what it is before we can think of a way to deal with it. Harry said with a serious look. Don't be naive. Hermione's voice came from the side. Even if you knew what the monster was, what would be the use? Do you think you can handle a monster that even the professors can't handle? Behave yourself. I really don't want to see you lying in the corridor tomorrow. Hermione was a little confused. What on earth are these two guys thinking? That a basilisk. How dare they provoke it? If she didn't know what the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was, Hermione might have been curious enough to investigate, but now she had no such idea at all, because he didn't want to die at a young age, and she couldn't imagine how terrifying the basilisk was. But just the contents he read in the book were enough to scare him so much that he couldn't sleep at night and was worried all day long. But Harry and Ronald actually wanted to take the initiative to find the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. They must be crazy. Hermione? Where have you been just now? Harry looked at the little witch with some confusion. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "You are right. The monster in the secret room may be scary, but the castle is facing a threat now. We all have the responsibility and obligation to protect the castle, don't we? Do you think the professors have no plans?" Hermione frowned. "You don't need to worry about this matter at all. Don't you understand? Instead of thinking about how to break the school rules, you might as well think about whether you have finished your homework for tomorrow. Aris's first-class homework. Don't you think about it. Hearing this, Harry and Ronald looked at each other and then lowered their heads. Hermione turned and left. Harry and Ronald were left staring at each other, not knowing how to react. Then should we go find Hagrid? Lewin asked in a low voice. What do you think? Harry rolled his eyes. I think it's okay to meet and catch up with each other. Then after class tomorrow afternoon, let's not go to the cafeteria. Let's go directly to Hagrid's cabin. If you knew, you would definitely not agree with our plan. I always feel like he's hiding something from us. One day I'll find out. The two of them whispered to each other. The main building of the castle. Filch was nailing a sign of new school rules on the corridor. Aris watched quietly, wondering what was going on in his mind. The whole world says that Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Now it seems like that. Addis turned around and saw Grindelwald slowly walking towards him from not far away. His posture and steps were calm. In a sense, this school is a safe place, but plans can never keep up with 850 changes, right? Who would have thought that the monster that had been sleeping in the castle for so many years would suddenly wake up and attack the little wizard? It turns out that there are things in this world that you can't imagine. I thought you knew everything, but you were just hiding it. Grindelwald said meaningfully, You overestimate me. Aris was speechless. What? Do you need help? Need not. So what are you going to do next? Don't worry about what I do. Just wait and watch the show. By the way, do you have the answer to the question I asked you before? Aris suddenly remembered that he had asked Grindelwald a question before. Grindelwald fell silent. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, It's not impossible to know the answer, unless you can let me cross time and space to fight Voldemort once. In this way, isn't it obvious who is stronger and who is weaker between us? But how can I meet dear Mr. Voldemort? Are you right? Watching Grindelwald seriously trying to find an excuse, Aris suppressed her inner smile. Okay, you're right, but you said you wanted to meet Voldemort. This thing is actually not that difficult. Do you have an idea? Grindelwald was stunned. Just wait and see. After saying this, Alex turned and left. In a remote little room on the basement level of the castle, a thin figure was shivering. How could this happen? What happened? Why did we lose contact with the Basilisk? A voice roared in the small room. The thin figure is a house elf. Lugo Aris should be able to recognize it here. It is the Winky that is behaving abnormally. I don't know, sir. I really don't know. I don't know why it turned out like this. Shan-Shan's curled-up body was shaking more obviously. He seemed to be controlled by some force. His whole body could not move freely, and even his will seem to be affected. A figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the small room. The figure seemed a little blurry, and it seemed that it had not yet fully formed a solid entity. He held a diary in his hand. It was Tom Riddle's diary that was previously discovered by Harry and Ronald, and then mysteriously disappeared. The identity of the figure holding the diary is obviously revealed. He is the mastermind behind the castle's Chamber of Secrets incident, Tom Riddle. Or rather, teenage Voldemort. Since you're no longer useful, is there no point in me keeping you around? Tom Reed came in front of Winky and looked down at the trembling elf. Or do you think that guy named Alex can protect you? No, sir. I dare not disobey your will, but the Basilisk is indeed out of control. I have no way to command it. I have even become the enemy of the Basilisk and cannot even get close to the secret room. Bullshit. I am the heir of Slytherin. That Basilisk can only obey me. Tom Riddle's voice was a little hysterical, and his blurry body began to tremble like a ball of dancing flames. It's obvious that he is very angry now. Sir, maybe if you come forward, the Basilisk can surrender again, do you? Of course I will take action. Tom Liddell said through gritted teeth. But not now. His abilities have not yet fully recovered, and even his body cannot fully solidify. He needs more power, so we have to keep waiting. Then, he looked at the trembling body on the mountain, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems I have to speed up the process. Tom Riddle suddenly made a move, grabbed Winky's neck, and lifted him up. Give me all your strength. I will bring the glory of Slytherin to this world and cleanse all the dirty bloodlines, making wizards pure. The irresistible force eroded Shan-Shan's body. He felt that he was becoming weaker and weaker, as if he would die in the next second. Fear continued to spread in his heart. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice from outside. "Shan-Shan, are you in there? Dinner will be ready soon. Everyone is waiting for you to return to the kitchen." Dobby, a glimmer of hope flashed in his twinkling eyes, and then he struggled violently. At this time, Tom Reed seemed to be a little afraid. He glanced in the direction of the gate, then put down Shan-Shan and disappeared on the spot. "Do you know what the consequences of exposing my existence are? I hope you can make the right choice. If they knew what you did, this castle would not be able to keep you." The faint voice made Shan-Shan's body tremble slightly again. Then, he began to breathe heavily as if he had survived a disaster. Sparkling. Outside the door, Dobby's voice sounded again. "I'm in, Dobby, I'm coming." Shan-Shan tidied up his messy clothes and then took a deep breath. He glanced at the diary hidden in the corner of the small room, then hesitated for a moment and chose to remain silent. Tom Riddle was right. If the people in the castle, especially Dumbledore, knew what he had done, everyone would spurn him and no one would be willing to accept him. He had to continue to hide the existence of Tom Riddle and the diary. The door of the room opened, and Shan-Shan's face had regained its composure, and she forced a smile at Dobby. "Dobby, how did you know I was here?" he asked guiltily. "I just happened to see you coming this way, so I came to take a look." Dobby glanced calmly into the small room, then restrained his expression and said, "Shan-Shan, if you encounter something that you can't solve, you can actually talk to the professors. I think they are all willing to help you." "No, nothing happened." Shan-Shan shook his head subconsciously and said nervously. He didn't dare to gamble, because if a house elf was abandoned by the family it served, it would be worthless, which would be a shame. No one would be willing to accept him again. "Okay, I'm just asking. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go back to the kitchen." Dobby didn't ask any more questions. He took another look inside the small room, then turned around and left. When Winky left, she looked back at the small room, then followed Dobby out in silence. At some point, Tom Riddle's diary was no longer in its original place. Just like last time in front of Harry and Ronald, she disappeared mysteriously. Room of Requirement Laboratory. "Master Aris, this is the situation. Now, I am sure that Shan-Shan must have encountered something." Dobby reported to Aris. "Shan-Shan was threatened? If this is really the case, it should be similar to what I expected." Aris muttered to himself. "Is the elf okay now? Sparkling is fine for now, but I can feel that his strength is getting weaker and weaker. When he was making dinner today, he couldn't even release a complete food magic. I think you must act quickly, Master. Otherwise, things may get worse." "Yeah, I understand." Aris nodded slightly. "Then I'll leave first, Master." "Li Zhaohao." Dobby Chow. Aris bowed slightly, then snapped his fingers lightly and disappeared on the spot. Aris frowned slightly, thinking about the information he just got from Dobby. In fact, now he already knows all of Tom Riddle's secrets. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did Tom Riddle attack Harry during the Quidditch match? This won't do him any good. In the original book, the Quidditch match in which the bludger got out of control was entirely caused by Dobby. Tom Reed would never do such a thing. If there is someone hiding behind Tom Biddle, who could it be? Aris didn't dare to act rashly before he got to the bottom of the matter. Otherwise, things may become more complicated and the whole school will be in real danger. It seems that it is time to meet the young Voldemort. Murmurs echoed in the laboratory. "Harry, Ronald, you have no idea what a great thing we have done." In the hall, all the young wizards were having dinner. The Weasley twins suddenly sat opposite Harry and Ronald and spoke excitedly. What did you do?" Harry and Ronald looked at the Weasley twins in confusion. "The Witcher Battlegrounds game will soon be available in mass production. Isn't that something worth being excited about?" George said excitedly. "And this matter was facilitated by us. Now we have obtained the agency right for the entire Hogwarts." "Is that what Aris said?" Fred first confirmed with George, then turned to look at Harry and the others again. "Do you understand what agency is?" Harry and the others shook their heads. That means that in the entire Hogwarts, we're the only ones who can sell battlefield defense games. Do you know what this means? Fred was getting more and more excited. I don't know. Harry and Ronald shook their heads again, looking confused. This means that we can get a large sum of money right away, and then we can use this money to rent a shop in Diagon Alley and open our joke 513 toy store. Fred and George said at the same time, "Isn't this something worth being excited about? If my parents knew about this, they would definitely be shocked." Looking at his two brothers who were ready to fight, Ronald had a strange look on his face. "Are you sure your parents are just frightened and not going to beat you up? You haven't finished school yet. You want to open a shop in Diagon Alley? They will never agree to that." George and Fred looked at each other and said nonchalantly, "How do we know if we don't try? This is a great opportunity. Even if we complete our studies, I'm afraid we won't be able to make more money in the future. You know, relying on Dad's salary to support the whole family has always been a bit stretched. If we can also make money, this situation can be completely changed, right?" "They won't agree to that." Ronald shook his head affirmatively. "Let's not talk about this for now." George put his arm around Harry's shoulders and said, "How about it? Do you want to play a game of Wizard Battlegrounds? Ab, we won't have too many products in our first batch. If you want them, you'd better hurry up, otherwise I guarantee they will be sold out tomorrow." "Mass production? It's so fast. This must be the work of Aris again. But how are you going to transport those things into the school? Will the professors allow you to use the thestrals to transport goods?" "Of course not. There's no need to be so troublesome. Aris will always find a way." George shrugged and explained, "In fact, we only need to be responsible for sales. Aris will take care of the rest. We don't need to worry about it. In that case, I'll reserve one first." Harry showed a hint of anticipation on his face. "No problem. Leave it to us." George and Fred patted their chests. "By the way, have you seen Aris? After he told us the news, he disappeared before we could react. I have many issues to discuss with him." "Aris?" Harry looked up and around, searching the entire hall, but couldn't see the familiar figure, so he could only shake his head. "We haven't seen him for a day. Speaking of which, he's been a little mysterious lately. I don't know what he's been doing. I guess he must be investigating the castle's secret room incident. Hermione accidentally revealed it before, and Aris should have made some progress." "That's right." Ronald nodded and agreed. "Not only Aris, even Hermione has become a little weird. She used to tell us everything, but now she seems to be hiding something from us." George and Fred looked at each other and then shook their heads indifferently. They were not interested in the events in the castle's secret room at all. All they were thinking about now were wizards and battlefield games, and how many gold galleons can be obtained after selling the first batch of game platforms. As for the castle's crisis, there will always be someone to solve it, right? There are so many professors and heiresses here, so they don't have to worry at all. "Okay, you guys continue eating. We'll go look for Aris." As they spoke, George and Fred quickly stuffed the bread in their hands into their mouths. Then he left the auditorium in a hurry. Looking at the villain's back, Harry frowned slightly and muttered softly, "Alex must have found something, but why didn't he tell us? We can help, can't we?" He turned to look at Ronald. Ronald shrugged, then said uncertainly, "In fact, if even Aris can't solve the problem, we will be in vain if we go, right? He is so powerful, and we haven't even learned all the magic spell for the second grade." Hearing this, Harry gritted his teeth. "No, we can't go on like this. Even if we can't help, we can't become a burden. Let's study quickly after dinner." "You mean Wizards Battlegrounds? That's Aris's homework, isn't it?" Yes. Hurry up and finish eating. I haven't finished writing my gaming experience yet." Bathroom on the third floor. The sink in the center quietly opened to both sides, revealing the drainage channel inside. Myrtle, a ghost, looked at this strange scene and hid in the toilet cubicle in panic. But she couldn't help but stick her head out of curiosity to see what was going on. But from beginning to end, she didn't notice anything. After the sink was opened, it quickly closed again. He thought it was Aris coming again, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see that familiar figure. Inside the secret room, it was quiet all around. There was only the slight sound of dripping water from time to time. Apart from that, there were only some small animals moving around from time to time, causing some noise. At this time, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows and came to the center of the secret room, in front of the huge monster statue. Then, a snake-language voice was heard. "Come out, my servant." As the sound rang out, a passage slowly opened at the bloody mouth of the monster statue, revealing a pitch-black hole inside. Then, a faint green light lit up from inside, like a pair of eyes opening in the darkness, weird and terrifying. Then a roar was heard. The basilisk seemed to be very angry, and its roar echoed throughout the secret room. "Interesting." In the room of Requirement Laboratory, Aris smiled and murmured. He looked at the three-dimensional projection of the castle in front of him. On the bottom floor of the castle, which represented the secret room, a red dot flickered slightly. Who entered the secret room and angered the little snake? Several figures flashed through his mind, and he finally shook his head gently. Probably none of them. Then there's only one possibility left. I didn't expect you to jump out so eagerly. After the voice fell, he slowly stood up, walked out of the laboratory. Roar! Angry roars and shouts echoed throughout the secret room, and then a huge beast like the sun was clamped out from the mouth of the monster statue. The basilisk's pair of emotionless vertical eyes were fixed on the empty figure in front of it. "Don't be nervous. Theoretically, you and I are the same kind. I understand your anger now. As long as you obey me, I can agree to any of your requests, and we can have a good talk." Tom Riddle's voice rang out in the Chamber of Secrets in a snake-like voice. What he didn't expect was that before he could finish his words, the basilisk rushed towards him angrily, roaring, "I'm talking about you. No one is good in human beings." The thick snake tail swept across Tom reads illusory figure accurately. Although Tom Riddle's body has not yet completely condensed into a solid entity, his energy will still be damaged if he is attacked with great force. He had to duck to the side and roll over like a lazy donkey to avoid the attack. Then, before he could react, the basilisk attacked again. Its vertical eyes emitted a faint green light, and the terrifying power of annihilation swept across Tom Riddle's body in an instant. ****. A trace of fear flashed through Tom Riddle's heart, and then he rolled over again without hesitation, avoiding the basilisk's attack and crawling into the complex sewer nearby. He didn't understand why the basilisk suddenly became so violent. They had clearly talked about it several times before, and at that time the basilisk still treated it as a fellow and was willing to obey his orders. It had only been less than half a month. Why had the basilisk suddenly become so violent? It even considered him an enemy. What happened here? There was no time to think, as the basilisk had no intention of letting him go. Its huge body seemed clumsy, but it moved nimbly and soon got into the sewer where Tom Riddle was. "Since you have offered yourself to me, it does not count as a violation of the master's agreement. Be my food." The roar of the basilisk echoed in the empty basement and the complex sewer pipes, and the sound made Tom Riddle's heart sink again. Owner? Who is the master that the basilisk is talking about? Even he had not been able to completely subdue the basilisk before. The basilisk attacked the little wizard in the castle entirely because it had been imprisoned in the secret room for too long, which led to its violent temperament and nowhere to vent. He just played a role in bewitching the others. In fact, this was his best ability at the moment. But now, the basilisk actually already has a master, and this situation has completely disrupted all his plans. No wonder the basilisk suddenly lost control and was unwilling to leave the secret room again. It turns out that all this is because of its so-called owner. What is going on? Hiss! While I was thinking, the basilisk had already followed its scent and came towards me. At this time, Tom Riddle was also angry, thinking that he, the future Devil King of the wizarding world, had fallen to the point of being chased by a basilisk. This is a great shame for him. Winky had communicated with him about the fact that he was Voldemort in her diary, so he already knew some of the history of the future. Since you choose to be my enemy, don't blame me for being cruel. Tom Riddle pulled out a wand from somewhere, the tip of the wand flashing green light. Bajbit, my anima. The basilisk's roar sounded again, and its huge head slammed heavily into the corner where Tom Reed was, interrupting the killing curse that had not yet been cast. Amid the chaos of flying dust and rubble, Tom Riddle's figure was lost. Ahem! Not far away, when Tom Riddle reappeared, he had become very embarrassed. The already somewhat illusory figure became even more elusive, as if it could disappear at any time. Hole. I will find out who you are. Tom Riddle had to face the fact that he was no match for the basilisk. Not to mention the strange gaze attack. He could lose his life at any time. 0. Even the basilisk's physical attacks could not be dealt with easily. His current body was too weak, not even 1/10 of his strength at his peak. He had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to fight with the basilisk and focus on saving his life first. Hey, are you playing? At this moment, a teasing voice came from outside the secret room. Then, a sound of footsteps came closer and closer. The footsteps that sounded like they came from hell made Tom Riddle's heart skip a beat. Who? He turned his head sharply and looked toward the entrance to the secret room. At the same time, the basilisk that had just crawled out of the sewer pipe seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. It didn't even care about Tom Reed and instantly lay on the ground and became well-behaved. Master, my respected master, I did not disobey your orders. It was this human who ran to the secret room on his own. I never left. The big snake lay on the ground, lowered its proud head, and trembled towards the entrance of the secret room. Fear was clearly heard in its voice. I know it's not your fault. Get up. Aris raised his hand lightly, and an invisible force dragged the huge snake monster slowly to stand upright. The terrifying power was irresistible. The basilisk's body began to tremble more and more. He could feel that he could not resist this power. He couldn't understand why this human, no, was his master so powerful. Aris. Seeing the person coming, Tom Riddle's eyes tightened slightly, and then he reacted instantly, staring at the 12-year-old boy. You did all this? Tom Riddle glanced at the huge basilisk from the corner of his eye, then looked at the boy in front of him, and a look of disbelief flashed through his mind. How could such a boy conquer a snake monster that even he was helpless against? How on earth did he do that? During this time, when Tom Riddle was implementing his plan, he could vaguely feel that there seemed to be someone in the castle who was following him. So he was so cautious. He had thought that person would be Dumbledore, but now it seemed that he was wrong. If he hadn't been paying attention to him, or the movements in the secret room, how could the boy appear here? Without a doubt, the boy in front of him is the master of the basilisk, an existence that he has always been afraid of. Hello, Mr. Tom Riddle, or should I call you young Voldemort? Aris smiled faintly, looking at the panicked and erratic figure in front of him. It's you who has been hindering my plans. Tom Riddle had completely understood at this time. He originally thought that his opponent would be Dumbledore, but he didn't expect that all his plans would be disrupted by such a 12-year-old boy. You want to do whatever you want in the castle, but as the owner of this castle, I can't let you do that. Or do you think you can fight me with just a remnant of soul? Aris spoke slowly. That's enough. Who do you think you are? Even Dumbledore can't do anything to me. How can you? Tom Riddle retorted subconsciously, with an angry look on his face. Oh, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Aris laughed. 173. Then the roar sounded again. The basilisk, which had been eager to tear Tomley to pieces to prove it to Aris, could no longer bear it. It roared and pounced on Tom Riddle again, its attack even more fiercely than before. You beast! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Tom Riddle was also angry. Shattered into pieces. Fire, rub. Several spells flew towards the basilisk in an instant. Among them, the shatter and fire spells were directly bounced off by the powerful scales when they hit the basilisk. As for the killing curse, just like before, Tom Riddle had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the basilisk's tail. His body was hit by the snake's tail again and smashed to the side. The illusory figure became more elusive. You beast, die. Boy, Vit. Please. Boy. Sit down. Time and time again, Tom Riddle's killing curse was never released, or be knocked away by the Basilisk, or they would be interrupted by Aris's gentle wave of his hand, which had no effect at all. Tom Riddle's movements became slower and slower, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His face became paler and paler, and his emotions became more and more angry, even violent. He was like a ball being blown away by the Basilisk and Aris in turn. The young Dark Lord was now like a stray dog, without any dignity at all. Gradually, Tom Riddle stopped moving and lay on the ground as if he had completely lost his life and had accepted his fate. Why? You won't resist anymore. Aris smiled. To be honest, Tom Riddle was really not dangerous to him now. Even if Voldemort himself came, the odds of winning and losing in a direct duel between the two would be 50-50. Even with the help of elemental magic, Aris has a better chance of winning. And this winning chance continues to grow with the passage of time. Aris is gradually growing older and bigger. After all, he is still young. This goes up while the other goes down. The former Dark Lord is a thing of the past, after all. Even Grindelwald had to sigh that the younger generation always outstrips the older generation. Was a little Tom Reed. Who are you? Tom Riddle managed to stand up and looked in the direction of Aris. He couldn't understand how this 12-year-old boy could have such great power. In front of Aris, he even felt the oppression he only felt when facing Dumbledore, and that feeling frightened him. I have no idea where such a powerful little wizard would come from. At this moment, thinking about it carefully, Tom Riddle had completely lost the idea of continuing to fight and only thought about how to escape. I'm Aris Shafik, the only heir of the Shafik family, a second-year student at Hogwarts and the owner of the castle. Oh, by the way, I'm also the professor of the new elemental magic class in the school. Are you satisfied with this answer? Impossible, Tom Riddle muttered to himself, still unable to figure out where such a boy got such strong power. You know, even the genius Voldemort was not much stronger than the young wizards of today when he was in his second year. But the strength of Aris in front of him was beyond his imagination. He couldn't understand. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Aris looked at Tom indifferently. He already had murderous intent in his heart. Voldemort's Horcrux, if it is not dealt with, it will be a hidden danger that may explode at any time. He didn't think Tom Reed could cause any trouble, but the existence of Horcruxes always gave Voldemort the opportunity to cause trouble. If Aris wants to devote himself to the research and development of elemental magic technology, he cannot be affected by other external things. So he has to solve this matter first. The other Horcruxes are fine, since with Harry Potter around, Voldemort will reveal his whereabouts sooner or later, and we can just deal with them all at once. But if Voldemort came to the castle to cause trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. After all, Aris is now the master of Hogwarts Castle. What do you want? Do you think you can kill me? Tom Riddle suddenly laughed. Since I dare to come here, I've already made preparations. Do you really think I don't have any backup plan? Oh, Aris smiled again. The backup you mentioned refers to the diary? Or the elf Winky? Aris shook her head. It's no use. You can't run away today. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp snap of fingers suddenly sounded in the secret room. Then, Tubby appeared beside Reese with a shining figure. Long before coming here, Aris had thought that Tom Riddle might have a backup plan. So, Dobby was sent directly to find Winky and the diary. Tom Riddle's strength has not yet fully recovered, and he must rely on the diary to condense his body in a short period of time. So the diary must be nearby, and to be on the safe side, Tom Riddle would not have carried the diary with him. Therefore, his only helper in the castle should be the poor elf Winky. As long as he finds Winky, he can find the diary. The situation was not unexpected by Aris. After Aris opened the door to the secret room, Dobby, with his unique elf magic, quickly found Winky, who was shivering in a corner of the complex sewer system. So the current scene appeared. Ew, how was it possible? At this moment, Tom Riddle was really panicked. He had previously told Shan that the whereabouts of the diary must not be discovered by anyone. When it comes to following the orders of their masters, whether it's escaping or finding someone, the elves are very good at it. If Aris were to go looking for Winky, it might take some time. But luckily Dobby was there. Pixie versus Pixie. Needless to say, the result is obvious. Okay, you can't leave today, so just surrender. Aris waved his hand gently and took the diary that Dobby had searched from Shan Shan. At this moment, Tom Riddle's fate is in his hands. There can't be any more accidents. I give up. Tom Riddle lowered his head. There is absolutely no possibility for him to turn the situation around. He could only admit defeat and choose to surrender. The diary Horcrux in Aris's hands is like his lifeline being held in his hands. As long as Aris wants, he can destroy the diary and kill him at any time. After seeing the boy's strength, Tom Reed no longer had any desire to resist and could only give up his pride. He is a smart man. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to cause such a big disturbance in Hogwarts, and even Dumbledore was helpless against him for a while. Great, that saves me the trouble. Aris nodded slightly and casually opened the diary. Then, Tom Reed turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. His remaining soul has returned to the diary. Seeing the current situation, the Basilisk tactfully drilled back into the monster statue. As the monster statue's wide-open mouth slowly closed, the room returned to silence. On the side, Dobby and Shan Shan both breathed a sigh of relief, especially Shan Shan, whose eyes showed the joy of surviving a disaster. Go back and work hard in the future. I won't tell anyone about this, but I hope you can remember this lesson. Aris looked at the elf seriously and continued. In Hogwarts, no matter what happens, you can ask the professors or even Dumbledore for help. Your fear and worry are foolish. If you had given this diary to Dumbledore at the beginning, nothing would have happened now. Hearing this, Shan Shan lowered his head guiltily, with a flash of regret in his eyes. Thank you, sir. The elf spoke softly, and his tone gradually became firm. Sir, don't worry. I will never do such a stupid thing again in the future, I promise you. In fact, Winky is also quite innocent. When Aris just got the diary, she found that Tom Riddle's power was indeed extraordinary, especially with the ability to influence the mind. It is no wonder that the elf would be bewitched. This is a force that forcibly controls the mind. Tom Riddle has done in-depth research in this area, and his abilities are far beyond those of ordinary teachers. Go ahead. Aris waved. Then Dobby disappeared with Winky, and the empty underground space fell into silence with only Aris left. Now that things have come to this, the trial plan should be able to begin. Well, if we add this diary and Tom Riddle, it should be more interesting. The hallway leading to the Ravenclaw lounge. When Aris was about to go back to the dormitory to rest, he saw a figure in front of him, as if waiting for him. Done. Grindelwald seemed to know something and asked with a slight smile on his face. You're waiting for me here? Aris is a little strange. No one should know that he went to the Chamber of Secrets. Even Dumbledore probably only knew roughly about it. But this old man in front of him seemed to know a little bit about everything. This feeling made Aris very uncomfortable, as if there was no secret at all. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Grindelwald is a true master of prophecy. If he wants to know something, he can't hide it at all. Aris even felt a little envious about this. We all have the ability to predict the future, but why is it that when we look at the fragments of the future, they always seem blurry, as if there's a layer of fog blocking everything? Don't be surprised. Your ability to predict the future is different from mine. Although you don't see much of the future, its significance is far greater than you think. But my predictions can sometimes only show fragments of the future, and different choices will result in different outcomes. Just like now, I thought you would destroy that remnant soul directly, but in fact the future I saw did not happen, right? Aris shrugged. When I stand with you, I always feel like there are no secrets. I don't like this feeling. Hearing this, Grindelwald smiled again. No, you overestimate me. The ability to predict is relative. For example, although I can see you appear in the auditorium tomorrow, I don't know what you're going to do. To me, such a future has no meaning. So you don't have to worry. Or rather, you may be the only person I can't fully see through. Grindelwald looked at Aris seriously, his tone extremely sincere, as if he was afraid that the boy in front of him would have some misunderstanding. Aris looked at the old man in front of him and felt a little comforted. Okay, just tell me what's going on. When talking about business, Grindelwald smiled again. I can roughly guess that you have a plan. Maybe I can help you. What plan? Aris pretended to be stupid, but actually she wanted to see how much Grindelwald knew. Grindelwald rubbed his forehead, as if he was organizing his words. I saw a few little guys enter your so-called secret room and fight with a huge monster. It was a very exciting scene. I also saw that during this process, some uncertain factors seem to have emerged. 0, 1, 3, 9, 0, 5, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3, 1, 5, 4, 1. If I were you, I might choose to suspend this plan and reconsider whether to completely destroy the diary. Uncertain factors? Aris frowned slightly. She didn't expect Grindelwald to say such information. Yes, that uncertainty is the only one that I can't see, but will affect your entire plan. So you need to be more cautious. Grindelwald Jade became a little more serious. Could it be that 310 is? Aris thought for a while, and suddenly thought of another mastermind behind the scenes, and a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be that the uncertainty is related to the person who planned the Quidditch incident? Now it seems that this is the only possibility. Aris kept the diary in Tamred because he wanted to find the dark hand hidden in the deepest part. Now it seems that his choice was not wrong. Perhaps all the mysteries will be revealed. All this requires is an opportunity for people to relax their vigilance. In that case, the plan cannot be changed. If we don't find that person, there will always be hidden dangers. Since you have made up your mind, I will naturally support you. But I still want to participate in this plan. Grindelwald looked at Aris. I have a feeling that if I join your plan, I might be able to find an answer. The answer? Aris was puzzled. Isn't that the answer you've been looking for? Grindelwald spoke quietly. You said you wanted to know who is stronger between me and Voldemort. Have you forgotten about this? Hearing this, Aris was stunned. No, this old man has actually been thinking about this matter all the time. To be honest, he really doesn't take it seriously. Okay, I agree. Welcome to our Savior training program, Grindel. No, Professor Lockhart. With Tom Riddle being controlled by Aris again, the crisis of Hogwarts School was temporarily resolved. Over the next 2 weeks, the little wizards in the school gradually forgot about the incident in the Chamber of Secrets. With the mass production of the wizard battlefield game Guardian Athena. As the little wizards turned, the game became even more fanatical. Not only Gryffindor College, but the other 3 colleges were also swept up in the Wizarding Battlegrounds game, and the whole school was filled with heated discussions. The school's originally somewhat depressing atmosphere has improved a lot. Fred, why don't you think the Marauders map shows the layout of the castles underground? Perhaps even the people who made the map have never been underground. The Weasley twins were wandering the school corridors with the Marauders map. The first batch of the Witcher Battlegrounds games had been sold, and now they had some free time. So, Gigi picked up the live map again. If we can improve the map and mark out the structures and underground passages under the castle, wouldn't that be considered a very impressive feat? George's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems quite interesting. Fred was also thoughtful. But we have no idea what's going on under the castle. It's not difficult to understand. Just go underground. As he spoke, Angie seemed to have thought of something. Do you remember? Didn't Harry go underground when he was in the 1st grade? He also had a fight with Professor Quirrell downstairs. Yes, Aris is here too. Aris can't. No, what I mean is that Aris is a professor now, so of course we can't tell him about this. Otherwise he might just give us both a warning. You're right. Fred nodded quickly. So we just need to find Harry. Yes, as long as we find Harry. The two looked at each other and then smiled. Gryffindor Common Room. At this time, the lounge is divided into 2 distinct areas. One area is bustling with young wizards who are excitedly playing the Wizard Battlefield game. On the other side, there are only a few people scratching their heads while doing their homework, and they couldn't help but look back at the little wizard over there from time to time. Harry and the others were sitting on the sofa between the two. Ronald, you were so honest today and didn't play games. Hermione looked at the red-haired boy who was sitting on the sofa in a daze with some surprise. On the side, Harry also looked back at Ronald. "We've been playing the dormitory these days. Harry's is a limited edition," Ronald added. Hermione rolled her eyes, too lazy to continue the conversation. She actually didn't understand why these people were so crazy about the Wizard Battlegrounds game. In her opinion, the only purpose of this game is to familiarize herself with the principles and advanced knowledge of elemental magic. There was nothing else that attracted her. "Hey, have you noticed that the castle seems to have calmed down recently? Apart from these noisy students, everything else is normal." Hermione changed the subject. "Isn't this a good thing?" Ronald said nonchalantly. Hermione might be trying to say that there might be some good progress in the Chamber of Secrets incident. Harry added, "That's right." Hermione nodded. "Don't you think Aris seems to be quite mysterious recently?" "He's always been mysterious, right?" Ronald pouted. "You mean Aris has solved the problem of the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry's eyes lit up slightly. "I'm not sure either, but at least he should have made some progress with his efforts." "Well, Aris is so capable. There will definitely be a way to solve it." Ronald nodded in agreement. At this time, Harry was a little hesitant. "I always feel that things don't seem that simple." "Of course it's not that simple." At this time, a voice came from behind. George and Fred patted Harry on the shoulders, one on each side. "Guess what we just found?" "What?" Harry turned around. "We found that the underground structure of the castle is completely missing from this map. But you should know that the monster in the legendary secret room is somewhere under the castle. If you want to find out the truth of the matter, why don't we go and take a look? Anyway, that monster should have been dealt with by Aris. Otherwise, he would have jumped out to cause trouble again." George and Fred were talking to each other, or rather, bewitching Harry. "You want to find a secret room?" Harry looked at the two in surprise. "To be precise, we want to improve this map," George and Fred said at the same time. "You know how to get underground, don't you, Harry?" Harry Potter was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly shook his head. "I advise you not to act rashly. Aris has clearly told us not to interfere in this matter. Don't you want to find out the truth of this matter?" "Of course I want to, but—" Harry is still hesitant. "Absolutely not." Hermione suddenly stood up and said seriously to George and Fred, "Even if the monster may have been solved by Aris, we don't know what is inside the secret room. This is extremely dangerous." "I think so," Ronald whispered. "This is not our business at all, right? But don't you think that it would be a very meaningful thing if we could improve this map?" George continued to persuade. "I don't think that makes any sense." Hermione rolled her eyes. She couldn't understand why these boys always wanted to do something out of the ordinary to prove themselves. "Live a good life, isn't it? Harry, what do you think?" George and Fred ignored Hermione and looked at Harry Potter again. "Hermione is right. This is very dangerous. I advise you to give up this idea." Harry also frowned. "This castle has so many secrets. Is this how you want to spend your time?" George and Fred still refused to give up. "That's enough." Hermione glared at the two of them. "If you want to die, go ahead." After saying this, he turned and left. At this moment, the door of the lounge suddenly opened and Simo hurried in from outside. "Oh no, there's something wrong in the corridor." The terrified cry immediately attracted the attention of all the young wizards in the lounge. "What happened, Seamus?" Harry and Ronald stood up immediately, and Hermione suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. It appeared again. The air of the secret room left a message. Someone was caught in the secret room. "What?" These words immediately made everyone's heart tighten, and their faces showed nervousness. What did the air of the Chamber of Secrets leave behind? Who was taken away? Harry was in front of Seamus first. "I don't know. I don't know anything, but he left bloody words in the corridor. Someone must have been arrested. What should we do now?" Seamus's face still showed panic. "What about the professors? Where are they?" Hermione asked. "I don't know. When I saw those words, the professors didn't show up. I could only come here to tell you right away." "You should tell the professors first," Hermione said without a word, turned around and walked out of the lounge. "What does he want to do?" Harry turned to look at Ronald, then hurriedly followed him out. We should go find Aris, Ronald guessed. At this moment, George and Fred looked at each other and saw a gleam of light in each other's eyes. Afterwards, the two of them followed and walked out of the common room, leaving behind a group of Gryffindor wizards who were at a loss. In the corridor, all the young wizards had been evacuated, leaving only a group of professors standing there. At the corner of the corridor, several furtive figures appeared. Fortunately, the professor should be able to respond. But who was arrested this time? Harry and Hermione did not step forward, but just did not far away and listen to the professor's discussion. Why isn't Aris there? Hermione was a little 947 strange. Maybe he has already gone ahead to find the door to the Chamber of Secrets? Harry guessed. No. Do you remember? Hermione seemed to suddenly remember something. Last time, we met Aris in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He was just coming out of the basement. Remember? You mean that might be the entrance to the secret room? Ronald finally caught up with the two's thoughts. It's very likely. Harry looked serious. But since he knew where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was, why was the Basilisk still able to come out? Shoo, that Basilisk is too powerful. Even Aris is no match for it. Ronald said in a low voice. Impossible, Hermione said firmly. But how do you explain it now? Aris is definitely not here. Such a big thing has happened. He is already a professor. It is impossible for him not to be here. Harry asked back. Hermione fell silent. Over there in the corridor, Professor McGonagall looked at the bloody words on the wall with a serious expression. We can't let things go on like this. The castle is no longer safe. Have you found out who the missing child is? His eyes turned to Filch. As the gatekeeper of Hogwarts, Filch was responsible for most of the patrol work of the castle. At this time, he shook his head slightly. Then he said, all the children in the castle are fine. Only Aris Shafik, but he is already a professor. No matter who it is. McGonagall was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect that Aris would be missing. We all have to find out the truth of the matter. At this time, our dear defense against the dark arts professor should be able to come in handy. Snape, who had remained silent, looked at Grindelwald. You should be able to handle this kind of thing easily, right? Grindelwald glanced at him and frowned slightly. Of course, it's just a small matter. Although he was very dissatisfied with Snape's attitude, Grindelwald knew that this was Aris' plan, so he followed Snape's words. Dumbledore is not in the castle now, and we 4 headmasters must ensure the safety of other students in the castle. This matter, Professor McGonagall also looked at Grindelwald. I'm afraid I can only leave it to you. Grindelwald shrugged, but we all know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. If we delay, Aris may be in danger. So where can we find someone who knows the entrance? The professors looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Grindelwald was right. No one knew the entrance to the secret room, so even if they wanted to rescue people, they didn't know where to start. At this time, a voice sounded. I know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. Harry stood up despite Ronald and Hermione's attempts to stop him. Harry Potter? If I remember correctly, you should be waiting for news in the Gryffindor common room instead of wandering around the corridor. Professor McGonagall said sternly. But Aris is in danger, isn't he? Harry said anxiously. We must rescue him as soon as possible. Let the professors handle this matter. McGonagall's tone remained stern. But you don't know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. Harry said firmly. All the professors were silent. Only Grindelwald looked at Harry Potter with a smile. He is right. We do need his help, don't we? At this time, Hermione had to come out. Professor Lockhart, we do know the approximate entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and can take you there. But how do you know? Snape looked at Harry and the others with suspicion. Are you the heirs to the Chamber of Secrets, as rumored in the school? Severus, your accusation is too serious. McGonagall looked at Snape with dissatisfaction. They're just children. How could they be related to the so-called heir? In fact, the legendary successor to the Chamber of Secrets is also a student of this school, isn't he? Snape continued to stare at Harry closely. In fact, he didn't really think that Harry Potter was the successor to the Chamber of Secrets. He just wanted to take this opportunity to warn Harry and the others. No, Ronald quickly stepped forward to explain. We met Aris in the bathroom on the 3rd floor before. At that time, he seemed to be walking out of the secret room. So, we guess that's most likely the entrance to the secret room. At this time, the simple Ronald was a little panicked, fearing that he would be misunderstood by the professors. Okay, our first priority now is to rescue Aris. Grindelwald stood up and walked towards Harry and the others. Since you know the way to the secret room, follow me. Professor Lockhart, you can't let students take risks with you. We will never allow it. Professor McGonagall was anxious. Don't worry, I just want them to lead me to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I won't take them down. Grindelwald shrugged. If that's the case. Professor McGonagall thought about it, but ultimately decided not to stop it. Professor Lockhart, please ensure the safety of these little guys. Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. Grindelwald smiled, and then Harry blinked. Let's go and start our adventure. Soon, he led Harry and the other two out of the corridor and headed towards the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Professor McGonagall watched them leave, worry in his eyes. After a long time, she sighed. Okay, we have to take action now. All professors should be dispersed to the 4 major colleges and the college lounges. Nothing must happen again. Are you sure the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is here? Grindelwald looked at the girls' bathroom in front of him and frowned slightly. The smell coming from inside was really not very pleasant. He had agreed to Aris to participate in the 3-person team trial plan, but he didn't expect that it would be carried out in such a harsh environment. This was a big challenge for him, as he already had some obsessive-compulsive disorder. That's right, Professor. We saw Aris coming out from here last time. Harry said affirmatively. It should be near the sink. A huge underground passage was exposed here before. Hermione added, pointing to the huge sink in the middle of the bathroom. Here. Grindelwald came to the sink and carefully sensed the magical fluctuations on it. That's right. Hermione nodded affirmatively. But there's nothing here. Grindelwald even drew out his wand and used several common apparition and door-opening spells. It must require some special way to open it. Harry said thoughtfully. Everyone fell in a deep thought. Since this Chamber of Secrets was built by Slytherin, it must have some of his unique symbols. Hermione analyzed. The symbol of Slytherin, the snake? Ronald scratched his head. No, it could be snake tongue. Harry seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, it could be some kind of secret code for opening the door in snake tongue. Then how do we open it? Ronald didn't finish his words when he suddenly realized, wait, Harry, you are. I can try. Harry Potter took a deep breath. Grindelwald, who was standing aside, watched this scene with a faint smile on his face. In his heart, he still had some appreciation for the cleverness of the little guys. As expected of Dumbledore, the little wizard he focused on training is indeed unique, and their efforts were not wasted. Open the door. A snake-like hissing sound came out of Harry's mouth. Then Grindelwald's eyes were instantly fixed on the sink in the center. He could feel that when Harry spoke the snake-like voice just now, some mysterious spell seemed to be activated on the sink. It seems that the little guy's speculation was correct. The entrance to this secret room can indeed be opened by using snake tongue. Soon, the entire bathroom began to vibrate slightly, and then the wash basin in the middle began to move slowly to both sides, revealing 10 huge black underground pipes. It's open, Harry and the other two said excitedly. Okay, thank you for your help. At this time, Grindelwald clapped his hands and said, You did a great job, but leave the rest to me. Wait, Professor Lockhart, Harry said anxiously. We know there may be danger down there, but Aris is our best friend. We have to do something, right? He turned to look at Hermione and Ronald, as if trying to get their support. Hearing this, the two of them nodded repeatedly without any hesitation. And Harry continued, No one knows what's inside this secret room. There might be some doors that need to be opened with the snake's voice. It will definitely be helpful if you lead us. Grindelwald deliberately frowned and thought seriously, but in fact he was already smiling brightly in his heart. He was still thinking of what excuse he could use to take the 3 little ones with him. But now, these little guys have thought of their own reasons, and he doesn't have to worry about it. They're all good kids. He felt a little embarrassed. In this big play, he felt that he must be the best actor. Professor Roart, please, let us go together. Harry pleaded again. Ronald and Hermione on the side also showed expectant and determined looks. After a long while, Grindelwald, who had put on enough drama, sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. You are right. The situation down here is very complicated, and you are the only one among Harry who can speak Snake's accent. I am afraid I really need your help. But you're just students after all. We will definitely protect ourselves and won't cause you any trouble. Harry and the other two assured quickly. $700. In the end, Grindelwald reluctantly agreed to the request of Harry and the other two. Soon, through the underground passage of the changing room, several people arrived at the underground space of the castle. What they didn't know was that just as they entered the passage, two people sneaked in from outside the bathroom. Fred, are you sure we want to go down? Looking at the bottomless underground passage below, Ingy asked uncertainly. Now that you're here, are you going to back down? Fred was eager to try. Wait, what if there really is a snake monster down there? Even if there is a basilisk, Professor Lockhart can definitely solve it, and I always feel that this matter seems a little strange. 10. Asterisk. Fred was thoughtful. With Aris's strength, how could he be captured by a mere basilisk? Come to think of it, I don't understand it either. George also looked puzzled. In their opinion, Aris is definitely not weaker than any professor at Hogwarts, and is even stronger than most of them. How could such an Aris be captured so easily by the basilisk? And it hasn't attracted anyone's attention. The words on the corridor are also very strange. The basilisk has disappeared for several weeks, but it suddenly appeared and took away the Emperor. It's all so weird. If Harry and the others thought about it carefully, they might be able to realize that something was wrong. But at this moment, Aris's safety had already made them panic. That's why I didn't figure out the key point. Don't think too much. Go down and take a look at the situation, and everything will be clear. And don't forget, we also need to draw a diagram of the entire castle's underground structure. This is the most important thing. If we can accomplish this feat, we will surely be recorded in the history of Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Fred's eyes were shining, and George's face was also full of excitement. The two ignorant rascals just jumped in while the door of the secret room was still open. The other side, under Grindelwald's deliberate guidance, Harry quickly found the correct path to the Chamber of Secrets. After opening a door with Snake's voice again, he entered the real location of the Chamber of Secrets. This should be it. Grindelwald looked around. The space was very large. There was a huge monster statue in front of him, which looked very eerie. Ronald was already starting to get scared. His body was shaking slightly. Although Hermione was better, she was still looking around cautiously, with her wand drawn out and in her hand, ready to cast a spell at any time. Where's Aris? At this time, Harry searched everywhere in the secret room, but couldn't find Aris, so he asked with some confusion in his heart. Rather than Aris, the guy in front is probably what we should worry about now. Grindelwald's voice suddenly became serious, and then the monster statue suddenly made a rumbling sound. A pitch-black hole was revealed. What is that? Ronald uttered a cry of surprise. Everyone's eyes turned to the monster statue. There seemed to be a faint light flashing in the dark hole, which looked weird and mysterious. A heart-pounding power seemed to be reviving, causing Harry and the other two to tighten their gazes. I guess you have always been curious about what that monster is. Soon you will know. Grindelwald's voice rang out. What? Could the monster in the Chamber of Secrets be inside that statue? Hermione exclaimed. If my guess is correct, it should be that. Why are you scared? Grindelwald had a smile on his face as he looked at the already nervous trio. That's a monster. Ronald was almost crying. He thought that the situation would be better with the professor accompanying him, but now he really had to face the monster. He was so scared that his legs couldn't help but tremble. Calm down. This is not the time to panic. Go find Aris first, and leave the basilisk to me. Grindelwald smiled. Seeing his confident look, Harry and Hermione felt a little relieved. Good. Without much hesitation, The two of them quickly ran towards the complex underground passage. The sewers here are so complicated that there is no way to determine where Aris is. The only way is to use the most stupid method to find his way there. They also have self-knowledge and know that they are definitely no match for the Basilisk. Since Grindelwald asked them to retreat first, they naturally wanted it more. "Go find Aris," Harry called out to Ronald, who was still standing there in a daze, and then the three of them quickly went into a sewer and disappeared. At this time, the snake monster inside the National Sacred Statue also slowly crawled out. The hissing roar suddenly echoed throughout the basement. "Come out," Grindelwald said calmly. The Basilisk looked at him and did not attack immediately. Instead, it lay down quietly. At this time, a figure appeared behind the Basilisk. "You really came down with me." Aris' voice rang out. He looked at Grindelwald helplessly and said, "This way, my plan might be disrupted by you. Didn't we agree on this? Let me join this plan." Grindelwald shrugged. "You can just pretend I don't exist and let this big snake continue to scare those three little guys. But if you do this, your image in the eyes of those three little guys will be completely ruined. They will definitely doubt your ability and think you are an incompetent professor." Aris looked at Grindelwald in amusement. "What does that matter? I am Professor Lockhart now, not Grindelwald." Grindelwald said nonchalantly. "Okay." Aris shrugged. Since the old man didn't care, he cared even less. "Go ahead, remember what I told you. Just scare those three little guys. If anything really happens to them, you know what the consequences will be." Aris looked at the Basilisk calmly. The Basilisk's body trembled slightly, then it bowed its head respectfully towards Aris. Then it completely ignored Grindelwald and chased in the direction Harry and the other two had just left. "You guys are really—" Grindelwald shook his head speechlessly. He could not understand Aris and Dumbledore's trial plan at all, and didn't even know what the point of doing this was. Is it necessary to arrange such a big show just to train three little guys? I'm just sitting around doing nothing. I also think it is meaningless, but Headmaster Dumbledore thinks that this is of great significance to the three children, so I can only cooperate 10 times. Aris spread his hands. "Aren't you afraid that those three little guys will blame you after knowing the truth?" Grindelwald looked at Aris curiously. "Let's wait until they get through this stage." Aris looked in the direction where the Basilisk left, with a slight smile on his face. In the underground passage. "Ronald, did you find it over there?" "Not here." "Hermione, where are you?" "There's none over there." The three little guys searched separately in the sewer and soon gathered together to share their situations. "How could this happen? Where is Aris?" Harry frowned. "Is it possible that Aris isn't here at all?" Hermione also frowned slightly. "Impossible. Such a big thing happened in the castle, and he didn't show up. This doesn't make sense. But we've searched everywhere here, and he's not here at all." Ronald also spoke up. "No, there must be somewhere we missed." Harry was absolutely certain. "Etc." Hermione made a silencing gesture. "Did you hear anything?" "What?" Harry and Ronald became nervous again and looked around. "It sounds like something is dragging on the ground." Hermione frowned. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and then their voices suddenly tightened. "That Basilisk isn't coming over? How could that be? Isn't Professor Grindelwald?" Hermione paused at this point. "Did something happen to the professor?" "Impossible. Professor Grindelwald is so powerful. He could even fight Aris for so long without being defeated, right? But now even Aris is missing, so the monster's strength is beyond our imagination. So what should we do now?" The three of them quickly found a place to hide and looked in the direction where the sound came from. "I think we need to run." Ronald was about to cry. "Doubt." At this moment, a clearer voice was heard, causing the three people's bodies to stiffen instantly. "Run!" Without any hesitation, Harry yelled and ran quickly in the opposite direction of the Basilisk. Hermione and Ronald also screamed and ran after Harry in a panic. "Duff!" The roar of the snake monster was getting closer and closer. They could even feel the fishy smell coming from behind, as well as the overwhelming pressure of the snake monster. So many obstacles. Then he threw a spell towards the back. But the red light only flashed on the basilisk's body and then bounced to other places without causing any damage. Fireball shattered into pieces. Ronald and Harry also reacted and cast 2 spells backwards, but it still didn't work. Even the elemental magic fireball created by Aris did not cause any harm to the basilisk. At this time, the 3 of them became even more panicked and ran faster in the face of life and death. Behind him, the roar of the basilisk was like a death curse, resounding throughout the entire underground chamber and echoing in every sewer. While Harry and the other 2 were playing hide-and-seek with the basilisk in the basement, Professor McGonagall was waiting for Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore left the castle and went to the Ministry of Magic in the morning. Hasn't come back yet. Professor McGonagall, I think we should send someone to the secret room to check the situation. Professor Lockhart is not very serious at ordinary times. Can he really protect several little guys? At this moment, Professor Flitwick had a worried look on his face, and his tone was somewhat serious. Or I think we should send another owl to London to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to come back as soon as possible in case something goes wrong. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and then shook her head gently. Professor Dumbledore must have received our letter. The reason why he hasn't come back yet must be that he has been delayed by something more important. No news yet from the Chamber of Secrets? Have Harry and the others returned? There is no news yet. Harry and the other 3 haven't returned to the common room yet. I guess those 3 guys definitely didn't listen to us again. They might even have followed Professor Lockhart into the secret room. Flitwick frowned. I shouldn't have let these guys into the secret room. Professor McGonagall couldn't sit still when he heard this. He quickly turned and left the headmaster's office, heading towards the Gryffindor common room, the castle's underground secret room. I guess the castle is in chaos now, Grindelwald said, taking advantage of the situation. When I came down, McGonagall and several other professors were very worried. Now that Harry and the others haven't returned to the common room, they must be even more anxious. So what is your plan? I think training these 3 little guys is definitely not your ultimate goal. Of course, Aris smiled. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Tom Riddle's diary is in my hands now. If there is someone hiding something deeper behind this, he should be very anxious now. You said that at this point, would he rush out in anger and want to kill me regardless of everything? If he had any brains, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Grindelwald sneered disdainfully. Although he is not young anymore, he is absolutely confident that there are only a handful of people who can beat him in the entire wizarding world. If the person behind the scenes jumps out now, how stupid would that be? And how miserable would his death be? Maybe your plan will go down the drain. Who knows until the last minute? Aris smiled. At this time, in a narrow passage under the castle, Dobby and Winky were together, holding an old diary. It turned out to be Tom Riddle's diary. Dobby, are we really going to do this? Winky's body trembled a little. He looked at Dobby beside him in confusion and helplessness, and his voice was slightly tearful. What are you afraid of? Dobby looked at Shan beside him and frowned slightly. Don't you know? The horror of the mysterious man? Do we really want to let him out again? We are not letting him out. We are letting him out on his own, and without leaving any trace. He looked at the diary in his hand, then looked at the surrounding environment, with a satisfied look on his face. Don't want. Seeing Dobby about to open the diary, Winky let out a sharp cry, her tone full of fear and worry. It seems that the shadow left in his heart by the former young Tom Riddle is not really that serious. Don't worry. Everything will be fine with the young master here. Trust me. Dobby patted Twinkle's shoulder, then decisively opened the diary. Then the diary emitted a faint light, and a line of words appeared on it. Who are you? Let me out. Seeing this line of words, Dobby's face showed a serious look, and then he took out a feather pen from somewhere and wrote on the diary. I'm a house elf. My name is Dobby, and the one next to me is Winky. House elf? Winky. A line of words quickly appeared in the diary. Kill him. Kill Aris Shafik. Kill that treacherous elf. Shut up, be quiet. No, this is all their conspiracy. Kill them all. I'll tell you to shut up. You can't control my mind. I'm Tom Riddle, not Voldemort. Get out of here! Dobby was slightly stunned as he looked at the words that kept appearing in the diary. What's going on? It seems like there are two people fighting for control of the diary. Has Master Shafik told you about this situation? Shan was also a little confused. Have you ever encountered this situation before, when you were controlled by the diary? Dobby asked. No. Shan shook his head. It seems that the fourth master's guess is correct. Dobby's eyes lit up slightly. Then, without any further hesitation, he quickly wrote another line in his diary. Don't struggle in vain. The young master won't let you out. You can only stay in this diary forever, lingering on as souls until you completely disappear. The young master's power is simply not something you can resist. Give up. Dobby's words seemed to make the two remaining souls in the diary angry. Lines of words appeared quickly. Did you really win? Stop being funny and feel the true soul power of 467. Tom Riddle, this is our last chance. Are you still waiting? With the appearance of this line of words, the entire diary once again glowed with a faint light. What happened? A look of fear appeared on Shan's face again. My power is disappearing. Dobby's voice also sounded slowly, with a hint of curiosity. This diary seems to be absorbing my power. Hurry, throw it away. Shan screamed. I was controlled by this power at that time. He is making his last struggle. With a flash of intense light, a blurry edge appeared in the underground passage. I'm out. I'm finally out again. Tom Reed looked at his body with some surprise. Although it was still a little blurry, it had indeed taken a human shape. Do you remember our agreement? At this moment, another voice sounded. This voice was obviously much deeper. Strangely, this voice also seemed to come from inside Tom Riddle's body. Do I have any other choice? Tom Riddle was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Come on, let's work together. As soon as he finished speaking, the diary emitted an even brighter light. Then, Dobby and Winky both felt a force consuming their magic, and Tom Riddle's body was gradually becoming solid. Do you feel it? Inside the secret room, Aris suddenly looked in one direction and murmured. Grindelwald frowned slightly, then turned and looked in that direction. There is a very powerful magical force gathering. That doesn't seem to be the direction the three little guys are going. Yes, this power is very familiar to me. It's Tom Riddle. A smile suddenly appeared on Reese's face. It's not easy. We finally lured that guy out. Is this magic power the mastermind you have been waiting for? Grindelwald was a little surprised and looked thoughtful. Maybe. Aris's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then, a crackling sound was heard. Dobby and Winky appeared in front at the same time. Both of them looked a little weak at this moment, which caused them to feel a little unstable when they apparat. They collapsed to the ground as soon as they appeared. Master, he's coming. Dobby reminded Aris. Shan immediately struggled to stand up from the ground and ran behind Aris. Thank you for your hard work, Dobby. Aris nodded, then looked towards the exit of the passage ahead. There, a figure slowly appeared. Tom Riddle's figure was now very solid, not much different from a normal person. After absorbing Dobby and Winky's magic power, he had recovered at least 80% of his magic power from his peak period. His combat capability might be close to that of an elite Auror. Aris Shafik, it's you again. The moment he saw Aris, Tom Riddle's expression instantly became ferocious, and he seemed to have become a completely different person. But soon, his face became serious again, and the ferocious expression disappeared. Instead, there's a little gentleness and ferocity. I've already been defeated once before. I can't lose again this time. Shafik, you have to pay the price for your previous arrogance. Looking at Tom Riddle's face that kept changing and looked like it had a split personality, Aris was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on for a while. At this time, Grindelwald spoke. It looks like there are two souls in his body. No, that's not right. It should be said that there are two different personalities. Two different personalities? Aris' eyes lit up slightly, and a light bulb went off in his mind, and some previous clues were instantly connected together. A rough guess gradually emerged. Not two souls, but different personalities. He looked at Grindelwald. Are you sure? Based on my research on soul power, I didn't sense any other soul power from him, but his personality traits are very obvious. This ability of split personality is not uncommon in the wizarding world. There are many kinds of black magic that can do it, but the current situation is a little different because the Tom Riddle in front of us doesn't have a complete body. So, I don't know where that personal power comes from. Aris listened quietly and nodded slightly. He looked at the diary in Tom Riddle's hand and smiled. This question is not complicated. It should be because of the diary. That is Voldemort's Horcrux, which contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul from his youth. That is, Tom Riddle's soul. There must be some kind of inseparable connection between Tom Riddle and Voldemort. The different personalities in this body must be related to this. Yeah, Grindelwald nodded in agreement. But there is one question. I'm not sure where Voldemort is hiding. Aris looked at Tom Riddle, thinking in his mind. At this moment, the pity in Tom Riddle's eyes became more and more obvious as he felt ignored. Have you guys had enough chatting? Do you really think I don't exist? Avada eats big melon. Without any warning, he threw a killing curse at Aris. A blinding green light rushed towards him, carrying the breath of death. However, Aris seemed to be prepared. He just slightly turned sideways, and his body seemed to disappear into thin air, appearing 10 meters away, avoiding the killing curse. Don't be so grumpy, Aris said to Tom Riddle seriously. I don't want to attack you before I find out the truth, but that doesn't mean you can act so recklessly. His voice became colder and colder, and the next second, the silver-white magic wand that appeared out of thin air in his hand emitted a faint green light. Windbind, space isolation. The two spells came in an instant, and Tom Reed had almost no time to react before he felt his body being forcibly restrained by a force, and then enveloped by a faint light. In his perception, everything around him seemed to have disappeared, as if he was cut off from all connections with space and could not even feel the passage of time. What did you do to me? This feeling of being isolated in time and space and having all senses disappear in an instant made Tom Riddle feel fear in his heart, and panic appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such magic before, nor even heard of it. At this moment, he seemed to realize the gap between himself and Aris. It's like the difference between a lake and the sea. There is no comparison at all. These two magics are very exquisite. Grindelwald's eyes lit up slightly. Especially the magic of isolating space is simply unheard of. Watching the two elemental magics released by Aris, Grindelwald once again felt the strength of the boy in front of him. Now, he couldn't help but feel a little wary of Aris. He was surprised to find that if he were to fight Aris, he would not be sure of winning. But this boy is only 12 years old. Okay, the noisy thing is shut up. Now you can think carefully. Aris's expression did not fluctuate at all, as if he had just done something insignificant. Professor Grindelwald, where do you think the fragments of Voldemort's soul might be hidden? This is what Aris wants to know most now. Only by finding Voldemort's hiding place can this matter be completely resolved. I don't know. Grindelwald shook his head in a very single manner. The scene became a little awkward. At this point, things seem to have reached a dead end, so we can't continue to push the forum forward. Even if Tom Reed was lured out again, it seemed meaningless. But you just said that this guy's soul is inextricably linked to Voldemort. Then I wonder if we can find Voldemort's soul fragment through his soul fragment? Grindelwald said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Aris fell into deep thought again, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a magic. Give up, you can't find him. Just as Aris was thinking, Tom Riddle spoke again. He seemed to know what Aris was looking for, and calmed down at this moment. Oh, Aris looked at the controlled Tom Riddle and smiled. How can you be sure we can't find him? He walked slowly towards Tom Riddle. Don't even think about getting any information from me. You won't be able to find him even if you kill me. That's not necessarily true. Aris stretched out her wand and pointed it at Tom Riddle. There is a magic that I have always wanted to try, but I never had the chance. It seems to come in handy right now. What do you want to do? Seeing Aris' wand pointed at him, Tom Riddle became a little panicked again. Don't worry. This magic won't cause any harm to you. At most, it will just scare you to death. You're just one of Voldemort's Horcruxes anyway, so it shouldn't matter, right? The smile on Aris's face grew wider. No, devil. You are a devil. At this moment, Tom Riddle's eyes were full of panic and fear. Although he is a remnant of Voldemort's soul, he also has his own consciousness and a very strong desire to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried every possible way to rebuild his body in an attempt to revive 917. Now, for him who has no body, the most horrible outcome is undoubtedly the destruction of his soul. He thought he was cruel and ruthless enough, even evil. But after hearing what Aris said, he actually felt that the boy in front of him might be more suitable to be a big devil than himself. In his eyes, that smiling face looked like a demon from hell. Soul tracing. Aris didn't waste any more time and cast a spell on Riddle. Then, a light green light directly enveloped Tom Riddle, and wisps of green vision floated out from him. Those silk threads soon floated in the air along a strange trajectory, like tiny tentacles, as if exploring something. However, Aris' brows were slightly furrowed at this time, and he looked at the green silk thread floating in the air and fell into deep thought. What kind of magic is this? Grindelwald asked curiously. Soul tracing is a kind of elemental magic that I created. It can find the life related to the person according to the soul attributes of the person being cast. In theory, these green threads, will mark out life forms with the same or similar soul attributes as Tom Riddle within a certain range. At least, Voldemort's soul fragments will be nowhere to hide in the entire Hogwarts. But strangely, this magic seems to have failed. No, it cannot be said to have failed. It should be said that the fragment of Voldemort's soul is not within the range of this castle. Those green threads extend to an unknown time and space. I'm not too sure about the current situation. Perhaps we were going in the wrong direction from the beginning. Hearing Aris' words, Grindelwald frowned slightly. To an unknown time and space. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had turned silver white. Then, a series of empty images flickered before his eyes and soon disappeared in the long river of time. He was using his power of prophecy to find all the details related to Tom Riddle. After a moment, he closed his eyes again. Then he shook his head slightly. I can't see it. Just like before, all the information about the mastermind seems to be covered up by a mysterious force. This is extremely rare. It's like in this timeline, or in this space, we can't see any information about that guy. Perhaps he doesn't exist in our world at all. Doesn't exist? Aris frowned even deeper, thinking rapidly in his mind. Combine all the previous information. The mastermind behind this must exist, and he must be closely related to Tom Reed. If he is not in our time and space, then where is he? Wait, that diary! Aris's gaze suddenly turned to the ground beside him, where Tom Riddle's diary was lying quietly on the ground. The connection can transcend time and space. Voldemort and Tom Reed are the same person. If this diary carries the power to transcend time and space, does that mean... Aris looked towards Grindelwald. Both of their eyes lit up slightly. Time travel? No, that's not right. Although the magic world has done some research on time travel, some objects that have been cast with special time magic can allow people to travel through time. But this power is extremely powerful and mysterious. It can only be used for short-term time travel. As far as I know, the maximum duration is only 3 days. Grindelwald then shook his head. No matter what the situation is, Voldemort's soul cannot use the power of time indefinitely. It is absolutely impossible to hide in the long river of time for a long time. If there is such power, the whole world would have been in chaos long ago. You're right. Aris nodded in agreement. But there is another possibility. Aris's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Tom Riddle again. A fragment of Voldemort's soul is not in our time and space, but maintains a certain connection with this time and space through Tom Riddle's diary. Perhaps as long as Tom Reed is truly resurrected, Voldemort's soul fragment can truly return to this time and space. Soul exile. I think I know what's going on. But we still need to verify this possibility. Although it is incredible, the magic wand is an incredible existence, isn't it? Aris took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Grindelwald solemnly. I'm going to travel through time and space. If my guess is correct, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that I exiled last year may have gone to the timeline where Tom Riddle is for some special reason. If we can't find him, I'm afraid there will be great trouble waiting for us. Although the long river of time is irreversible, it can create countless timelines. Once the various timelines affect each other, the main timeline we are in will face unknown dangers or even disasters. I can't let this happen. Having said that, Aris looked at Tom Reed again. This time, he keenly noticed a flash of panic in Tom Riddle's eyes. Just now, Aris deliberately restored Tom Riddle's hearing just to see how his expression changes. At this point, he was almost time travel. You want to travel through time, but how is this possible? What are you going to do? Grindelwald looked at Aris in surprise. Although I'm not sure, I know of very special magic that should be able to do it. Aris stood still, a faint gray light flashing in his eyes. The power of time and space gathered in his body, and the terrifying magic fluctuations echoed in this secret room like stone. Aris never used this magic after he got it, because even he himself was not sure what the consequences would be. But since it is a reward from the system, at least there should be no danger to one's life. Anchor space and time. He had a hunch that by using Tom Riddle's diary as an anchor, he should be able to use this magic to return to the time and space where Tom Riddle was. That is the time and space where Voldemort is hiding. Oh, time travel. Back to my time. You guys are really fantastic. At this time, Tom Riddle's voice sounded again, less panicked and more sarcastic. I'm not afraid to tell you that Voldemort's exiled soul fragment did drift to my world for some special reasons. That's why, even though he always wanted to come back, it was impossible for him to do so. So we reached a cooperation, allowing me to absorb the soul fragments of the other Horcruxes, so that Voldemort's soul can become complete again and recover to its peak power. No, even that is not enough. I need to become stronger so that I can use the guidance of the soul origin to bring him back to this world. This is our plan. Even if that happens, all we can do is allow a remnant soul to travel through time and space. And you actually want to use your physical strength to forcibly open the space-time channel and return to the space-time of decades ago. This is simply impossible. Don't let your wishful thinking stop. Tom Riddle sneered. Even Grindelwald shook his head slightly, as if he didn't believe Aris could do this. I know you're worried, but like he said, even if that fragment of Voldemort returned to the timeline decades ago, it would not cause any harm to us. You really don't need to take this risk. Time magic is too mysterious and serious. If you forcefully open the door of time, you may not be able to return to that era, but will be completely swept into the waves of the long river of time and will never find your way home again. Aris, his expression gradually became serious. I don't want you to take such a risk. I know, it sounds incredible. Aris smiled, but you guys underestimate me. As he finished speaking, the fluctuation of magic power in Aris had reached a terrifying critical point. He waved his wand gently. The diary lying on the ground floated in front of him, and then a low voice echoed throughout the basement. Anchor space and time. Following Alex's low moan, a bright light suddenly appeared. Then, the magical fluctuations on his body exploded instantly, completely enveloping Tom Riddle's diary and causing strong spatial fluctuations. A space-time portal emitting colorful light appeared, attracting the attention of everyone present, including Harry and Hermione, who had just escaped from an underground passage. This is... Grindelwald stared at the time door in amazement, his body shaking violently, and he was unable to speak for a long time. Tom Reed on the other side was even more shocked and swallowed hard. He really did it. Where on earth did this monster come from? It actually has such a powerful force. The power of the space-time gate caused the entire underground secret room to fall into a mysterious space-time realm. Everything around seemed to have stagnated and was silent. Harry, Hermione, and the other two no longer cared about the roaring basilisk behind them. They stared at the scene in front of them in amazement and stood there in a daze. Oh my God, what on earth is that? Was it summoned by Aris? This power makes me feel frightened. It's so scary. I feel like I can't move my body. What kind of crystal is this? That's Tom Riddle, exactly as I saw him in his memories. Aris, is that fighting him? No, it's obvious that Tom Riddle is no match for Aris. Aris, is he going to enter that portal? What the hell is he doing? Even though Harry and the other two were so scared that their legs went weak, they couldn't help but rush forward when they saw Aris walking towards the space-time gate. Don't go over there. Grindelwald's voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, a magical force blocked Harry and the other two. What is Aris going to do? Hermione asked anxiously. ITB 0 request flower 0. Grindelwald found that he didn't know how to explain it at this moment. I can only fall into silence. You keep an eye on this guy. I'll be back soon. Reese's voice came at the right time. He waved to Harry and the others. Just like taking a walk in the back garden, he stepped briskly into the door of time. He went in. Ronald swallowed hard. Everyone in the basement stared blankly at the place where Alex disappeared. After Aris stepped into the door of time and space, the door closed instantly. All magical fluctuations dissipated. It's as if nothing ever happened. Professor Lockhart, what happened here? Where did Aris go? Harry and the other two quickly looked at Grindelwald, their eyes filled with worry and confusion. Grindelwald shook his head slightly, but his eyes looked in the direction of Tom Riddle. I'll explain this to you later. Now, I have to deal with a small problem. Because of Aris' disappearance, the magical power he left in this timeline also dissipated. Tom Riddle had lost the restraint of magical power, regained his freedom, and was slowly falling from midair. Stupid, so stupid, ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Does he really think he can travel through time and space and return to my world? Even if he opens the door of time, he is probably completely lost in a long river of time now. And I will rule this world. Tom Riddle raised his wand and pointed it at Harry Potter, Grindelwald, and the others. Without that guy, who among you can stop me? His expression became more and more arrogant, and his tone became sharp and low. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. The basilisk hasn't been dealt with yet, and now Tom Riddle has appeared. We won't die here, will we? Ronald was about to cry. Harry and Hermione also had serious expressions. Although they tried their best to control their fear, their bodies still couldn't stop shaking slightly. At this time, Grindelwald's voice sounded lightly. Really? You left on your own and left me with such a mess. How irresponsible. He sighed softly. Then his eyes gradually became sharp as he looked at Tom Reed and slowly said, Do you really think that no one in this world can cure you? Should I say you're ignorant or a heavy smoker? Hogwarts Castle. When Aris appears again, the surrounding environment has changed. The depressing atmosphere in the castle makes the whole painting dim. He knew he had succeeded. Through the time and space anchor, he successfully came to his teenage years, the era of Voldemort. Dumbledore was still young then. The Second Wizarding War had not yet begun. But not long after, Tom Riddle graduated from this school and then summoned pure-blood wizards to start the Second Wizarding War. Having truly arrived at this era, Aris still feels a little emotional. But now he didn't have time to take a close look at the Hogwarts castle from decades ago. Because he came here to find Voldemort. Yes, not Tom Riddle, but the real Voldemort. Although it was just a remnant soul. While I was thinking, I heard the sound of footsteps, 003, coming from the corridor not far away. Aris cast an illusion spell on himself and hid in a corner in a flash. Then a group of people came over. Among them were several Hogwarts professors and 2 young wizards in student uniforms. Maybe they couldn't be called little wizards, since they were obviously senior students. One of them was very tall and had the bloodline of a giant. There was another person with a thin complexion and a slender figure, but a gleam of light flashed in the corners of his eyes from time to time. Looks very scheming. Hagrid? And Tom Riddle. Aris recognized the identities of the two senior students immediately. Then, his gaze turned to the middle-aged wizard with a full beard who was walking in front of the teaching team. That should be it, Dumbledore. This is... Tom Riddle has revealed that Hagrid keeps monsters in captivity. Aris muttered to himself. From the formation of these people, it can be seen that several professors are vaguely surrounding Hagrid in the middle. Obviously, he was on guard against something. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat complicated, with his brows slightly furrowed. This matter cannot be concealed from the Ministry of Magic, and they will be here soon. Dumbledore, you must make a decision as soon as possible. Young Professor McGonagall spoke in a deep voice. Among this group of professors, Aris could only barely guess the identities of McGonagall and Dumbledore. As for other professors, he really had no impression of them, or Aris didn't know most of them. And now, the headmaster of Hogwarts is not Dumbledore, but Dippet. Aris didn't know much about the principal, having only seen his portrait in the principal's office. Minerva, the matter has not been thoroughly investigated yet. We can't jump to conclusions. Dumbledore obviously didn't believe that Hagrid would do anything to hurt students, and spoke in a serious tone. It's also true that Riddle told him about keeping monsters in captivity. Brother Mike didn't deliberately target Hagrid. It's just his personality, strict and just. At this time, he did not know that the so-called Tom Riddle would be the future famous Dark Lord Voldemort. If he had known, he would have sent Mrid to Actar Carpety immediately. I told you not to jump to conclusions before the matter is thoroughly investigated. Dumbledore emphasized again. At this moment, Aris clearly saw that Tom Riddle's brows slightly frowned. But things soon returned to normal. This guy was indeed very shrewd when he was young and was very cautious in doing things. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for so many pure-blood wizards to gather together and cholera the wizarding world for him. A group of people quickly walked past Aris, but Dumbledore suddenly slowed down his pace and frowned slightly. The professors didn't care and continued walking forward with Tom, Reed, and Hagrid. What's wrong, Albus? McGonagall was the only one who noticed that Dumbledore was abnormal. It's okay. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, looking vaguely at where Aris was, and then spoke again. Take these two guys to see the headmaster first. I have something else to do. I'll be there soon. Aris' heart was slightly shaken. Obviously, Dumbledore had sensed something was wrong, or had sensed Aris's presence. His disillusionment charm did not fool the most powerful white wizard in 100 years, especially Dumbledore now, who is still at the peak of his youth. His strength would probably not be much better than it would be decades later if he hadn't practiced elemental magic. Professor McGonagall didn't doubt it, nodded, and led the others to continue walking towards the principal's office, and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. Then Dumbledore's voice sounded again. Come out. His voice was a little wary, and his eyes were fixed on where Aris was. As expected, Aris was discovered. It seems that the disillusionment spell still has no effect on you. Aris showed up helplessly and said with a smile, Professor Dumbledore, it's really special to see you here. Who are you? There was a hint of solemnity in Dumbledore's eyes, and even his hands unconsciously touched the inside of his magic robe. Obviously, if something was wrong, the first thing he would do was to draw his wand and point it at Aris, because he could feel it. The strength of the boy in front of him is unfathomable. Even he is not sure of winning. Don't be nervous, Professor. I am a second-year student at Hogwarts and the professor of the Elemental Magic course, Aris Sharonson. I know exactly who the second-year students are in this castle, and you are not one of them. Dumbledore still did not let his guard down. I think you have misunderstood, Professor. You and I are in different time and space. This is a time travel. I wonder if you can understand this. Time travel? You are from the future. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. A gleam of light bloomed in his eyes, but then his vigilance became stronger. As far as I know, time travel is a profound magic, and the time span you can travel through cannot be too long. You said you're a second-year student at Hogwarts. This is incredible. Could it be the new students who will be enrolling next year? Dumbledore muttered to himself. But even if so, the span of time travel exceeds 3 years, which is still impossible. No, Professor 0.7, you are still too conservative. Alex smiled. I'm not from Hogwarts 3 years later, but from Hogwarts decades later. That's absolutely impossible, Dumbledore said decisively. I know it's hard to believe, but you should and must believe it. As he spoke, Aris raised his hand slightly. A virtual, three-dimensional figure appeared in front of the two people. It was a three-dimensional structured diagram of a castle, which looked very magical. But when Dumbledore saw this figure, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yes, this is the rule and authority of Hogwarts. I will be in control of it after thousands of years. As for now, I just tried it, and it seems I can control it. Hearing this, Dumbledore was completely shocked, with an incredible look in his eyes. Complete control of the castle rules. How is this possible? Except for the 4 founders of the school, even the current principal does not have such power. How did you do it? Dumbledore looked at Aris in amazement as he manipulated the castle's rules and authority, his face full of disbelief. He knew very well what it meant to be able to control the entire Hogwarts castle. This means that the boy in front of him has become the real owner of the castle. Even if he and the principal joined forces, it would be impossible to eliminate Aris from this castle. And that's what surprised him. Being able to control this castle and at the same time say that it is from decades in the future. Who is this boy? Professor, don't worry. I won't stay here for long. I'll be back soon after I finish my work. It's such a pleasure just to see you here. Aris had a smile on his face. At this time, Dumbledore had slowly let down his guard. He knew very well that since he could gain control of the castle, this boy would not be evil, at least in his heart. 0-1 otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the approval of the underwriting rules and thus control the entire castle. The 4 founders of the school have extremely strict requirements for selecting successors, and it is absolutely impossible for them to let a person with a bad character control the castle. As for the time travel that Aris mentioned, he still had doubts in his heart. But all signs indicate that it is not completely impossible. Now he is full of curiosity about how Aris came to this era. Aris, right? Dumbledore took a deep breath. The surprise in his eyes quickly turned into wisdom, and his tone returned to being calm. Can you tell me exactly which time you are from? This is what he wants to know most now. I come from a world 50 years later. By that time, you have become the principal of this magic school, and I am one of the 10 second-year students. Aris didn't hide it. 50 years later, Dumbledore frowned again, and at the same time, as if thinking about something, he murmured, "The power of traveling through 50 years of time and space. This is incredible. As far as I know, no one in this world can do this. I'm sorry, I can't trust you completely yet. Traveling through time and space for such a long time span is definitely not something a second-year student can do. But do you have other helpers?" Dumbledore looked at Aris hesitantly. This time travel magic was developed by me. It is based on the theory of elemental magic and adds the power of the magic teleportation array. Aris couldn't possibly reveal the existence of the system, so this was the only explanation. Moreover, he really believed that with the combination of elemental magic and magic arrays, and the use of time and space talents to drive magic power, it would be possible to complete time and space travel. It's just that researching this topic takes a lot of time, and it may not be possible to span such a long timeline. But now Aris had no other explanation that could prove how he got here. I can only come up with this half-true and half-false reason. Fortunately, Dumbledore couldn't verify the feasibility of this method now. Moreover, he seemed to have vaguely sensed the existence of elements. After hearing what Aris said, he showed a look of doubt again. Elemental magic? You just said you were a professor of elemental magic? This kind of magic really exists. And 50 years later, it has become a new magic system that can be passed down and taught to young wizards. The shock this incident brought to Dumbledore was no less than that of Aris traveling through time 50 years ago to this era. Elemental magic really exists. I thought it was just an illusion before, but the energy that can greatly increase the power of magic actually exists. "Aris, can you show me?" Dumbledore said eagerly. "Certainly." Aris did not refuse. He just stretched out his hand and whispered 2 words towards the empty space in the corridor. "Fireball." The intense flames instantly illuminated the entire corridor. Then 10 ministers' fireball trees appeared floating in the air in the corridor. Aris did not choose to launch the fireball, because with his current magic power, if this fireball was launched, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion. Maybe the whole corridor will be blown up. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Fireball. This is elemental magic. Dumbledore stared blankly at the huge fireball floating in the middle of the corridor, with shock and a kind of fanaticism flashing in his conspiracy. It's like a preacher who saw the miracle of God. For Dumbledore, who has studied magic all his life, the existence of elemental magic is tantamount to subverting his understanding of the existing magic system. He had already sensed the existence of elements, and now he truly felt the magic of elemental magic. He felt like he had seen another unknown truth about this world. This has extremely important, or even subversive, significance for his magic research. Aris is actually a little worried now. He is afraid that his appearance will make Dumbledore's future go in an unpredictable direction. If that were the case, without Voldemort having to do anything, this timeline would be heading toward an unpredictable unknown. Even he couldn't be sure whether it would affect the normal timeline. "Professor Dumbledore, I must remind you," Aris took a deep breath and said solemnly, "elemental magic will appear 50 years later. If the existing timeline is changed, it is very likely to cause a major unknown disaster. So if you want to study the magic of the celestial element now, you must consider it carefully." He didn't know that there was no use in reminding 767 like this, but he knew he had to do it. Otherwise, the change of this timeline is inevitable, and affecting the normal timeline becomes a high-probability event. Dumbledore reacted and then frowned. "Speaking of time travel and the theory of timelines, I have heard similar reminders from someone else." Dumbledore looked at Aris thoughtfully and whispered softly, "Aris Shafik, yes, you should be from that family. Walking on the long river of time, recording the rise and fall of this world. The Shafik family, known as the controller of time. I didn't expect that I would see someone from your family again. Fate is really a very interesting thing." At this time, it was Aris' turn to be surprised. From what Dumbledore said, he seemed to have met members of the Shafik family before. What is going on? Thinking back to his first meeting with Dumbledore, this old guy was indeed a bit mysterious, as if he knew something. Could it be that in the past, he had really seen other members of the Shafik family traveling through time and space? But how is this possible? His ability to travel through time and space was granted by the system. The space-time anchor was not ordinary magic at all, but more like the power of some rules. How could the other Shafik members possibly possess such power? At this time, Aris was completely confused. Something happened at school. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. Seeing Aris lost in thought, Dumbledore spoke in a deep voice. At this time, he seemed to have roughly believed Aris's identity, and the vigilance in his eyes had disappeared a lot. After saying this, he immediately turned and walked towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. At this moment, Dumbledore was teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in school, so naturally his office was in the small attic above the podium in the classroom. Aris reacted and quickly caught up with Dumbledore in front. He was not in a hurry to find Voldemort's remaining soul. Hogwarts was not big, but not small either. With Voldemort's sinister character, if there was only a trace of his remaining soul, it must be hidden very deep. Aris was not very clear about the current situation in Hogwarts, so he planned from the beginning that the first thing he would do after arriving in this era was to contact Dumbledore and find a way to gain his trust. And now this matter seems to be progressing smoothly. Soon, the two arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Dumbledore carefully observed the situation in the corridor, then pulled Aris into the classroom and closed the door. "Mr. Aris, can I call you that?" Dumbledore looked at the little boy in front of him seriously and did not look down on him because of Aris' young age. If what Aris said before was true, then even he would not be sure at all and dare to say that his strength was stronger than the little boy in front of him. Now can be said to be the peak period of Dumbledore's strength, and his magic power is also the strongest, although he may not have as much experience as the elderly Dumbledore. But judging from combat capability alone, Dumbledore now is no weaker than he will be 50 years later. Even he was not sure of defeating Aris, let alone the others in the two worlds. So now Dumbledore is looking at the little boy in front of him completely on an equal footing, and even more cautiously. Of course, Aris nodded slightly and said with a smile, "So what is your purpose here?" Dumbledore asked again seriously. Hearing this question, Aris thought for a moment, and then his expression became serious. "Before I tell you the purpose of my visit here, I would like to ask Professor Dumbledore 10 questions." Lise looked at Dumbledore in front of him seriously. "You say?" Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Before today, did you believe that time travel spanning 50 years is possible in this world?" "I honestly don't believe it." Dumbledore shrugged. "Then let me tell you now, besides me, there's another person who has also traveled through 50 years of time and space and arrived in this era. To be precise, it's a remnant soul." Aris still looked at Dumbledore seriously. "There's another person?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. "So you follow that guy here?" "That's right. And you know this guy too." Aris looked at Dumbledore meaningfully, wondering whether he should tell the young Dumbledore what Tom Reed would do in the future. If I tell him, what will be the consequences? Will it affect the future? He couldn't confirm any of this for now. "Who is it?" As Aris expected, Dumbledore was obviously very interested in this person and frowned slightly. After thinking it over again and again, Alex felt that if he didn't tell Dumbledore some things, it would be very troublesome for him to find Voldemort's remaining soul. He must tell Dumbledore the whole story, so that he might be able to get his help. Therefore, Aris immediately told Dumbledore some things about Voldemort. Of course, he did not tell him that Voldemort was Tom Reed. He thought over and over again to minimize the impact on the future. Let everything proceed according to the normal timeline. The fact was just as Aris expected. After hearing about the great evil Voldemort, Dumbledore did not associate this person with Tom Riddle, but asked about Voldemort in detail. It seems that he wants to make some preparations for what is about to happen in the future. Now, Dumbledore seems to have accepted the fact that Aris traveled from the future to this era. At least he has begun to try to believe what Aris said. After some communication, Dumbledore quickly understood what Aris meant. "You want me to help you find that person's remaining soul?" "That's right." Aris admitted directly without any pretense. "I need your help. Voldemort's remaining soul is hiding in Hogwarts Castle, and you may be the person who knows this castle best, and the person who knows this era best. I'm not sure where Voldemort's spirit is now, but I think it should be within the confines of this castle." After all, at this point, Aris paused. He originally wanted to say that, after all, Tom Riddle was here, and Tom Riddle's diary should also be in this castle now. And it was through that diary that Voldemort was able to connect with the future 50 years later. Combining these clues, the probability that Yi-Mo is staying in the castle is definitely more than 80%. Seeing that Aris seemed to be hesitant to speak, Dumbledore wanted to ask more. But Aris immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, I would like to ask you to tell the students in the castle not to hang out outside during this period of time and to issue a danger warning. From what I saw when I just came here, the castle is not safe now, right? You can take this opportunity to let the students be more cautious. Also, I will investigate Voldemort's affairs in secret. If possible, I may be able to help you solve the problem of the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. You also know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Dumbledore stared at Aris with wide eyes. "Of course, got it. 50 years later, the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets opened again, and I was the one who closed it and, at the same time, completely solved this hidden danger." Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes lit up, and then he spoke anxiously. "Then can you solve this matter first? The castle is in a very bad condition now. A number of vicious incidents have occurred in succession. If it continues like this, the the Ministry of Magic will definitely take corresponding measures, and may even close the school. Dumbledore made a request to Aris. If we can solve the crisis in the secret room before then, maybe we can help a lot of people. At this time, Dumbledore thought of the big fool Hagrid in his mind. He naturally didn't believe that the Chamber of Secrets was opened by that guy. But now, he has no evidence to prove who opened the secret room, and no way to prove Hagrid's innocence. So we can only watch helplessly as things get worse and worse. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, the matter of the Chamber of Secrets will be over soon. The most troublesome person now is Voldemort. Aris sighed softly. Although he came to this era, it was not easy to find Voldemort, especially when that guy wanted to hide. Therefore, Aris never thought of exposing himself in front of the public in a high-profile manner from the beginning. I have already planned to investigate secretly. However, he brought the diary from 50 years later with him. Through special soul magic, there should still be a chance to find that guy. After discussing some details with Dumbledore, the two left the office. Dumbledore continued to deal with Hagrid's affairs, while Aris came to the Chamber of Secrets under Hogwarts. Here, he saw the hungry Basilisk again. "Submit to me, or I'll beat you into submission." Aris looked at the giant beast and spoke lightly. The Basilisk obviously sensed a threatening aura from Aris and did not rush forward to attack him immediately. However, he directly launched a visual attack, and the terrifying magical power flowed towards Aris through the Basilisk's eyes. If it were anyone else, just this one look would probably have killed them beyond death. But at this moment, a smile flashed in Aris's eyes, and then a faint light enveloped him, and the space isolation magic appeared again. According to ancient legends, if one sees a basilisk's eyes, the soul will be instantly obliterated, but the prerequisite is that one must see it in the same space. Aris's spatial isolation completely separates itself from the spatial and even temporal dimensions. Strictly speaking, Aris and the basilisk are now in different time and space. Therefore, the basilisk's attack naturally could not cause any harm to him. With this invincible skill protection, the next battle will naturally be another suspenseful one. The basilisk was tortured by Aris again for nearly 20 minutes, and then fell to the ground, completely subdued. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Why did you have to be beaten again? Aris shook his head in amusement. Speaking of which, this basilisk was unlucky to meet himself, as its powerful ability was restrained. Even if I wanted to resist, I couldn't. From now on, stay here honestly and don't go out again. Aris spoke lightly. Then he turned around and came to the center of the secret room and took out Tom Riddle's diary from the space bag. Of course, the one that came 50 years later. Afterwards, he cast a magic spell of soul tracing and saw a ray of light gradually condensing into a point of light and then floating in a certain direction like a strand of hair. "It's here." Alex was slightly delighted. What he was most worried about was that after coming to this era, I would not be able to survive the aftermath of Voldemort. After all, if he wanted to hide, it was not difficult. Even if it was soul tracing, there were many ways to crack it. For example, Voldemort could directly seal his remaining soul in a certain place. As long as the soul breath is not emitted, there is no way to trace the soul. But judging from the current situation, Voldemort obviously did not realize that Aris had caught up with him from 50 years later to this era. And the next thing is easy. As long as I follow the magic of soul tracing, I can find the remaining soul of Voldemort. Seeing Aris walk out of the secret room, the basilisk behind him was delighted, but did not dare to show it, and continued to lie there silently. Tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. I didn't know whether they were tears of joy or pain. This disaster star is finally gone. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts. An interrogation is underway. Because of Tom Riddle's planning, the incident of the opening of the Chamber of Secrets had become a hot topic in this era. Hagrid was directly pushed out by Tom Reed and falsely accused of being the opener of the Chamber of Secrets because he kept a big spider in the school. Although there was no evidence for this matter, because of the existence of the giant spider, most professors in the school felt that Hagrid was the most suspicious person. Hence the trial. Rubius Hagrid, do you admit that you opened the secret room? Principal Dippet asked the big man in front of him with a serious look. No, it's not me. Hagrid shook his head quickly, denying it vehemently. So what about that monster you keep in school? Principal Dippet frowned. Aragog is not the murderer. He didn't kill anyone, and I would never hurt anyone in the castle. Hagrid waved his hands helplessly and shook his head. Looks very pitiful. However, the professors at the school did not let him go and looked at him coldly. Principal Dippet, I don't think there's any need to discuss this matter any further. That's right. The Ministry of Magic will definitely not let this go. If the murderer is not found, the school will most likely be closed. We can't hesitate any longer. These words, like knives, stabbed into Hagrid's heart. Obviously, no matter what he said now, it would be of no use. Someone must be found to take the blame for the Chamber of Secrets incident. Even if the monster was not the spider Aragog, he is now the most likely suspect. Handing him over as the murderer has become the simplest way to resolve the matter. In the corner of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at everything in front of him with a frown. At this time, he was the only one who believed that Hagrid was innocent, not only because he believed in this simple big man, but also because of the appearance of Aris. When he knew that the remnant spirit of a great devil was hiding in the darkness of the castle, waiting for an opportunity to strike, he was certain that the secret room incident must be related to that guy. As for Hagrid, although he likes all kinds of little animals, he will not allow these little animals to kill people in the castle. He wanted to put a stop to this, but now I don't know how to stop it. Should I just tell people about Voldemort's existence? But if that happens, the whole school will fall into a state of panic. At that time, the Ministry of Magic would have even more excuse to close the school. He must treat this matter with caution. Don't act on impulse. After a moment, Hagrid stopped talking and just lowered his head silently. The atmosphere in the principal's office was extremely solemn, and the professors fell into silence. If you have no objection, then we will follow our previous decision and expel Rubius Hagrid from the school and hand him over to the Ministry of Magic for handling. Dippet made the final decision. At this time, Dumbledore knew that he had to speak, otherwise Hagrid would definitely be sent to Azkaban. I think there are still many doubts about this matter. Maybe you can give me a little more time to let me solve these doubts. As soon as Dumbledore said this, everyone's eyes turned to him, including Principal Dippet. Everyone frowned. Dumbledore, this is no joke. The Ministry of Magic will be here in the next few days. If you can't give a clear explanation by then, it's very likely that. Can an innocent student be sent to Azkaban just to give an explanation to the Ministry of Magic? I will give you an explanation for this matter, and I hope you will give me some time. After saying this, Dumbledore turned and left the headmaster's office, resolute and decisive, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. After leaving the headmaster's office, Dumbledore went straight to his own office. As soon as he closed the door, a figure appeared silently in the office. Aris. The moment a cold shadow appeared in the room, Dumbledore subconsciously took a defensive stance and only relaxed when he saw that it was a boy. How is it? What did you find out? Dumbledore asked anxiously. Now Hagrid's situation is in jeopardy. He must find the real culprit behind the secret room as soon as possible. And the reason why he dared to promise to give everyone an explanation in the principal's office is also because of Aris. It can't be said to be trust, but he just feels that this magical boy from 50 years later can bring him different surprises. We have determined the approximate location of Voldemort's hiding place, but the exact location still needs further investigation. Aris said with a smile. However, the matter of the monster in the secret room has been resolved. It shouldn't dare to come out and cause trouble again. Really? Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly, and it can be seen that he was very excited. Well, you don't have to worry anymore. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you. I can tell you where the entrance to the secret room is. That monster. You can go and have a look if you have time. Let's go now, Dumbledore said in a deep voice without any hesitation. Do you want to get rid of the Basilisk? Aris hesitated. The Basilisk has now submitted to him, and the murder in the closed room will no longer happen. He actually doesn't want to kill the Basilisk. After all, there might not be another creature that ancient like that in the entire world. It would be a pity to kill it directly. What's the problem? Dumbledore asked, frowning. To be honest, I have tamed the Basilisk. It will never appear again. In the future, it may become a force to protect Hogwarts. I plan to use the power of the castle rules to restrain the Basilisk and turn it into the castle's guardian beast. Hearing this, Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, "Did you subdue that monster?" "Yes. Now we're going to turn it into the castle's guardian beast?" "Yes. Isn't this too dangerous?" Dumbledore frowned again. "Can you keep the monster from leaving the Chamber of Secrets forever?" "I'm sure I can use the power of the castle rules." Aris nodded seriously. In fact, he had been thinking about how to deal with the Basilisk a long time ago. It was not until this time travel that he devoted himself to studying the power of the castle's rules. Suddenly, this possibility occurred to me. Without a contract to restrict the Basilisk, it is indeed difficult to truly control it. Even Aris can't guarantee that there won't be any problems. It was fine when he was in the castle, but if he left the castle one day, would the Basilisk still stay obediently in the secret room? This is actually beyond his control. However, this time when he traveled to this era, he reorganized the core rules of the castle. Surprisingly, he discovered some magical rules in magic, which could allow him to conclude some kind of contract with the creatures in the castle, thereby completely controlling those creatures. For example, the stone beast guarding the castle gate can be summoned to guard the castle by just chanting a certain spell. This is actually the power of the contract rules, the statues everywhere in the corridor, and the people or animals in the picture frames. Those have signed some kind of contract with the castle and will obey the castle's managers. This is also the reason why Dumbledore was able to control all the castle portraits and guardian forces before. Otherwise, with his strength and prestige alone, it would be impossible for him to make all the portrait makers obey his orders. Since such a contractual magic power exists, it can be used to control the Basilisk. In this way, the Basilisk will become the guardian force of the castle. It is a very powerful guardian beast. But after the Chamber of Secrets incident, the Ministry of Magic has been paying attention to this matter. We can't just pretend nothing happened. If you don't hand over the monster in the secret room, Hagrid will have to take responsibility for this matter. I don't want to see this result. Dumbledore said solemnly. Yeah, I understand. Aris nodded, but he already had a way to deal with it. In fact, the key to the secret room incident lies in the person who opens the secret room, not the monster inside the secret room, right? We just need to find the person who can open the Chamber of Secrets, and Hagrid will be fine. 0 request flowers. Do you know who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore's expression calmed down a little. Of course. Aris nodded affirmatively. Voldemort was behind everything from the beginning to the end. As long as we find it, all problems will be solved. Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent, obviously thinking about something. So, what are you going to do? After a moment, he looked up at Aris again and asked, I need your cooperation. Aris thought about it, then whispered something in Dumbledore's ear. Dumbledore's expression changed from solemn at first to surprise, and finally to astonishment. Are you sure you want to do this? 0. Yes, that's for sure. The two looked at each other. Then, the room fell into silence. Hogwarts Castle underground. Slytherin prefects taking bathroom break. This is the exclusive bathroom for the prefects. Usually, few people come here, especially at this late hour. Tom Riddle was shirtless and wearing only a pair of trousers. He was in a large bathtub in the bathroom with his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, a slightly hoarse and low voice sounded in the bathing pool. What young body! I haven't felt this way in so long. Have you thought about it, young me? As the voice rang out, Tom Riddle's eyes suddenly opened and his whole body tensed up at the same time. Then he frowned. Poor old fellow. I can hardly imagine myself becoming like you in the future. To be honest, I even think that having the same soul as you is a very disgusting thing. But this cannot change the fact that you are me. The deep and hoarse voice sounded again. "So, are you ready to work with me? I can already sense that a difficult guy seems to have arrived in this era. I will never forget that aura, and you will never be his opponent. Unless we can join forces." The bathroom fell into silence. After a long time, Tom Riddle's voice sounded again. "What a trouble." In the principal's office, Armando Dippet rubbed his forehead with his hand, frowning and looking serious. What happened in Hogwarts during this period made him feel exhausted. He knew very well that if this matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, his tenure as principal might be over. But now, he faces a choice: either hand over Hagrid, or the entire Hogwarts may have to be closed. Even though he knew that Hagrid might not be the one who opened the secret room, he had no way to do anything. Yesterday, what Dumbledore said in the headmaster's office actually gave him a little hope. He knew that Dumbledore was always unfathomable. It's not just magical prowess. Moreover, he once fought against a terrifying guy and won in the end. And that person is now imprisoned in a cell in the Nougat Tower. "Principal, the Ministry of Magic's 013 is here." At this time, a professor knocked on the door of the principal's office, walked in, and said nervously, "Slug, you're here." Principal Dippet looked up and didn't seem surprised. The visitor is Slughorn, in this era, the potions professor at Hogwarts. He is also the professor who told Tom Riddle how to make Horcruxes in the original book. "Principal, I think we should go and greet them. They are from the Ministry of Magic after all," Professor Horn said hesitantly. "Of course, let's go." Principal Dippet stood up and said helplessly. As he stood up, he reminded, "Also, I think you should notify Professor Dumbledore again. After all, he said yesterday that he would give everyone an explanation. Now that the people from the Ministry of Magic are here, he can just deal with them." Dippet also figured it out at this time. Since Dumbledore said he had a way, he might as well leave the matter to him. "Save yourself the headache. I'll inform Professor Dumbledore right away," Horn said quickly. Then he was the first to walk out of the principal's office. Outside Hogwarts Castle, a group of people were walking slowly over the stone bridge outside the castle gate. In addition to Barty Crouch, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, there were also several elite Aurors wearing black windbreakers. Obviously, the Ministry of Magic has made preparations for this visit to Hogwarts, and may resort to force if a satisfactory answer is not obtained. After all, the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets murder incident had a huge impact on the entire wizarding world. As the law enforcement agency of the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic must give an explanation to everyone. At the same time, there was a figure waiting at the castle gate. Dumbledore had obviously received the news long ago, so he waited here specially. Originally, the matter was not serious to this extent, but yesterday a person died in the castle due to the secret room incident, which caused this matter to attract more people's attention, especially the parents of students who were all very worried about their children in school. "Minister Crouch, I thought you would be late." Dumbledore greeted them with a smile. "This matter is too serious. We have to deal with it as soon as possible. I hope Professor Dumbledore can understand," Crouch said in a deep voice. At this time, although Dumbledore's prestige had not yet reached its peak, he was still considered to be at the top level in the teacher world. Even Crouch, the director of the Department of Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, has to give him some face. "Of course, we will fully cooperate with your investigation until the truth is revealed," Dumbledore also said seriously. "That's the best. It's all about the kids. Everything for the children." After a few simple greetings, the Ministry of Magic team walked into Hogwarts Castle. At this time, many students in the castle noticed that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, and they all came to the corridor, looking at the Ministry of Magic people curiously. "Are these people coming here to close the school? I heard that someone died in the castle yesterday, and the Ministry of Magic had to intervene in this matter. Will we never learn again? Who on earth opened the secret room? Stop talking. If the inheritor of the secret room hears you, you might be the next one to die." Because a student died in the secret room incident, the situation in the castle had become very serious, to the point where everyone was in danger. On the other side, Tom Riddle leaned in the corner, looking at the people from the Ministry of Magic indifferently. After a moment, he turned and left. At this moment, a horrifying roar suddenly came from deep in the corridor. This sound made Tom Riddle stunned for a moment, and then he looked in the direction of the roar in doubt. In an instant, students screamed, and the whole school fell into chaos. Ah! Monster! The monster in the secret room has come out. Everyone run. Professor! Where are all the professors? Mom, I want to go home. The terrified students ran around. Some ran towards Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, while others subconsciously ran towards the lounge. At this moment, Dumbledore also reacted immediately, took out his wand, and walked quickly in the direction of the roar. Barty Crouch and the others looked at each other in surprise and doubt, then quickly reacted. Quick, go see what's going on. Crouch gave the order. Several elite Aurors immediately followed Dumbledore and ran over quickly. At this time, Dumbledore had already used the amplification spell, and a huge voice came from the front. All students should evacuate to the small square on the first floor in an orderly manner. Do not run around. Everyone, prefects, keep order. All professors, go to the small square on the first floor and be on guard. Make sure to protect the students. As Dumbledore's voice sounded, the students seemed to have found their backbone and subconsciously walked towards the small square on the first floor. At the same time, from deep in the corridor leading to the bathroom on the third floor, a huge figure was rushing out quickly. A student glanced at it casually and was immediately frightened by the monster. Then his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Strange monster! Run! Screams of terror broke out again. At this time, Tom Riddle 2.7 appeared at the end of the corridor. At the same time, Dumbledore and several elite Aurors from the Ministry of Magic also came to the corridor. The Basilisk seemed to have sensed the threatening force. It stopped, raised its huge head high, and looked in the direction of Dumbledore and the others. Basilisk, it's a basilisk. Dumbledore spoke in a deep voice, quickly reminding everyone, don't look it in the eye. At the same time, he also keenly discovered Tom Riddle hiding in the corner of the corridor on the other side. Tom, run! Dumbledore yelled. At this time, the basilisk completely ignored Dumbledore and others, and quickly came to Tom Riddle. What's even more strange is, it did not attack. Instead, he slowly lowered his head towards Tom Riddle, as if he was saluting respectfully. See this scene. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The basilisk seemed to be saluting the boy. Oh my God, what did I see? Could it be that the boy is the mastermind behind the basilisk? The people from the Ministry of Magic looked at everything in front of them in amazement and couldn't help but speak. As for Dumbledore, he looked at Tom Riddle and frowned tightly. This shouldn't be the case. How could that basilisk? He muttered to himself. It seems that I can't believe what I see before my eyes, and I try to find the truth in it. On the other side, Tom Riddle saw the basilisk walking towards him and subconsciously felt something was wrong. Sure enough, when the basilisk saluted him slightly, he was completely stunned. Then, uncontrollable fear rose from the bottom of his heart, and he subconsciously looked at Dumbledore, and then at the people in the Ministry of Magic. The surprised voices of those people reached his ears, making his heart gradually sink into the abyss. Why is this happening? Who released the basilisk? Tom Riddle is actually a little confused now. He is the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, but since the last time the Muggle student died in the bathroom, he is afraid that the Ministry of Magic will really close Hogwarts, and he'll have nowhere to go. You no longer plan to release the basilisk. So what is this basilisk in front of us? Why did it come out of the secret room? Full of doubts, Tom Riddle tried to communicate with the basilisk, but soon he realized that he absolutely couldn't do that at this time. Otherwise, he will never be able to clear his name. Dumbledore and the people in the Ministry of Magic will definitely regard him as a murderer. Although he is. But how could such a thing be exposed now? Tom Riddle was still a little afraid of Dumbledore and those people in the Ministry of Magic. Go! He quickly communicated with the basilisk in snake language, then turned and ran away. The look was exactly the same as the students in the school, running away in panic after seeing the basilisk. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't see anything. You can't leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the voice of the basilisk sounded in his mind. Of course, no one else can hear this, because only Snakehead can talk to the basilisk, and this is also Tom Riddle's unique ability. It is said that he felt so. Tom Riddle did not stop, nor did he turn around, but asked in an even stranger voice, "Why? What's wrong with you? Why are you here? Do you want to die? There are powerful wizards everywhere here. If you show up here, everything will be messed up. Are you crazy?" The hissing sound reached the ears of the basilisk, which was the authentic Parseltongue. But at this time, no one would pay attention to Tom Riddle's strange behavior. Everyone is busy running for their lives. There was only one exception. Ever since the basilisk appeared, Dumbledore has been in a state of high mental concentration, because he knew that all of this was Aris's plan, and the purpose was to bring out the mastermind behind the secret room incident. Although Tom Riddle's little action was very covert, Dumbledore did find something unusual, and he could understand the snake's tone, although he won't say it. "Tom." After hearing the conversation between Tom Riddle and the basilisk, Dumbledore was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He really couldn't imagine that Tom Riddle would be the one who controlled the basilisk. Moreover, he can even sing in snake dialect. Hearing Dumbledore's roar, Tom Riddle's heart tightened slightly. Afterwards, the whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar. He knew he was exposed. Now either admit your mistake or Dumbledore asks for forgiveness from these guys. But there's a high probability that he will be sent to Azkaban and live with the Dementors forever. Or he could fight back desperately, even release the guy in his body and use his power to escape from Hogwarts. The chances of this happening are slim, because he knew Dumbledore's strength very well. That was the only person he was afraid of. Moreover, according to what that guy said, there's another guy with terrifying strength who has also come to this era. He didn't understand, because he was having a lot of fun by himself, and there had never been any accidents when opening the secret room. What's happening now? First, the broken soul fragments of his future came to this era, and then told him to use his power to return to the future. Then, the basilisk inexplicably ran out of the secret room again. And then there's this mysterious guy chasing after me from the future. It's all so bizarre. Even though Tom Riddle had extraordinary knowledge, he still couldn't accept what he saw. It seemed like he had no choice. "Get lost," Tom Riddle growled softly, and then began to communicate with the other soul in his body using his consciousness. "I need you to help me pretend to control my body. I can't lose my current identity. Otherwise, we'll both be doomed." Tom Riddle knew very well that there might be another way besides risking everything to fight Dumbledore and escape from Hogwarts. That is to pretend to be possessed by Voldemort's soul fragment and lose control of the body. In this way, people should be able to forgive what he did. After all, no one would blame a poor, ordinary student who was possessed by a demon. It's useless. The guy chasing you from a future knows your details very well. You can either fight with me or wait to enter Azkaban and be the first one to be killed by the Dementors. At this time, Voldemort's voice was a little low and his tone was extremely cold. It can be seen that his hatred towards Aris has reached a peak. After all, no matter in the future or in the present, his plans were ruined by Aris. It can be said that his hatred for Aris is now even stronger than his hatred for Harry Potter. He simply hates her to the core. In the back, Dumbledore was filled with rage, and he kept waving his civilian wand. Each time it hit Tom Riddle beside him or in front of him, the purpose was to force him to stop. He needed an explanation from Tom Riddle. "Dumbledore." At this moment, Tom Riddle in front suddenly stopped, turned around, and a beam of green light shot directly at Dumbledore. The killing curse. Dumbledore subconsciously blocked the deadly curse with his wand. Then, he looked at Tom Riddle with surprise and said, "You actually want to kill me? So what if I want to kill you?" At this time, Tom Riddle's expression had completely changed. It's like becoming a different person. Cold, crazy evil. The handsome face, which originally had a delicate appearance, was now full of ferocity. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you? What the hell is the greatest white wizard? There is only one greatest wizard in this world, and that's me. Voldemort. You want to kill me? Then let the entire Hogwarts be buried with me. What does he want to do? No, there's something wrong with that guy. It seems like there's another soul hidden inside his body. Dumbledore, what is going on? Tom Riddle's change made the people in the Ministry of Magic change their expressions, and they all spoke up. At the same time, they held their wands tightly in their hands, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, Tom Riddle was like a madman, waving his wand continuously. A huge amount of magic power surged around the corridor, as if an invisible force was constantly gathering to form a terrifying blue flame. It is a very powerful magic, which Grindelwald also used in the past. Fiery fire! The next second, dense beams of light flew directly towards Tom Riddle. The people from the Ministry of Magic finally couldn't bear it anymore. They have already felt the threat, and there are still many students in Hogwarts. They dare not take the risk and just want to nip the danger in the bud. Tom! Dumbledore was still trying to awaken Tom Riddle's will, and he naturally saw that there was another soul in that body. I thought it was that soul that forcibly controlled Tom Reed's body. Die! At this time, Tom Riddle, whose body was controlled by Voldemort, threw another killing curse directly at Dumbledore. Then, the faint blue flame of death in the swing surged towards Dumbledore. What on earth are you? At this time, Dumbledore also realized that in order to control Tom Riddle, he had to force out the other soul in his body. This battle is inevitable. The next second, a huge amount of water vapor gathered around Dumbledore, and then formed a huge water prison covering Tom Riddle. The blue flames and water waves kept interweaving, confronting, and colliding in midair. The terrifying magical fluctuations swept across the entire Hogwarts, shocking the students watching from afar, and the other professors were also stunned. After the magic of both sides intertwined for a moment, Tom Riddle moved first. His figure turned into a black smoke and rushed towards Dumbledore. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore also turned into a ball of white smoke, and the two magical energies collided wildly in the air, stirring up terrifying magical fluctuations. What on earth is that? How can it be so terrifying? It's so powerful that it can fight Dumbledore evenly. It's incredible. It's a shame that such a powerful dark wizard was hiding in Hogwarts, and we didn't even know about it. Several elite aurors from the Ministry of Magic looked at the two intertwined forces in midair in horror. While they were surprised, they were also deeply wary of these two forces. To be fair, with their strength, even if they all attacked together, they would probably be knocked down by these two people in an instant. The two sides are not players of the same weight class at all. There is no comparison at all. But they are already the elite force of the Ministry of Magic, and even represent the power at the top of the pyramid of the entire wizarding world. What now? Mr. Crouch, can we help? Several Oro looked at Barty Crouch with questioning looks on their faces. Help! Crouch looked a little unhappy and glared at several Auras. Even if you go up, what can you do to help? Everyone, retreat to the square to protect the students. Crouch knew clearly that this battle was not something they could interfere with. Now I can only watch Dumbledore's. He was also wondering, what kind of monster was that soul that controlled Tom Riddle? It seems that there has never been such a person in the wizarding world. If he appeared, it would probably cause an uproar, or even a riot. Just when everyone's eyes were on Dumbledore and Voldemort, the basilisk that had been in the depths of the corridor disappeared silently, as if it had never appeared. At the same time, a figure appeared on the roof of the castle. Aris watched the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort calmly, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes, but also a hint of relaxation. When he came to this era, his biggest worry was that he would not be able to find the place where Voldemort's soul fragments were hidden, and then things would become very troublesome. The current situation was actually something he was happy to see. As long as Voldemort's soul fragment appeared, the problem could be easily solved. But the problem now is that Voldemort actually possessed Tom Riddle's body. Dumbledore should be able to guess something about the relationship between them, but as to whether it will affect the timeline, that is unknown. But he had done everything he could, and he had no choice but to accept the final result no matter what. All he had to do now was to keep an eye on Voldemort's soul fragment and prevent him from escaping again. However, with him and Dumbledore around, this shouldn't happen. As for the Basilisk, of course he was the one who summoned it to act in this scene, and it has now returned to the secret room. Without his order, it will not appear again. This way, it will be logical to put the blame on Voldemort for everything. The Basilisk became the real guardian beast of Hogwarts. Bound by the castle rules, there will be no more conflicts. It can even come out and play a role when the castle is in danger. Things seem to be going well, just as he was thinking. In the sky, the white smoke representing Dumbledore and the black smoke representing Voldemort suddenly separated after a violent collision. The two of them appeared at the same time. "You are Voldemort." Dumbledore stared closely at Tom Riddle, who was clearly a little abnormal. Considering what Aris had said to him before, with his wisdom, he could certainly guess the true identity of the person in front of him. However, now he did not doubt Tom Riddle's identity, and really thought that it was just Voldemort who occupied his body. However, this was also because the incident happened too suddenly. He would definitely think of this later, and his attitude towards Tom Riddle would definitely change. As for what kind of change it would be, it was beyond Aris's expectations. After all, he knew that the future Dumbledore would always be upset about Tom Riddle becoming Voldemort. He feels that he has a certain responsibility, and now, after this incident, no one can predict whether his attitude towards Tom Riddle will change. "It seems that Mr. Shaq has told you a lot about me." Voldemort's hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, and at the same time, his slightly handsome but ferocious face suddenly turned to where Aris was. "Am I right? Aris Shafik." He gnashed his teeth, his voice full of hatred, but with a hint of fear. It can be seen that Voldemort's attitude towards Aris is very complicated, with deep hatred, and with deep fear. In other words, among all Aris opponents, as long as they have witnessed his powerful abilities head-on, they will all be shocked and impressed by his terrifying elemental magic. This naturally includes Voldemort. At first, Reese exiled him to an unknown space in a time and space exile. It took a lot of luck to finally get to this era through the time rift. But the outrageous thing is that Aris also chased after him. Voldemort was filled with anger at this moment. "But I feel deeply powerless." If possible, he really didn't want to face this boy. "Voldemort, should I say you're lucky or stupid?" Aris looked indifferently at the big devil with Tom Riddle's face. In his opinion, Voldemort's strength at this moment was less than 70% of his peak. Even Tom Riddle's magical strength is very impressive. But whether compared with Dumbledore or with himself, there is not much difference. Especially since Voldemort's soul was still in fragments, and he was unable to bring out the full power of Tom Riddle's magic. Or in other words, this body did not belong to the current Voldemort after all. But Aris could feel it. Tom Riddle's body is fully cooperating with Voldemort. Otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't have been able to fight with Dumbledore for so long. Unfortunately, everything is in vain, because there's more than just Dumbledore here. And him, Aris Shafik. "What on earth do you want to do?" Voldemort roared hysterically. "You chased me here from the future just to wipe out my soul. Damn, Shafik. You are just like a lunatic, a real wild dog that won't let go once it bites someone." The former Dark Lord was now, like a shrew, standing on the rooftop spire of the Hogwarts building, pointing at Aris and cursing. It seems as if he wants to vent all the grievances, dissatisfaction, and hatred in his heart. This journey of escape, the thrilling escape through the unknown rifts of time and space, the sufferings experienced are simply unimaginable to others, and all of this is thanks to the boy in front of him. How could he not be excited and angry? Now, hearing this, Aris chuckled. Then he looked at Voldemort calmly and said, "I really have no interest in your broken soul. To be honest, if you hadn't used Tom's diary to find out the future timeline, Abbe, even if I knew you were in this time and space, I wouldn't bother to care about you. But you shouldn't want to cause trouble in Hogwarts when you can't even protect yourself. Now, I am a master of this castle. Tell me, if someone was messing around in your house and making a mess of everything, would you be unhappy and want to uproot that filth and get rid of it?" Hearing this, Voldemort's body trembled slightly. He sensed a fierce, murderous intent from Aris's tone. Only then did he realize it. The reason why Aris chased him here was not to eliminate the roots. Rather, it was because he influenced the future of Hogwarts through his diary. But he just wanted to go home. When Voldemort came to this era, he knew it very well. It is impossible for him to go back to the future 50 years by his own strength. But he was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to be exiled in this era where he had nothing. And most importantly, he could feel it as time went on. There seemed to be a tendency for his soul and Tom Riddle's soul to merge. Once this fusion continues to deepen, he is not sure. In the future, will it be his soul or Tom Riddle's soul that remains? This feeling is very complicated. Although the two people are essentially the same soul, they are actually different. As time goes by, each of Voldemort's split souls gradually develops characteristics unique to that soul fragment. To put it simply, those souls that were split apart. In fact, it wasn't quite Voldemort himself anymore. Instead, he became another clone similar to the 1,000 Voldemorts. Although they can eventually merge with Voldemort's main soul and achieve the goal of resurrection. But in essence, this kind of soul is a brand new cleansing of his own self. After the fusion, Voldemort was no longer the same person he was at the beginning. This is also why Voldemort was worried that he would lose himself after completely merging with Tom Riddle. The thought that my existence might be completely wiped out. Voldemort's heart began to become more and more violent. The cold and fierce aura on his body became more and more fierce. Not far away, Dumbledore was also standing on a roof of the castle, looking at everything in front of him calmly. His mind was quickly analyzing the current situation. It was clear that Blythe and the soul inside Tom Riddle knew each other, and Aris just called out Voldemort's name. Therefore, his previous guess was not wrong. What made him feel amazing was that the two guys in front of him actually came from the future. It has to be said that magic is really an extremely wonderful power. Even he, who was known as the most talented wizard in the entire wizarding world for 100 years, was still unable to fully understand this power during his continuous learning. After the sigh, there is deep doubt. Why did that guy choose Tom Riddle to possess him? Dumbledore knew clearly that soul possession was a very complicated matter. If the natures of the two souls were different, it would be even more difficult to complete the possession. In addition to the caster needing great strength for the person being cast. That is Tom Riddle, who also has requests. Under normal circumstances, if the person being spellcasted has an extremely strong desire to resist, the spellcaster can only complete the possession if he has absolute power to crush the soul strength of the person being spellcasted. Otherwise, the success rate of soul possession in this situation is very low. Moreover, Aris had said before that Voldemort's soul that traveled to this time and space was incomplete. Then the problem arises. How could a broken soul successfully possess Tom Riddle, a student who was considered to be the best in terms of both strength and learning at Hogwarts? Among them, perhaps, there are secrets that he doesn't know. Dumbledore's expression gradually turned serious. He stood quietly by and did not interrupt the conversation between Aris and Voldemort. And in my mind, I am still constantly analyzing one possibility after another, until a violent roar was heard. Voldemort finally could no longer contain the grief and murderous intent in his heart. It turned into a puff of black smoke and rushed towards Aris. UB asterisk 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 D. Go to hell. The green light instantly illuminated the entire Hogwarts. Even the gloomy clouds in the sky were given a touch of green. Avada eats big melon. At this moment, Voldemort went completely crazy. Are you desperate enough to do something desperate now? Aris sneered, and then before Voldemort's killing curse arrived, his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The green beam of light carrying the breath of death suddenly melted between the eaves. Die! Voldemort was still roaring. Beams of light continued to emanate from his wand, shooting towards Aris. At this moment, Aris turned into a phantom, flickering in the space here like a ray of light. This way of moving stunned Dumbledore on the other side. He had never seen such exquisite teleportation magic. Even the black wizard's body turns into black smoke, and the white wizards turn into white light cannot compare with this kind of movement magic. In terms of short-distance dodging, Aris's magic is much more practical. Voldemort looked a little amused at this point. The magic he cast was like a child playing house in front of Aris's exquisite movement magic. No magic could accurately hit Aris. Have you had enough fun? At some point, Aris suddenly appeared behind Voldemort. Then a faint voice sounded. It's my turn now. Voldemort's heart tightened, and then he felt his whole body suddenly lighten. Then, a faint light enveloped him. In an instant, everything in this world disappeared. He seemed to be trapped in endless chaos, or fallen into an endless abyss of purgatory. Unconscious and unconscious, it was as if my own existence had been completely wiped out. At this moment, Aris gently put away his wand. In front of him, Voldemort was trapped in a shield of light. The faint light seemed to isolate everything. Voldemort seemed to be in a deep sleep inside, standing still like a statue. It's like time has been frozen. You are time magic? Dumbledore finally couldn't bear it any longer and appeared next to Aris. He looked at Voldemort's current state and sensed the magical aura coming from the pale white light shield. He soon became more certain. Yes, this is the aura of time magic. But I have never heard of this kind of magic. Where did you learn it from? After confirming his guess, the surprise in Dumbledore's eyes became more obvious. I created this myself. Aris smiled faintly and said, but what you said is a little wrong. This is not just simple time magic. It also incorporates the rules of space. To be precise, it should be called time and space magic. Out of control magic. Dumbledore muttered to himself, lost in thought. Then his eyes lit up slightly. So this is also a kind of elemental magic? Aris nodded gently. Yes, this is a combination of time and space elements. It is very advanced. Only the owner of time and space talent can use and learn it. Come to think of it, my people should also have this ability. As he said this, he looked at Dumbledore for confirmation. I knew you would ask about this. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. But now is not the time to talk about this. He turned his gaze back to Voldemort, and then said in a deep voice, what are you going to do with this guy? You know, Tom Riddle is a student of Hogwarts after all. If possible, I want to protect his safety as much as possible. As for the rest, I think the Ministry of Magic should make a public TEA. Dumbledore knew very well that what Tom Riddle had done was of a very serious nature. Although, it is very possible that he was possessed and forced to do the wrong thing. But those at the Ministry of Magic won't take this as grounds for a full pardon. Moreover, Dumbledore has now noticed some problems with Tom Riddle. In fact, he was not completely sure about the final truth of this matter. And Aris in front of him undoubtedly knew more than him. So if possible, he also wanted to get an answer. As long as Aris made his position clear, he might know what to do. Voldemort's soul has already begun to merge with Tom Riddle. If I had come any later, this fusion would probably be irreversible. Aris thought for a moment and continued. But it's not too late now. I used time and space magic to freeze his and Tom Riddle's bodies completely, which was equivalent to pressing the pause button on everything, not just the flow of time and the ripples of space around them. Also, the fluctuations of Voldemort and Tom Riddle's souls. Everything has been temporarily blocked. So, now we can discuss this issue properly. Aris looked at Dumbledore meaningfully, hinting at something. What's the matter? Dumbledore didn't understand what Aris meant for a moment and asked subconsciously. 0. Asterisk. About Tom Riddle, of course. Aris looked at the figure shrouded by the light curtain. You must have a lot of doubts about him, right? Indeed. Dumbledore did not hide it. Well, now you can decide his fate. Aris continued. Maybe he will become a bigger trouble than you think in the future. Even so, do you still want to protect him? What do you mean? Dumbledore frowned. Aris's ambiguous words made him feel a little confused. I mean, are you really sure that you can put such an extremely unstable time bomb on the right track? Perhaps his future will be darker than you think. 0. Hearing this, Dumbledore's expression gradually became solemn. Looking at the figure shrouded in light, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment. Aris's meaning was already very clear. Tom Riddle would become a very big trouble in the future, and the extent of that trouble was beyond his imagination. Combined with Voldemort's situation and the characteristics of their souls, Dumbledore already had a guess in his mind at this point. Perhaps these two souls should be of the same origin. In other words, Tom Riddle is Voldemort. After getting this answer, Dumbledore was not too surprised, because in his opinion, Tom Riddle did have that kind of talent. But is this extremely talented guy finally going down the wrong path? Now, all this has not happened yet. He has the opportunity to nip all crises in the bud. But he hesitated. Destruction or salvation? This is a very serious question. Tom Riddle was, after all, a student at Hogwarts. Dumbledore brought it here himself. If this child really goes down the wrong path in the future, is it also my responsibility? The future hasn't happened yet, so how can he blame all the mistakes on a child? Thinking of this, Dumbledore sighed softly. Aris, I know what you mean, but I think we should all help him. After he finished speaking, Dumbledore looked at Aris with a hint of pleading. I said, Tom Riddle will be handed over to you. If you want to help him, then help him. Addis was not surprised by Dumbledore's choice. He knew from the beginning that Dumbledore would definitely choose to save Tom Riddle. If he chose to nip a Dark Lord who had not yet risen in the bud at this time, then he would not be Dumbledore. Aris guessed that Dumbledore must still be thinking about how to save this lost child, but there was no way. This is Dumbledore. Thank you very much. Dumbledore nodded towards Aris. He knew that if Aris really wanted to kill Tom Riddle, even he might not be able to stop him. This boy's strength is so terrifying that he may have become the strongest in the world. Aris turned his head again and looked at Tom Riddle, thinking in his mind. Since Tom cannot be harmed, separating Voldemort's soul would be more troublesome than 693 and might be a huge project. However, this does not pose a problem for Aris. Please help me to be on guard, and don't let anyone disturb me, he said to Dumbledore. Then he drew out his wand again. A faint light flickered on the tip of the staff, and then the pale white light shield that imprisoned Tom Riddle began to melt away, and his body began to tremble violently, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. Then Aris pointed his wand at Tom Riddle's temple and whispered a spell. Soul separation. The pale white light appeared again and instantly hit Tom Riddle's mind. Then his body began to tremble even more violently, and his eyes began to roll violently, looking somewhat terrifying. As Aris' spell took effect, a wisp of light black smoke slowly floated out of Tom Riddle's head. The smoke continued to roll, and soon it formed a terrifying face. That's Voldemort. Voldemort seemed to be aware of the danger of his situation. His soul began to fluctuate violently, and he let out a sharp cry. Hole, let me go. Fight me again if you dare. I'm going to kill you. The roaring soul body's voice had a hint of echo, as if it came from the depths of hell. A cold atmosphere spread. Aris felt a little cold, but I didn't care. Wand wave. Souls are scattered. A beam of white light directly hit Voldemort's soul, and then the black soul quickly melted away like the warm sun shining on ice and snow, accompanied by shrill screams. Below, members of the Ministry of Magic and the teachers of Hogwarts were watching this scene. My heart was already in turmoil. They didn't know who this 12-year-old boy who suddenly appeared was, nor did they know where he got such powerful strength. It was so easy to subdue this enemy, an enemy that even Dumbledore found difficult to deal with. The battle just now really opened their eyes, and at the same time, they also felt a deep respect for Aris. Who is he? Barty Crouch asked in a deep voice. However, no one could give him an answer. The elite aurors of the Ministry of Magic were silent, and the young wizards of Hogwarts were also silent, because no one knows Aris's identity, and no one can guess that this little wizard who may be more powerful than Dumbledore in their eyes comes from the future 50 years later. Mr. Crouch, no matter who that young gentleman is, I think it is necessary to contact him. Barty Crouch's assistant whispered in his ear with a hint of solemnity in his tone. He knew very well that a super wizard who was comparable to Dumbledore or even surpassed Dumbledore suddenly appeared in Hogwarts. What did this mean? If the relationship between the two is not clarified, the entire Ministry of Magic will be unable to sleep or eat. Get ready. We will negotiate with them later. We also need to give an explanation to the possessed boy. Barty Crouch's voice was solemn. He knew that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. What is the relationship between the boy who is possessed by the spirit and the spirit that is about to dissipate? Was the snake monster summoned by this boy? Where has the basilisk gone now? Everything is a mystery. He needs an explanation from Dumbledore. As the screams from above gradually faded away, Tom Riddle's trembling body gradually calmed down. After a short while, his breathing returned to normal. It was obvious that there was no problem. When will he wake up? Dumbledore asked. It should be soon. It depends on the strength of his soul. After all, his soul has been greatly impacted this time. This is not an easy task. Aris shrugged and spoke. I see. One asterisk. Dumbledore originally wanted to ask what Aris's plans were next. However, the boy smiled and interrupted him. I think you still have a lot of things to deal with next. I won't bother you for now. Aris smiled slightly. With a crackling sound, he disappeared from the spot. This guy. Dumbledore stared at the disappearing Aris in amazement, and his heart was touched again. Even he couldn't apparate it while in Hogwarts. But this boy was at ease. This once again proved that there was not a single falsehood in what the boy said. He really controlled the rules of the entire castle and became the real master of the castle. It's incredible. After being shocked, Dumbledore could only shake his head slightly and sigh in admiration. He took a deep breath. Then he looked at Tom Riddle. His expression became solemn again. Then he took Tom Riddle and floated directly downwards, in the direction where the people from the Ministry of Magic were. He knew that Crouch must be waiting for his explanation, and he also had to give everyone an explanation. After Aris apparat, he appeared directly in the secret room under the castle. The snake monster had returned to the secret room at this time, and was lying there with its head tilted. When Aris appeared, the basilisk's head stopped suddenly, and then looked towards where the boy appeared. The snake's body trembled slightly. Master, you are here. The basilisk quickly swam towards Aris, and then lay down in front of the boy. You did a great job today. Aris spoke lightly, then waved his hand, and the shadow of the rules of Hogwarts Castle appeared, emitting light. Seeing the shadow of 4.5 that was manifested by the power of rules, the basilisk's eyes suddenly burst into a burning light, even with a hint of desire. He knows this stuff. Once upon a time, his first master, the great Mr. Slytherin, had also shown him this thing, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as it is now, as if it had an unmatched force. That's right, the power of the rules of Hogwarts Castle is not just about controlling the castle. It is also a manifestation of an irresistible force of rules. Especially for the creatures in the castle, it is even more sacred and inviolable. In view of your good performance, I will give you a great opportunity. Looking at the basilisk's pious appearance, Aris smiled faintly and spoke. Then, a ray of light emerged from the power of rules and merged into the body of the basilisk. For a moment, it seemed as if there was a miniature sun inside the basilisk's body, emitting a fierce light. The entire underground chamber was illuminated. Defense against the Dark Arts Office. Dumbledore was currently looking through some documents inside, which are legal documents regarding the illegal keeping of magical animals by underage wizards. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Dumbledore's voice had just fallen. Aris pushed the door open and walked in. You're here? I'm not used to seeing you walk in formally like this. Dumbledore looked at the boy deeply, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. The professor is kidding. Aris was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, Most of the time, I am still very polite, unless I have to. That's better. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in disapproval, and then continued to ask, Have you dealt with everything over there? Well, almost there. Aris nodded slightly. The basilisk problem has been solved. Voldemort's broken soul had also been dealt with. The purpose of his coming to this era has been achieved. Oh, there's one more thing. Is 01 Riss asked. How is the situation on your side? have a ministry of magic people left? Also, what will happen to Tom Riddle and Hagrid in the end? In fact, Aris is more concerned about Hagrid and what kind of punishment he will receive in the end. In the future, he knew Hagrid was expelled from school because of the Chamber of Secrets incident. In the end, it was Dumbledore who saved him and allowed him to continue staying in Hogwarts. But because of this, he lost the right to use the wand and eventually became the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Now, the culprit of the secret room incident has been found out, and Hagrid should be acquitted. But I don't know what will happen to the matter of him raising that spider. Seeing the law book on Dumbledore's desk, Aris guessed that he might be worried about this matter as well. There is no result yet on Tom Riddle's case. The people from the Ministry of Magic need to hold a meeting to discuss it. As for Hagrid, he should be acquitted, but the spider he kept is a problem, and I'm looking up the relevant information. I hope I can prove his innocence. Dumbledore said helplessly. It seems you have a lot of things to do, but I may need to take up some of your time. Aris thought for a moment and said, You want to ask about your family? Dumbledore obviously knew the purpose of Aris's visit this time and spoke directly. That's right. Alex nodded slightly. I hope the professor can tell me in detail. He has always known that the Shafik family is not simple, and the entire family's genes contain the talent for time and space magic. Whether it's from Dumbledore or from some ancient record of the family, everyone has mentioned time travel. There are even some legends in the wizarding world about the Shafik family. Some records claim that the Shafik family is the only observer of the entire wizarding world. The members of this family walked on the long river of time, observing the direction of the entire wizarding world, and were responsible for recording the unknown history. This matter sounded very cool, and Aris couldn't help but be curious and wanted to know more about this family. After all, he is now the only heir of the Shafik family. But where did all his relatives go? This is the truth he has always wanted to explore. Dumbledore thought for a moment, sighed softly, and said, I don't know much about the Shafik family. However, during an incident that happened more than a decade ago, I seem to see a member of that legendary family. That was during the time when my old friend Grindelwald was stirring up the entire wizarding world. I went to the magical holy land that the entire wizarding world longs for, located deep in the Himalayas, a little-known place, Bhutan. Before the war began, I met a mysterious magician. He was wearing a silver magic cloak, and his entire body seemed to merge with the space, and he could easily resonate with the holy mountain. He can cast powerful time magic with just a wave of his hand, and the kind of magic I have never seen before. He can also come and go freely in the heavily guarded holy mountain, protected by countless anti-apparition spells. He also told me the final outcome of the war and how to win. If it weren't for him, the entire wizarding world might not be what it is now. Talking about the mysterious man, Dumbledore's face showed a hint of emotion and awe. However, after a moment, he looked at Aris' face with some hesitation. I don't know what I'm thinking. Do you know more about that family? Aris was now even more curious. Can you travel freely in the magical holy land of Bhutan and use time magic? This person seems to have mastered the essence of time and space and can use this magic skillfully. He didn't seem to see such a person in the history of the Shafik family. But here comes the problem. Dumbledore was certain that he belonged to the Shafik family. Who was that person? That's all I know. This family is so mysterious that I even doubt whether it really exists. Because in the entire history of the wizarding world, this family has only appeared a few times, but it seems that every time it appears, it brings different changes to the world. Just like you, I am sure that if you hadn't appeared here, the fate of many people here would have gone in an unknown direction. But now, at least 800 Hagrid can be exempted from punishment, and Tom also has a chance to make a new choice. This is very important to them. Dumbledore looked deeply at Aris. After a moment, he stood up, walked to the boy, and asked solemnly, There is one more thing, which is also very important to me. I want to know if elemental magic will really become a brand new system in the future and bring different vitality to the city. Aris nodded. Yes, I think so. You don't seem sure either? Dumbledore frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Because that's exactly what I'm going to do." Aris smiled and said firmly. He didn't know whether elemental magic could become a magic system that would be passed down in the future. It is not even known whether the wizarding world will undergo some changes as a result of this. But what he knew was that the existence of elemental magic could definitely bring a different kind of vitality to the wizarding world, or even a brand new, brighter, and more glorious road. My intuition tells me that I should trust you, and that it will be a great new world beyond anyone's imagination. In that case, maybe I can do something for you, like leave you some unexpected little surprises. As he said this, Dumbledore laughed. After hearing what Dumbledore said, Aris was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of this. However, I didn't care about it. He doesn't know whether what he does now will have an impact in the future. But most likely, those little surprises Dumbledore mentioned were just a little prank or joke from an old man. Because in the future, it seems that there is no so-called surprise from this old guy. So, when are you planning on leaving? Dumbledore asked again. After we leave here. Aris thought about it and couldn't help but remind him, Professor Dumbledore, I know you must have a lot of questions in your mind now. But you must be careful about elemental magic because as far as I know, you only came into contact with this kind of magic 50 years later. I'm not sure what would happen if you changed this future. Understand. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly to Alex. The two chatted for a while until Aris was sure that Dumbledore really didn't know any more about the Shafik family. He stood up and prepared to leave. Bon voyage. Dumbledore looked at Aris and smiled. See you in 50 years. Aris also smiled. Then he drew his wand and took out Tom Reed's diary again. Of course, I brought back the book from the future. Chant the mantra. Anchor the void. Aris's wand emitted a dazzling light, and then the surrounding space began to vibrate like water waves. A few seconds later, at the door of Dumbledore's office, a portal emitting a pale white light appeared, and inside it was full of brilliance, as if there was an endless flashback through time and space. The gate of time and space appeared. Goodbye, Professor. Aris waved at Dumbledore. Then he turned around and stepped into the door. After a moment, the portal disappeared. Aris' figure also completely disappeared in this time and space. Dumbledore stood there, lost in thought for a long time, with shock in his eyes. He could feel the strong, magical fluctuations coming from the gate of time and space. That power was stronger than he could imagine, as heavy and deep as the ocean. Shocking. What an amazing little guy. The future of the wizarding world will be very exciting with him in it. But why does this breath always give me a familiar feeling? Baya. Space. Is this fate? Normal timeline. Hogwarts, 50 years later. The moment Aris stepped out of the space-time portal, the entire underground space of the secret room rippled with spatial vibrations like water waves. Then a cry was heard. Aris, you're finally back. Before the boy could react, a petite and lovely figure rushed over and hugged him. Hermione. Aris was a little surprised. Why are you still here? He didn't know what the flow rate ratio was between time travel and the normal timeline. But he had already been in Hogwarts for 3 days 50 years ago. So logically, 3 days should have passed in this era as well. Could it be that Hermione and the others have been waiting for him in the underground chamber for 3 days? This is obviously unlikely. Shouldn't we be here? Hermione looked at Aris with some confusion. Soon, the boy realized what was happening and asked, How long have I been gone? About 3 hours. Hermione answered quickly, but not quite sure. 3 hours? Aris fell into deep thought. Although Hermione looked unsure, the time shouldn't be too far off. In other words, after he traveled through time and space, the flow rate ratio of the two timelines was 1 to 24. 1 hour in the normal timeline was equivalent to 3 days in the era he traveled through? No, that's not right. This time should be controllable. Real-time travel should be able to travel to any point in time. The speed of time flowing on both sides is the same. In other words, somehow, the time he chose to return was 3 hours later on this timeline. His previous guess about the ratio of the speed of time flow song was 10 magical illusions. But this illusion was very clear during the period when he traveled through time. Is this some kind of after effect of time travel? Will there be some temporary cognitive impairment regarding the concepts of time and space? Thinking of this, Aris couldn't help but want to continue analyzing and figure out the pattern. But then Grindelwald's voice interrupted his thoughts. How did it go? Aris knew what he was asking and nodded gently. Everything went well, and Voldemort's exiled soul has completely dissipated. Real. Very good. At this time, Harry Potter and Ronald also came over. Originally, they were in the front at the beginning, but they didn't expect Hermione to be so fast and directly fall into Silas' arms. They could only wait aside and finally found the opportunity to speak. Well, how's the situation here? Aris looked at Grindelwald again, with a questioning look in her eyes. We've solved it here too. Hermione suddenly blushed and left Aris's arms. Only then did she realize that her reaction seemed a bit excessive. But soon, the little girl excitedly told Aris what happened after he left. Professor Lockhart was so handsome at that time. Tom Riddle had no chance to fight back under him. He could perform all kinds of magic with ease. This duel is even more exciting than the one you had with Professor Lockhart. Besides, I feel that Professor Lockhart's ability is probably on par with yours. Just look at Tom Riddle's miserable condition and you will understand. The little girl pouted to one side. Aris looked over subconsciously. Tom Riddle was seen huddled in a corner, shivering, with bruises all over his body, as if he had been beaten 100 times. Aris felt a little sympathetic towards this guy again. I was beaten by myself 50 years ago. Now this remnant soul is actually being beaten by Grindelwald. It's so pitiful. Now, I should be able to answer your question. Grindelwald looked at Aris with a smile and spoke lightly. Voldemort, you can't beat me. Grindelwald said this with great confidence. Perhaps it was because it was too easy to beat Tom Reed, just now that he had this illusion. However, Aris did not expose it, because he knew that no matter whether it was Voldemort at his peak or Grindelwald at his peak, they were both the top fighting forces in this world. If it really comes down to a life-and-death fight, anyone could win. But it doesn't mean that the other person is weak. It just means that the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. There are so many factors that affect the final outcome of the duel. Aris didn't expect that Grindelwald would be so persistent about this matter. And he has to compete with Voldemort. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, let's leave. Aris smiled and said top. Hermione pointed at Tom Reed, who was curled up in the corner, and asked, What about him? That's a good question. Aris thought about it. How about we give Professor Dumbledore a surprise? In addition to this surprise, Aris also wanted to know. The best way to verify this is to see whether what he did in the past had any impact on the normal timeline. To find Dumbledore, obviously, the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, who had just returned from the Ministry of Magic, looked a little solemn when he saw Aris and the others. He knew that Aris had developed a training plan for Harry and the others. But I didn't expect that things would become so complicated, even involving time travel. He looked at Aris meaningfully. Is everything settled? Well, almost. Aris nodded, then took out Tom Riddle's diary. However, I think it's better to let you handle this guy. As he spoke, he tapped the diary lightly with his wand. Tom Riddle's soul floated out like a wisp of smoke and appeared in the office. What on earth do you want to do? Tom Riddle stared at Aris fiercely, but soon realized that something was wrong. This is actually the principal's office. He subconsciously looked at Dumbledore, and then his body trembled slightly. Obviously, in his heart, Dumbledore's majesty has always influenced him. Even now, he has become a remnant soul, but the fear engraved in his bones makes him feel uneasy unconsciously. Tom, Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. Afterwards, Harry and his friends could not wait to narrate to Dumbledore in detail what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. Finally, they looked at Tom Riddle with indignation and said through gritted teeth, Professor, he is the one who caused all this, including the attack by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, and what happened on the Quidditch field before. He was the one who planned it all. Yes, we also saw the monster, but he has been subdued by Aris and is now staying in the secret room obediently. Hermione added. Having said that, he couldn't help but glance at Aris with a strange look on his face. They had never imagined that the monster that attacked students in the school would eventually be subdued by Alex. It's incredible. They always felt that this matter was filled with a weird atmosphere from beginning to end. But I just can't understand why the Basilisk would surrender to Aris. When did you surrender? In short, this incident gave them a huge shock, and they were in disbelief. After listening to what the little guys said, Dumbledore looked at Aris meaningfully. Okay, I need to talk to Aris about this alone. As for you guys, you could go back first. By the way, Professor Lockhart, please stay for a moment. I have something to ask you. Just as Grindelwald was about to turn around and leave, Dumbledore stopped him. There's a deep meaning in his eyes. In fact, we can also add some details. Professor, let's stay. Hermione said anxiously. She obviously didn't want to leave like this because there were still many things that had not been figured out. For example, what happened after Aris passed through the time gate? For example, what exactly is going on with the Basilisk? They don't know. I really want to know the truth. You've been so nervous all day. You must be very tired. Go back and rest. Dumbledore insisted. Harry and the other two were helpless. They looked at Aris for help, but when he didn't respond, they could only turn around and leave the principal's office. Okay, now it's time to talk about our business. Dumbledore sealed the diary back into place, looking at Aris meaningfully. And Grindelwald, I will take care of Tom's matter, but there is one thing that bothers me now. Dumbledore came out from behind his desk and stood before Grindelwald. I heard some very interesting news when I came back from the Ministry of Magic. Guess what the news is? Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald. How should I know? Grindelwald shrugged as if he was relaxed, but he was secretly alert in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly had a bad feeling, as if his identity was about to be revealed. He had this feeling from the moment he entered the headmaster's office and saw Dumbledore. But now it is getting stronger, because the look Dumbledore gave him was so familiar. Damn it, he seemed so calm and indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Also, he had a dream last night when he was sleeping, a very real dream. In the dream, Dumbledore saw through his disguise and had a big fight with him. What's outrageous is that he actually lost the fight. I guess those people in the Ministry of Magic are too bored and spread some gossip again. Grindelwald spoke in a deep voice while being secretly on guard. Aris didn't say anything, but just smiled with interest, ready to watch the show. He actually guessed that Dumbledore must have doubts about Grindelwald's identity, but he didn't know when Grindelwald began to show flaws. But since Dumbledore didn't ask him to leave, it shouldn't be that serious. At this time, Dumbledore's face gradually darkened and his voice became sharper. I heard that the guys from the law enforcement department found a crazy man in a remote desert in Africa, and that poor fellow also happens to be named Gilderoy Lockhart. Shouldn't you explain this matter? Hearing this, Grindelwald suddenly laughed, as if he had thought of something interesting and couldn't help but smile. Why are you laughing? Dumbledore's tone became more stern. Sorry. I was just wondering, doesn't the wise headmaster Dumbledore know that there are many people with the same name in this world? I don't understand. What do you want to tell me by telling me this news? Grindelwald was still holding on. However, this guy's acting ability really amazed Aris. Look calm. Not a single flaw was revealed. Oscar-worthy. However, Dumbledore had obviously done sufficient investigation and snorted immediately. Stop pretending. What is your purpose here? He looked at Grindelwald seriously. Obviously, his identity is clear. Aris on the side shook his head slightly. I secretly worried about Grindelwald. Are these two old men going to fight in the principal's office? Who should he help then? Or maybe just stand aside and watch the show? After all, the two of them had been at loggerheads for a century, but neither had really killed the other, so it was clear that they still had some feelings for each other. At this time, Grindelwald seemed to realize that he could no longer hide. He spread his hands helplessly. Okay, you win. He gently wiped his face, revealing his true appearance, and said with a smile, Old friend, I just want to see if Hogwarts has made any progress under your leadership. You don't have to be so hostile. Grindelwald, The fluctuations of Dumbledore's magic power obviously changed dramatically. The atmosphere in the principal's office suddenly became solemn, and the powerful magic caused the surrounding objects to tremble slightly. Aris even suspected that Dumbledore would attack Grindelwald in the next second. However, Grindelwald still looked calm and had a smile on his face. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not doing anything here. I'm just discussing magic with little Aris. I even helped you get rid of Tom Riddle's soul fragments in the Chamber of Secrets and protected several of your students. You don't seem to have any reason to attack me, or do you really want to fight me right now?" Dumbledore snorted coldly, his expression still full of dissatisfaction. "I could have turned a blind eye to your coming out of the Nurmengard Tower, but you actually dared to show up at Hogwarts. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to attack you? Or do you think that I am old and no longer of any help to you?" The magical fluctuations from Dumbledore became stronger and stronger, even making Aris feel a little oppressive. Not to mention, facing Dumbledore's Grindelwald directly, the feeling would only be stronger. At this moment, Grindelwald was also somewhat surprised and marveled at Dumbledore's strength. They are of similar age and have long passed the prime of their wizarding careers. Even he had to sigh that the power of time could not be stopped even by the most talented teacher. But the Dumbledore in front of him seemed to be getting more powerful. The magical fluctuations on his body are like the vast ocean, deep and immeasurable. It made him like a small boat in the ocean, as if he would be submerged in the waves at any time. "You old man, don't just stand there and learn elemental magic from Aris for a while and then try to put pressure on me indiscriminately." Grindelwald glared and became a little angry. He could guarantee with his own character that he had absolutely no intention of doing anything out of line in Hogwarts. The most he wanted to do was to kidnap his most beloved student, Aris. But wasn't this a failure? "I knew your target was Aris." When Dumbledore heard Grindelwald mention Aris, his eyes widened and his aura became even more fierce. Grindelwald, he didn't expect that Dumbledore would be so emotional when talking about Aris. Obviously, Dumbledore loved this little guy very much. At this time, Aris felt helpless. These two old men clearly didn't want to really fight, but they were unwilling to give in. "After all these years, you still won't sit down and have a good talk. What's the point?" Seeing this, he had to speak up. "Professor Dumbledore, calm down," Aris said helplessly. Mr. Grindelwald did enter the school at the beginning of the term, but he really didn't do anything detrimental to Hogwarts during this time. He even performs very well in class. Many young wizards like him very much. "I understand your concerns, but maybe you can sit down and have a good chat. Some things have already passed, haven't they?" After hearing Aris' words, Dumbledore's breathing became noticeably calmer. The magical power surging in his body gradually calmed down, and his complexion returned to normal. "If Aris hadn't been here to plead for you today, I would never have let you off so easily. Hogwarts is Dumbledore's Achilles heel, and he will never allow anyone to do anything that threatens the safety of the school. Even if this person is his longtime friend, this is absolutely not possible. Okay, I apologize." Grindelwald tactfully found a way out. "But you have to admit that my performance in school these past few months has been pretty good, right? So would you consider letting me stay and continue to be the professor of defense against the dark arts?" "Impossible." Dumbledore refused without even thinking about it. "I want you to leave school immediately. No matter where you go, don't let me see you again." "But little Aris will miss me, right?" Grindelwald turned and looked at the boy with a smile. Aris's mouth twitched. "I was speechless in my heart. Don't talk nonsense, I miss you so much." However, thinking about this period of time, Grindelwald's help to him was actually quite great. Especially in the art of prophecy, the old man taught him a lot. Although this communication was mutual, he also taught Grindelwald a lot about elemental magic. It even introduced it into the magical elemental world for experience. 0. Asterisk. I think now that he has gotten the hang of elemental magic, maybe he can really get back to his peak in time. Even like Dumbledore, he became more powerful and surpassed his peak. In this way, they're actually even, and Aris has no burden in his heart. He thought for a moment before saying to Dumbledore, I have no opinion on this matter. You can discuss it among yourselves." After saying that, he turned around and left the principal's office, leaving behind two people looking at each other in bewilderment. Faintly, Aris heard a voice coming from behind. It seems that the old enemies are quarreling again. The next day, breakfast time. As time goes by, most of the courses for this semester have been completed. In the next few days, there will be the annual end-of-school test. The young wizards in the auditorium were obviously a little anxious. Groups of 3 or 4 could be seen gathered everywhere, discussing what questions would be tested this school year. There were only 2 exceptions. The Weasley twins were currently walking around the tables of various colleges, promoting their latest products. Of course, that idea was also proposed by Aris, who also provided detailed product drawings and handed them over to them for research. Since the last Wizard Battlegrounds game platform, the Weasley twins have become extremely popular in school, even making Ronald a little envious. There was almost no little wizard in the entire school who didn't know them. Their business is doing very well. Just like now, quite a few little wizards have already ordered their latest products. Werewolf card game. Originally, Aris designed a card game of 3 kingdoms for them. But in the end, they thought that in this magical world, something more magical was obviously needed. Thus, the idea of a magic version of the werewolf card game came into being, and soon handed the Weasley twins a detailed design drawing. This includes card design, character functions, and game rules. Aris. Soon, Ingy spotted Aris, who had just entered the auditorium. He walked over quickly, pulling Fred with him. Aris nodded slightly, his eyes falling on their hands. At this time, the Weasley twins each held a deck of werewolf cards in their hands. There was a faint magical fluctuation emanating from it. Aris, look at these cards we made. George couldn't wait to hand the deck to Aris. There was also anticipation in Fred's eyes. It took them nearly a month to research this, and each card has magic with corresponding functions attached to it. For example, the function of the werewolf card is to cast a killing curse at night in the game. Of course, this killing curse is a simplified version and will not really hurt anyone. At most, it would cause people to fall into a brief coma. You can also quickly wake up the unconscious person by resetting the game cards in the deck. It's like a werewolf killing people at night. There are also witch cards, which can use poison spells and antidote spells once each in the game round to heal or kill people. Cards with other functions, such as prophet, hunter, rider, guard, etc. Each 860 card has different effects, except for the civilian players who kept their eyes closed throughout the game. For this deck, Aris added all the professions that he knew of that had appeared in Werewolf, so that he could choose which cards to use during the actual game. He also improved the rules of Werewolf specifically for this purpose, a rule that is more suitable for the modified version of Werewolf. For example, the person hosting the game is no longer an outsider, but a dedicated assistant for the game, a clown doll that looks a bit evil. The narration of the game and the change of day and night will be reminded by the clown doll. In addition, the clown has the function of monitoring the rules of the game. If it finds anyone not following the rules, it will directly issue a warning and impose a punishment. Draw a red cross on that person's face. Because of these rules, the game becomes more suspenseful and more interesting to play. Well done. Aris carefully felt the magical fluctuations in these cards. Except for some places where the magic power is a little weaker, the structure is still very stable. The overall quality of the cards is above average. It is a qualified product. Really, George and Fred's eyes lit up. At this time, they were even thinking about how huge the profits would be if such card sets were mass-produced. The werewolf cards are different from previous Witcher Battlegrounds games. The cost of the Witcher Battlegrounds game is too high. This means that it is impossible to promote it on a full scale, and the number of people who can afford it is limited. Moreover, due to its size, it is not suitable to be taken out and played at any time. But the werewolf cards are different. This is convenient, and you can always find interesting games to play with a few friends. And the cost is not high. Once an industrial chain is formed and mass production is possible, the sales profits will be terrifying. I think our dream of opening a store in Diagon Alley is getting closer. Fred and George looked at each other, their faces full of joy. Work hard, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will soon achieve financial freedom. Aris smiled. Only he knew what kind of sensation such a werewolf-killing game would cause in the wizarding world of this era. They could even sell the normal version of the werewolf game to the Muggle world, and it might become a bestseller soon. But due to the existence of the wizarding statute, there is still a certain risk in doing so. At least Aris has no plans to do so for the time being. The Weasley twins held the cards in their hands with silly smiles on their faces. It took me a while to react. Then he said to Aris, "By the way, the production line of the Wizard Battlefield game platform has been upgraded, and the output has also increased a lot, but the core spell blessing department is still short of manpower. I was wondering if I could recruit more wizards and teach them the corresponding spells. This way, our production will increase quickly." As George spoke, he poked Fred beside him. "Yes, we have thought about this matter for a long time. I think this matter may require your intervention." Fred scratched his head embarrassedly. In fact, the production and sales of the Wizard Battlefield platform are now basically taken over by the Shafik family. George and Fred were only in charge of the sales point at Hogwarts. To put it bluntly, this matter has nothing to do with them. But this time, they're so active in bringing this up. Apparently, there were other ideas. "What do you want me to do?" Aris asked, looking at them in amusement. "We think that this job is not difficult, and we can do it. After all, we know the Wizard Battlegrounds game platform very well and have the most feelings for it." George pursed his lips hesitantly, but still said it. "You want to drop out of school to work?" Aris was stunned. "That's right," the two said in unison. "No," Aris said with almost no hesitation. "You are too young, and you still have many years of schooling left. You have not yet mastered a lot of knowledge. I understand that you want to earn enough money to open a store as soon as possible, but now is not the time. Or is this really the limit of your future plans? Open a magic joke shop and run it for the rest of your life." George and Fred looked at each other, both a little stunned. They didn't expect that Aris would oppose it so decisively. They had thought that at least Aris would respect their decision. "But besides opening a store, what else can we do? That has always been our goal." The two of them whispered to each other. "Have you ever thought that one day you could have your own laboratory, specializing in researching all kinds of strange magic supplies and toys? You may even become a famous master of magic joke toy research. The entire wizarding world will buy the products you develop. When it comes to magic toys, everyone knows your name. You will become idols for all the children in wizarding families. You will also become one of the richest people in the world." Aris patiently guided the Weasley twins. "But the premise is that you have to complete all your studies now, and at least learn most of the professional knowledge, so that you can develop more amazing products in the future, right?" From the beginning, Aris had never intended for the Weasley twins to open just a joke toy store. They are talented and have a strong aptitude for research. It's such a waste for such a talent to be the owner of a joke toy store. From the very beginning, Aris intended to train them to become masters of joke toy development. In the future, maybe we will directly set up a research laboratory with them. A joke toy that monopolizes the entire wizarding world. No, not just a joke toy. Perhaps we can also develop a variety of magical items with unique functions and more novelty. For example, a product that incorporates elemental magic and magical technology, magic scroll, hextech gun, even various magical equipment. If we really get all these things out, this world should become much more exciting. After hearing what Aris said, George and Fred were stunned. They didn't speak for a long time and stood there in a daze, but there was a light in their eyes. Can we really become a researcher of magic toys, or even a master of alchemy? The Weasley twins' eyes shone with longing as they murmured to themselves. At this moment, they seemed to see a world they had never seen before. In the past, they had never thought that they could do the things Aris said. Their dream has always been to open a magical joke shop in Diagon Alley. Perhaps some people would think that they have no ambition, but even in the entire world, there are not many people who can open a store in Diagon Alley. They were already very ambitious people, but now thinking about it, compared with Aris, their vision was still too short-sighted. Alchemy Master, Magic Joke Toy Master. Some may even become famous figures in the history of the wizarding world, such as Nicholas Flamel, the great alchemist of the 18th century. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Of course you can't do it now. Feeling that the excitement was almost over, Aris said again, "You have such talent, but you don't have such knowledge. That's why I want you to stay at Hogwarts and study. Every great master in history must have been a learned person. Ask yourself, can you be considered learned now?" Hearing this, the Weasley twins wilted immediately. They knew very well that their grades were not even ranked high in the class, let alone being knowledgeable. It can only be considered mid-level. So I started to doubt again with their academic performance. Can they really become masters? It's incredible to think about it. Don't doubt yourself. I have confidence in you. Besides, talent is hard to tell. Even if your academic performance is a little bit poor, as long as you have the spirit of research, you can still achieve something. Seeing that the Weasley twins were shocked, Reese gave them another bowl of chicken soup. At this time, the two of them regained some confidence and nodded. "Okay, we'll listen to you, Alex. Well, remember, while studying hard, don't give up on your research on magic items. This is the most important thing. The mutual verification of theory and practice is the correct way to conduct scientific research. I hope you will remember this." Scientific research. George was confused. What is that? Fred also looked confused. That's not important. Aris smiled and suddenly realized that there is no such thing as scientific research in the wizarding world. If you really want to talk about it, it should be magic research. Okay, go and promote your werewolf cards. After this product is promoted, your first startup capital should be enough. Then you will have more research and development funds to make more products. The Weasley twins' eyes lit up. They had always wanted to have enough money to support themselves and study related magic toys. Now, this wish can finally come true. Not only that, Aris also supported them with a lot of research funds. For example, the werewolf magic deck. They tried many kinds of materials and experiments needed to improve magic and finally spent a month to come up with this thing. During this period, they would not have been able to afford the research expenses, and many of the expenses were borne by Aris. And they only need to concentrate on research and don't have to think about other things. This feeling made them feel very comfortable. Thinking about it now, they're still very grateful to Aris. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Weasley's latest product is a joke magic toy that can explore the secrets deep inside your heart. Werewolf is here. Come and take a look. The prices are favorable. You won't get cheated or fooled. George and Fred spoke one sentence each and jumped up and down in the auditorium again. Promote their werewolf deck. Aris walked towards his laboratory in the room of requirement. Harry and Ronald were also very nervous about the upcoming exams, but Hermione was the only one who was confident from beginning to end. The two were currently in the common room asking Hermione questions, and most importantly, reviewing the key points that Hermione had highlighted for them. It is said that sharpening a sword before a battle will certainly make it brighter, and it will be of some use after all. After just watching for a while, they couldn't sit still anymore. They kept thinking about the previous battle and couldn't help wanting to review it. Especially Aris's magical time travel magic, which shocked them and made them yearn for it at the same time. But they also knew that it was an area they could not reach at all. When do you think we can become as powerful as Aris? Ronald couldn't help but sigh. There's always a chance. Harry also sighed, looking optimistic. But only he himself knew that Xin had never thought that he would be able to surpass Aris one day. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself here, why don't you just read your books and get through this exam first? Hermione rolled her eyes. Now I'm going to sleep. She closed her book and stood up. Friendly reminder, if you don't get enough rest today, be careful not to fall asleep during the exam tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. Harry and Ronald 900 looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh again. They also wanted to go back to the dormitory and sleep as leisurely as Hermione, but when they thought about tomorrow's exam and the many knowledge points they had not mastered, they felt anxious. Harry, if we go to Professor Lockhart now and ask him to give us some pointers on the key points of our exam tomorrow, will he help us? Ronald said with a hint of hope in his tone. You'd better not think too much. Harry shook his head speechlessly. By the way, do you think Professor Lockhart can continue to be our defense against Magic Professor next semester? As far as Ronald knew, the Professor of Defense against Magic at Hogwarts changed every year. It was like a curse that had never been broken for so many years. But they felt that Professor Lockhart was different. Not only was his teaching level good, but his ability was also very strong. Especially after witnessing the battle in the Underground Chamber of Secrets, they almost regarded Professor Lockhart as the most powerful professor in Hogwarts besides Aris and Dumbledore. I don't think this is a question we need to consider right now. Let's just read the book. The two looked at each other, then shook their heads with a wry smile and turned there. The next day, breakfast time. Aerys walked into the auditorium and was about to have breakfast when he heard a few voices discussing at the next table. Have you heard? Professor Lockhart seems to have left the castle early this morning. That's right, but no one knows the specific reason. The exam hasn't ended yet, has it? I also heard that Professor Ruart will be in charge of the defense against the Dark Arts exam for the entire grade. Why did he leave suddenly? These voices were not only spreading in a small area, but most of the young wizards in the auditorium were discussing them. Obviously, all the little wizards were puzzled about Grindelwald's departure. Only Aris knew that the old man must have been driven away by Dumbledore. Now that we already know his identity, how can we keep him here? To Dumbledore, Grindelwald was always a hidden danger, and it was impossible for him to continue teaching at Hogwarts. Maybe a second Dark Lord will be born. We can't take such a risk. At this time, Harry and Ronald came to Aris's side and sat down directly. Aris, did you hear that? Harry started to speak with some doubt, but before he could finish, Aris nodded. It's about Professor Lockhart, right? He's gone, but I can't understand why he left so suddenly. Didn't Dumbledore try to keep him? Yes, he is a rare good professor. I think Dumbledore should keep him, otherwise who will teach defense against the dark arts next year. Ronald also spoke. You don't have to worry about this matter. Headmaster Dumbledore will definitely take care of it. Aris shook his head. These two guys actually still cared about this matter. It seems that I am confident of getting good grades. How's your review going? Aris couldn't help but ask. Don't mention it. Ronald let out a wail of pain. I think we might fail the course. Harry also sighed helplessly. Aris shook his head and smiled, saying, Don't be so pessimistic. As long as you digest everything I teach you, you should have no problem with the exam. You know, these two guys often come to the laboratory to attend classes. Not only in the elemental magic class, but also in other courses, Aris is often consulted. But they themselves don't know it, and before they know it, they are actually far ahead of other students. Really, Ronald looked hopeful and felt a little better. It will be fine, Aris encouraged. Soon the exam began. The whole school became a little quiet. Aris naturally does not need to take exams with other students. His exam papers will be specially customized by each professor every year. As early as a week ago, his exams had already ended, and he had undoubtedly achieved the best results, with full marks in all subjects. This made other professors feel that there was no need for Aris to continue taking the exam. Moreover, he is now a professor of elemental magic, and it feels a bit weird to ask him to take an exam. At this moment, the elf Dobby suddenly appeared beside Aris. Master Aris, Butler Henry asked me to ask you, when will you return to the castle? Does it require any special preparation? Looking at the elf in front of him, Aris thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I may have to return to the castle later. After the little wizard's exams are over, there's still some things that need to be dealt with. Also, tell Henry to hurry up with the things I told him to do. After returning to the castle, I need to have enough research materials. As for the Ministry of Magic, cooperation with them should go smoothly, right? The elf quickly said, Master, the materials you need are already prepared. The magic is also very quiet over there, and nothing has happened. Just what? Aris smiled at Dobby, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. But Butler Henry said that the manor system is about to cover the entire wizarding world. Why do we still need to prepare so many materials? Are there any new products to be researched? Of course, Aris nodded. The manor management system is just the beginning. Having said this, Alex did not speak anymore. In his mind, he already had a detailed plan for the wizarding world or the promotion of elemental magic. The specialist butler was just a trial product, mainly to monitor Voldemort's movements and let people from the entire wizarding world help him collect intelligence. This is also the reason why he sells advanced magic technology products, such as the manor system, at such a low price. This year, Aris invested a huge amount of money in the manor system. Just relying on selling products, the income is not enough to maintain a balance between income and expenditure, because there is still after-sales service that needs to be carried out all the time, which is equivalent to him really investing money to pave the way. But Aris is very clear that this is something that must be done. Because of his subsequent plans, the manor steward system is a very important and critical link. Tell them not to think too much. I have my own arrangements. Alex finally reminded. Understand, master. Dobby nodded, then snapped his fingers and disappeared. After watching Dobby leave, Aris continued walking towards the principal's office. Early this morning, he received a letter from Dumbledore, asking him to go to the headmaster's office. He guessed that it was related to Grindelwald's departure. Perhaps we should also find out what kind of brainwashing Grindelwald has done to him in the past year. Dumbledore's concerns were justified. After all, the last time Grindelwald provoked a war in the wizarding world, what he was best at was misleading people. He is probably the best person at this in the entire wizarding world's history. Dumbledore had reason to worry that Aris would be led astray. However, Aris always felt that Dumbledore's search for him this time was not that simple. Soon, he passed the rotating sculpture and arrived at the door of the principal's office. I pushed Li Hao Hao, opened the door, and saw Dumbledore sitting behind his desk, quietly reading a thick book. Here comes the ring. Dumbledore looked at the boy who came in with a smile on his face, but there was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, which made Aris feel secretly uneasy. This old man seems to have some bad intentions, and seems to be planning some big move. Professor Dumbledore, what do you want me to do? Aris gathered herself together and walked up to Dumbledore with a smile. He didn't seem to be worried at all. After all, the old man in front of him didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. What's more, he didn't do anything shameful. Instead, he helped Hogwarts a lot. Even the Chamber of Secrets incident was resolved by him alone. I just feel a little emotional. It seems that there is a mysterious force. I seem to have had a very long dream when I slept last night. In my dream, I seem to have seen you, little guy, 50 years ago. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Aris' heart moved slightly. Oh, what did the professor dream about? To be honest, Alex is actually a little nervous now, because it couldn't tell whether the dream Dumbledore was talking about was true or false. If it is true, it means that he traveled back in time to 50 years ago, and what he did not have much impact on this timeline. At most, it was just a reflection of some time inertia. If the dream he was talking about was a false one, then it meant that Dumbledore did have this real memory. That represents a complicated situation. It means that it is very likely to change everything that happens in this timeline. However, Aris is not too worried, because looking at the current situation, everything on this timeline is proceeding according to the previous trajectory, and there are not many changes. Either time was automatically corrected, or what Dumbledore said was true. He really just had a very long dream, not a real memory. I dreamed that you traveled through time to 50 years ago and saved Hogwarts from a disaster, and Dumbledore's tone paused slightly. Seems to feel confused as well. And what? And in my dream, you seem to have told me a lot about elemental magic. This gave me a deeper understanding of this system. 160 is even a slight breakthrough. Dumbledore sighed. In fact, he was in a very complicated mood. He had too many puzzles and doubts about the boy in front of him, but he was mostly shocked. It was clearly just a dream, and the boy was just telling him some seemingly irrelevant but very important theories. And he actually had a breakthrough. This was something he had never encountered in his nearly century of experience. He even thought that everyone said Harry Potter was a savior, but after everything that happened in the past 2 years, Dumbledore felt that the boy in front of him might be the real destined person to save the world. Congratulations to the professor. Just by having a dream, you have made a breakthrough in your strength. As for traveling through time to 50 years ago, you should know that's impossible, Aris said with a smile. At this point, he was certain. What he did when he traveled back in time had no impact on this timeline. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have reacted the way he did. Even when I first met him, I must have had a completely different reaction. Yes, maybe you beg. I think too much. You little guy always surprises me. So, now can you talk to me about Grindelwald? Dumbledore did not dwell on this matter too much, but changed the subject. Professor, what do you want to know? Aris had completely relaxed and continued to ask with a smile. We can talk about your impressions of Grindelwald. Or what do you think of his ideas? Dumbledore's expression became serious, as if he wanted to explore whether Aris was nurturing another Dark Lord in her heart, although this possibility was not great. Mr. Grindelwald is a man of great ideas and strength, Aris said with a smile. But Dumbledore was obviously not satisfied with this answer, and continued to ask, You know that's not what I want to ask. What do you think of his philosophy? Hearing this question, Aris thought for a moment before continuing. His philosophy is not wrong. It's just too extreme. Of course, this is only in relation to the things he did in the past. As for now, he seems to have figured out a lot of things and has a new understanding of changing the status quo of the wizarding world. He thinks the wizarding world should keep pace with the times, rather than standing still and waiting to be eliminated by the times. I think this idea is actually very correct, and what I do actually coincides with his idea. In fact, you don't need to be so hostile to him. In essence, Grindelwald's thoughts actually surpass most people in the wizarding world, and those who are different will always be misunderstood. As long as he's given the right guidance, I believe he can make great contributions to the wizarding world that you and I cannot imagine. You should also be aware of this, right? Listening to Aris's words, Dumbledore was silent for a long time and finally sighed. You're right. In fact, I've been wondering over the years which direction the wizarding world should go in the future. Until you showed up, I seem to see the answer. The road you describe is stunning and full of hope. As for that old guy, I believe he has the same idea as me, so he will spare no effort to stay by your side. That's why I didn't send it back to the tower in Nurmengard. Hearing this, Reese smiled. You are always wise. Don't flatter me, kid. The future of the wizarding world still depends on young people like you. Dumbledore sighed. At this moment, Aris seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression became more serious. Speaking of the future, I do have some ideas. I wonder if Professor Dumbledore would be interested in listening. Of course. Dumbledore nodded and looked at Aris with interest. There was even some expectation in his eyes. Aris thought about it, sorted out his thoughts a little, and then continued. You know, I have always believed that elemental magic is the future trend of the wizarding world. So, from the beginning, I planned to start from Hogwarts, promote this system, and slowly change the entire wizarding world. From now on, this choice is undoubtedly the right one. The little ones in school are very interested in elemental magic. In this case, I think we can start moving forward with the next plan. What do you want to do next? Dumbledore turned serious again. He could never see through Aris's thoughts. In other words, this little guy never plays by the rules, making it impossible for him to guess the outcome. He agreed with the promotion of elemental magic. But the future path is still somewhat unclear. Voldemort's matter has come to an end for the time being. He probably doesn't have much energy to target Hogwarts or Harry Potter now. Next, I want to focus more on promoting the elemental magic system. First, I want to open some teleportation magic circles in London, and then use them as a starting point to spread to the entire wizarding world and eventually cover the whole world. Hearing this, Dumbledore stood up involuntarily and looked at Aris. Teleportation magic circle? Is that the magic circle you set up in the room of requirement? But as far as I know, it takes a huge amount of resources and time to set up that kind of magic circle and make it work. It's not easy to promote it. Why did you choose to do this now? Aris' plan obviously surprised Dumbledore. Aris shook his head slightly before continuing. Of course I know it's not easy, but everything is difficult at the beginning, isn't it? First I want to ask you a question. Aris looked at Dumbledore and said meaningfully, which direction do you think can help the wizarding world accept elemental magic the fastest? Hearing this question, Dumbledore fell into thought and did not answer immediately. Aris was not in a hurry, but just waited quietly. He knew that with Dumbledore's thoughts and wisdom, he would definitely be able to think of the answer to this question. After a long while, Dumbledore frowned slightly and spoke slowly. Human habits are a very strange thing. When people are used to something, it's often much harder to get them to accept change. So, you want to change the wizard's travel habit from now on? Obviously, Dumbledore quickly grasped the key point. In fact, the most important thing is not the teleportation magic circle, but the convenience and novel experience brought by this mode of travel. I've always said that you are a wise old man. Aris smiled and nodded. Changing the habits of wizards in terms of their travel methods, and slowly integrating elemental magic into the lives of everyone in the wizarding world. This is the best way I can think of. But this thing is bound to be difficult at the beginning, and it requires a lot of investment. But I didn't think it would be a one-shot success. London is just the beginning. When the way of travel here changes, it will inevitably arouse the curiosity of other regions and even countries. In this way, the next step will be even easier. As long as we reach cooperation with the Ministry of Magic of each country, we can quickly roll out the teleportation magic circle. Of course, all of this requires a basic condition, which is to further improve the teleportation magic circle to make it more convenient and safer. I'm afraid I still need your help with this matter. That's why I came to you. As far as I know, you have also done in-depth research on ancient Egyptian writing, fixed spells, and magic circles, right? Hearing this, Dumbledore was surprised but laughed out loud. You kid, you can make me a laborer, but this is really meaningful. Dumbledore agreed without much thought. So, when are you going to carry out this research? In fact, I've already basically perfected the basic framework of the teleportation magic array, and even created 3 test arrays. You should know that one is in my laboratory in the Room of Requirement, another is in the Castle of Shafik, and the other is in the Manor of Senior Nicholas Flamel. Aris explained, of course, it's a very exquisite magic circle. I was astonished when I saw it for the first time. Dumbledore nodded. So, with these 3 formations as a foundation, we will soon be able to build a network node composed of teleportation formations and extend it to set up more teleportation magic formations in London. Now what we need to improve is the security of the array during the transmission process, the location of the node architecture, and the negotiation issues with the Ministry of Magic, especially the Ministry of Magic. If we can't get their approval, our next plan will become very difficult or even impossible to succeed. After all, they're the official organization of the wizarding world, and there is a natural basis of trust. Aris's thinking is very clear. Dumbledore also kept nodding his head. Yes, your idea is correct. This matter must be authorized by the Ministry of Magic. But there is another question. Are you going to cooperate with them, or build these magic circles in the name of the Shafik family? There is actually no conflict. Aris continued to explain his thoughts. I plan to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to obtain authorization. They will promote and provide locations, while the Shafik family will be responsible for providing the main resources and technology. When the teleportation magic circle becomes popular, the profits will be shared between the 2 parties. What do you think? Very good idea. Dumbledore nodded in appreciation. He looked at Aris with some emotion. I always feel that your age and ideas are totally inconsistent. Even I often see you as an adult wizard, not a second-year kid at Hogwarts. This is an absolutely amazing plan, and it is very feasible. Dumbledore marveled inwardly. In that case, we can start this plan after the end of the semester. When the time comes, we will go to Senior Nicholas Flamel's laboratory together. From there, We will first further improve the security of the teleportation magic circle. This is the most important step. 0 Request Flower 0. Afterwards, the Ministry of Magic may also need you to come forward. Of course, you can leave the negotiations to me. We have had close cooperation with the Ministry of Magic in the past 2 years, so there shouldn't be any major problems. That's great. Dumbledore nodded. My timing is fine. You know, after school is over, an old man like me has nothing to do. Especially now, Voldemort's problem has basically been solved by you, but perhaps because he was thinking about the Horcrux, Dumbledore was still a little hesitant. Professor, you can rest assured. Aris smiled and said comfortingly, no one can resist the trend of the times. Once we promote elemental magic, Voldemort's narrow-minded ideas will not be able to gain the support of the majority of people. And if he wants to solve the problem by force, just teach him a lesson. At this point, Aris laughed. Speaking of which, Voldemort was a pretty miserable guy. Not only was he beaten by Dumbledore, but he was also beaten by him and Grindelwald together. Now, the fragments of his wandering soul have been completely annihilated, and Tom Riddle's diary has been destroyed. Apart from the few remaining Horcruxes, there is no possibility of recovery. As for the other Horcruxes, it was not so easy to recondense Voldemort's soul, so Aris was not worried about it at all. You have a point. Dumbledore also laughed. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with Voldemort's remaining soul. In that case, let's follow your plan, but before that, I have to go find a defense against the dark arts professor for Hogwarts next school year. At this point, Dumbledore suddenly asked, do you have any suggestions for this? I won't get involved in this matter. Aris smiled. Professor, you have so many connections. It should be a simple matter to find a professor defense against the dark arts, right? For example, many members of the Order of the Phoenix can take on this role. Hearing this, Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, how did you know about the existence of the Order of the Phoenix? The first day of exams ended quickly. After leaving the examination room, the little wizards were discussing the exam questions. Ronald slumped his shoulders and had a very unpleasant expression on his face. It was obvious that he felt that he did not do very well in the exam. Have you finished the last big question? I have no idea. The exam was about potions, which happened to be a subject that neither Ronald nor Harry were good at. Hermione said, yes, it's written. It's very simple. Didn't Professor C. Bing explain it in class? Oh, by the way, Aris also told us about this question. Didn't you remember it? Hearing this, even Harry felt a little ashamed. Although he answered the question, he felt that he did not answer it completely and estimated that he could only get half the points. Ronald's face looked even uglier. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hermione shrugged, ignored them, and turned to walk towards the Great Hall. They knew that Ollie 060 didn't have to take the exam, and it was now time for dinner, so Hermione guessed that he should be over there. Since the elemental magic course started relatively late and only the theoretical part is taught now, this course is not included in this year's exam. Aris has nothing to do during this period of time and does not need to be an invigilator. The Chamber of Secrets incident has passed, and the other little wizards may not have noticed it, as if this incident suddenly disappeared. I just heard from the grapevine that it was Aerys who solved the crisis in the secret room. So after the exam, some little wizards will also discuss this matter. Everyone is guessing how Aris dealt with the monster in the secret room. Every time at this time, Ronald really wants to have a good chat with them and tell them their wonderful adventure stories. But Aris had told him that it would be best not to publicize the matter, so he could only endure it, and it was very difficult for him to hold it in. By the way, how are you going to spend the holidays? Ronald suddenly asked. He still had a very deep impression of last year's vacation because he saw many incredible things with Aris. For example, he drove to pick up Harry in a fast car and gave Harry's uncle and his family a severe lesson. Children are always very enthusiastic about these things and look forward to the same exciting adventure activities during this year's holidays. You know, since last year's holiday, I have become a villain in the eyes of my uncle's family. Harry said helplessly. I'm afraid this year will be even harder. Actually, I have a suggestion. Ronald lowered his voice mysteriously. "Why don't we go play with Aris?" Hearing this, Harry and Hermione looked at each other with strange expressions. "Have you forgotten what we experienced in Aris's castle during last Christmas holiday? Don't you want to try that kind of high-intensity magic training again?" Hermione spoke slowly. Hearing this, Ronald shuddered immediately, but quickly returned to normal. "It was a painful experience, but it's also fun to think about it now, isn't it?" Harry nodded in agreement. "I think so too. If I have to choose between going back to my uncle's house and going to Shafik Castle, I will definitely choose Aris." Harry really didn't want to go back to his so-called home at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging. "How about we ask Aris for his opinion?" Hermione thought for a moment and said, "I think so." Having said this, the three of them involuntarily quickened their pace and soon arrived at the auditorium. Sure enough, Aris was leisurely eating lunch at this time, holding a copy of the latest Daily Prophet in his hand. The headline of the newspaper was about the Manor Butler's full introduction to the wizarding world. This is definitely a great move that benefits the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic and the Shafik family have joined forces to bring safety to wizards. The font of the front page headline is very large, and anyone who picks up the newspaper can see it at the first glance. Obviously, this project that Aris collaborated on with the Ministry of Magic has won unanimous praise from the entire wizarding community and protected a large number of families. It even reduced the wizard crime rate by several percentage points in some areas. The Manor Steward system has more than just an early warning function. It can also provide very good security protection through defensive measures arranged in advance. "Aris." Hermione's clear and pleasant voice came from behind. Then, the trio sat down next to Aris and took some food to eat. "Have you finished the exam?" Aris asked with a smile, putting the newspaper aside. "Well, it feels good." Hermione also had a smile on her face and a confident tone. At this moment, Harry saw the front page headline of the Daily Prophet. "This manor housekeeper system seems to be created by Aris, right?" He took the newspaper and started reading it curiously. "Yes. We also have one at home. My mother praised this product highly and even exaggeratedly said that it is the greatest invention of this century. It can even accurately detect where in the house there are goblins that need to be dealt with. It can promptly notify the owner of the house when ghouls appear in those invisible corners of the attic. My father also said that after having this thing, the chances of muggles discovering wizarding families have become lower, and even they feel a lot more relaxed. Most importantly, this product has a very powerful function. Once a security incident occurs in a wizard family, the Ministry of Magic's special monitoring team will be notified immediately. It has greatly reduced the crime rate." Ronald talked incessantly, and it was obvious that he had a deep understanding of the manor housekeeping system. "Aris, you are such a genius to create such a great product." Hermione couldn't help but praise. He suddenly thought of something. "This thing feels a bit like the surveillance system in the Muggle world, but the effect is even greater. The current surveillance system is not that smart, and even the images are not clear." Hermione looked at Aris curiously, guessing that he must have borrowed the characteristics of the surveillance system. "Yes, when developing this product, I did draw on the surveillance system of the Muggle world, and some of its functions are almost exactly the same." Aris explained with a smile. "It's incredible that you can use magic to create a complete set of monitoring facilities and even incorporate the concept of a manor housekeeper. It's really amazing." 1.8. Hermione's eyes were filled with adoration. Aris smiled and said nothing more. Of course, these little guys didn't know that the main purpose of his developing the manor housekeeper system was to monitor Voldemort's information. "By the way, Aris, how are you going to spend your vacation? Any special plans?" At this moment, Harry remembered the original intention of their search for Aris. "Of course there are plans," Aris said, "and there are a lot of things to do. I'm afraid I won't have much time to rest during this holiday. It will be very busy." Hearing this, Harry and the others were all curious. "What are you going to do?" Harry spoke again, asking directly. "But after thinking about it, I felt that it was inappropriate to pry into other people's privacy in this way." Then he said, I mean, can you take us with you? You may not be able to help me with what I am going to do. Aris thought for a moment and said truthfully. It wasn't that he wanted to discourage Harry and the others. It was just that matters regarding the magic circle were beyond their capabilities. However, if you want to find something to do during the holidays, I can arrange something for you. Real. Hearing this, Harry and the others' eyes lit up, especially Hermione. She was actually very bored during the holidays. In the Muggle world, she had no contact with magic, let alone Master O. In the past, after he had been reunited with his parents for a few days, he would start to miss the magical wizarding world, which was why he had spent the entire holiday with Aris and the others last year. Well, maybe I can earn you some pocket money, Aris said with a smile. The Shafik family's businesses are very extensive. Although Harry and his friends are young, it is not a problem to find something for them to do. It's settled then. Harry was the first to say, "This is really good news." As long as he didn't have to go back to the Dursleys, he was willing to do anything. I can also make money. I can't think of a better plan for this holiday. Ronald was also very happy. You know, he didn't have much pocket money at home. The Weasley family was already large, and several of his brothers were in school. Most of their money was spent on this and to subsidize the household expenses. He would be very happy if he could find a job during the holidays to earn some pocket money. So what exactly are we going to do? Hermione asked expectantly. Keep it secret for now. Aris smiled, but he already had an idea in mind. However, he still needed to discuss it with Dumbledore. After all, Harry's identity was somewhat special, and he needed to be more cautious about his safety during the holiday. Then we'll wait for good news. Harry and the others all smiled. After lunch, the afternoon exam was about to begin, and the few of them did not return to the lounge. I found a place to rest for a while and then hurried to the classroom. Aris was idle again. However, he already had plans for the afternoon. After leaving the auditorium, he walked towards the Forbidden Forest. He hadn't been to the Centaur tribe for a long time and had no idea what was going on there. There is also the little red dragon Iris, who has been staying in the Forbidden Forest since returning to Hogwarts. No one knows how wild she has become. However, Luna was never very interested in what was happening inside the castle, so she would often visit her, and the relationship between the man and the dragon was very good. Aris often thought that Luna might soon become Iris's new master. I don't know where they've been going crazy recently. It's time to go and take a look. When passing by Hagrid's hut, Aris looked inside and then saw Fong running out. "Yaya, what are you doing?" A deep voice came from the hut, and then Hagrid's huge figure walked out of the hut. Aris. Seeing the boy, Hagrid was obviously a little surprised, even delighted. "Hagrid, long time no see." Aris greeted with a smile. "You've been really busy lately. I haven't seen you for a long time. The people from the Centaur tribe come to me every 2 or 3 days to ask about you." Hagrid felt somewhat resentful. Because of the special identity of the Centaurs, it is impossible for them to enter Hogwarts Castle, so if they want to know about Aris, they can only find him. "I've been very busy lately, so I haven't had time to come here. I'm really sorry to bother you." Aris felt that he was somewhat incompetent as the king of the Centaur tribe. He always disappears, which makes him feel guilty. However, even if he is asked to manage the tribe, he doesn't know where to start. With Firenze here, there's no need for him to get involved. "I'm going to the Centaur tribe. Do you want to come with me?" Aris invited. "Of course. After all, they have asked me about your whereabouts many times. Taking you there this time can be considered as giving them an explanation. Then let's go." Aris smiled. Then, Hagrid took out a huge crossbow from the hut, and the two set off. As we walked deeper into the dark forest, the surroundings became quieter. Only the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard from afar, and the whooshing sounds of some small animals running around. Nothing should have happened here recently, right? Aris felt the atmosphere was a bit dull, so he asked, 013905101 Philo 000111331. It couldn't be better. Hagrid smiled and waved the crossbow in his hand. "This thing has not been used for a long time. It's almost rusty. Aris often patrols the forest and is almost becoming the king of this forbidden forest." For a while, Those powerful magical animals even wanted to challenge the majesty of the little red dragon, but after being taught a lesson a few times, they became obedient. The Forbidden Forest is now more harmonious than ever before. Even the powerful monsters in the deepest part are behaving themselves. It seems that Iris is having a lot of fun these days. I wonder if she missed me. Aris shook his head helplessly. I can guarantee this. He definitely thinks about you every day and often asks me if you've sent her anything delicious. Hagrid scratched his head and smiled innocently. Delicious? Aris was a little confused. He didn't remember giving Ely any delicious food. It's barbecue, Hagrid explained. Ever since Luna showed off her skills at the Centaur tribe last time, the little red dragon has been craving for it. When he heard that you taught Luna how to grill, he looked forward to it every day. It's just that you've been too busy recently, so she didn't feel like disturbing you. Hearing this, Aris shook his head and suddenly realized. So this is how 123 works. He did teach Luna a lot of barbecue techniques, and even prepared some delicious seasonings. I didn't expect that it would capture Iris's stomach. It was really a surprise. You know, the dark red dragon's bloodline level is too high. She simply disdains to eat ordinary food. In the past, she would only eat crystals with high energy, such as the crystals exchanged from the system. I didn't expect that I would be obsessed with barbecue now. While they were thinking, the two had already passed through a forest of giant trees. The shorter trees here were 20 to 30 meters high, while the larger ones were almost 30 to 40 meters high, which was very exaggerated. Aris was a little shocked when he first saw it, but now he's gotten used to it. There are many giant trees like this in the Forbidden Forest. After passing through this huge forest, the view ahead suddenly opened up, and we arrived at the gathering place of the Centaurs. A river meanders from afar, running through the entire Forbidden Forest. The tribe of the Horsemen was just below the cliff near the river. From a distance, Bingley saw the huge cave dugout in the middle of the cliff. That was the dragon's lair specially built by Iris, filled with all kinds of treasures. Woo woo woo! A horn suddenly sounded. Then, the sound of thundering horse hooves came from afar, and a large number of centaurs marched in neat steps towards Aris and the others. Magnificent! Very exaggerated. It's the king, our king. When the horse tribe saw it clearly, they immediately shouted. The excited voice instantly spread throughout the tribe. More horsemen ran out of the tribe, including some tiny horsemen as big as dogs, with excitement and reverence on their faces. Aris, the Centaur tribe, has changed a lot recently, so I think they will give you a surprise, Hagrid said with a smile. Aris also smiled at this. He naturally knew that Luna would occasionally tell him about the situation here. Otherwise, he wouldn't come over to take a look at this time. I'm still a little curious. My king, the Centaur tribe knelt on one knee on both sides of the road. In an instant, a welcoming avenue was formed. At a glance, the team extended deep into the horse tribe, with no end in sight. Faced with this courtesy, Aris did not act pretentiously. He nodded slightly, then walked into the settlement. Along the way, wherever he passed, all the horsemen bowed slightly to show their respect. Everyone get up. Aris spoke softly, but her voice traveled far away. Obviously, the technique of amplifying the sound was used. However, the centaurs did not stand up as he said. She still knelt on one knee, and only stood up and followed him when he passed by. After a while, the team behind became larger and larger. Firenze had come to Aris' side and said, My king, please forgive me. My subjects are very happy to see you. Please allow them to welcome you in this way. This explains why the centaurs in front kept following orders. Aris was helpless. Of course, he couldn't punish the centaurs for such a thing. At this time, Firenze's voice sounded again. My king, thanks to your preaching, the Centaur tribe has now awakened 35 elemental magicians, and more than 20 of them have shown signs of awakening. I believe that in the near future, you will have a powerful team of centaurs and magicians. In addition, I also adjusted the tribe's defense force and formed 3 legions based on the centaurs, archers, and magicians. Now, the number of people in each legion has exceeded 50. So many. Aris was a little surprised. Although he always knew that Firenze was training soldiers in the tribe, it was still a surprise to see more than 150 warriors being organized at once. It also includes different types of troops. This situation still surprised Aris a little. "I'm sorry, my king. Because my people have been scattered all over the world and struggling to survive, there is no way to gather all of my people in a short period of time, but we have already dispersed them. I believe that in the near future, this team will become larger and larger." Firenze was not proud of this, but rather said it with some shame. "My king, you are going to do great things." He looked at Aris seriously and said in an almost fanatical tone, "In that prophecy, all the centaurs saw it. Our team is extremely large and has extremely strong combat effectiveness. We follow our king to fight and kill the enemy bravely. Finally, we have found the home mentioned in the tribe's legend. So, we have to start preparing for this." Hearing this, Aris felt helpless. What is this? Attack of the Centaurs? But he didn't want to start a war. And who are they going to fight? Voldemort? Grindelwald? Or the Ministry of Magic? According to the current situation, a large-scale war is simply impossible. However, Aris has always kept in mind the prophecy he made in the Forbidden Forest last year. However, as time went by, Enoxian's thoughts gradually changed. Will the prophecy of him leading the Centaur tribe to charge into battle really happen? If this prophecy is true, then where is the enemy? Aris couldn't figure out this question. Even now, seeing the horse tribes gathering and forming teams, he still couldn't figure out. It's up to you to form a team. Aris finally sighed. He knew he couldn't stop Firenze, because the centaurs attach great importance to language. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Aris to become king just because of a prophecy in the tribe's legend. However, in this process, we cannot ignore the livelihood issues of our people. As he spoke, Aris frowned slightly and looked towards the current gathering place of the Centaur tribe. This place, apart from the building that he and the little red dragon built for the centaurs using elemental magic at the beginning, had not changed at all in such a long time. After a year, the number of centaurs living here almost doubled. Under the lobbying of people sent by Firenze, centaurs from all over the world are gathering here. The gathering place that seemed quite spacious at first is now a bit crowded. Even the place where they live looks very casual. This shows that the centaurs have directly put all their focus on forming a legion during this period and have not taken any measures to expand their territory or improve the lives of their people. This is absolutely not possible. This race is not a troll or undead that was born for war. After hearing what Aris said, Firenze turned his head to look at the tribal territory, and his face turned slightly red. At this time, Bane on the side couldn't help but speak. "My king, please don't blame Firenze." The red-haired centaur immediately knelt on the ground with his front hooves and spoke loudly. "Firenze is doing this to help your army take shape as quickly as possible. Moreover, this proposal was put forward by Ronald and I. You can't blame him." Having said this, Ronan also knelt down. "Yes, this is our proposal. If my king wants to punish us, please punish us." Looking at the two centaurs kneeling on the ground, Aris was speechless. He didn't seem to say who he was going to punish. However, after seeing this scene, he gradually understood. As the king of the centaurs, sometimes in addition to rewarding, you must also establish your authority. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manage the entire tribe. Thinking of this, he was silent for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. "In my opinion, the reproduction and life of my people are more important than anything else. I have no objection to you forming an army and training soldiers. Even if there is no war in the future, you can use this force to protect the safety of your people. But if I have to sacrifice the peace of my people to form a legion, I won't agree. At least at this stage, I absolutely do not agree." The meaning of Aris' words was very clear. According to the current situation, Firenze and his team's choices and actions were already somewhat radical. This is something he doesn't want to see. In fact, Aris was a little surprised when Bane said that it was they who proposed to focus on building the Legion. because Bane and Ronan's personalities were not like this before. They were originally conservative and were very reluctant to get involved in human wars. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disagreed with Firenze, who advocated helping Harry Potter fight Voldemort. But now, the situation seems to have completely changed. These two guys have become radicals. Aris looked at Firenze, and when he saw the helplessness in his eyes, he immediately understood. It's not that Bane and Ronan have changed their personalities, but the direction that I have determined in my mind is different from before. Once upon a time, they believed that centaurs should not take part in humans' wars. However, after seeing the prophecy made by Aris with the power of astrology, they saw another way. That is the way to break the fate that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day by their 10 tribes. And the person they must follow on this road is Aris. In this case, training soldiers and forming a legion for Aris is what they must do. I declare, after a moment, Aris had an idea in mind and gave the order in a deep voice. All the centaurs knelt on one knee again and listened to the king's words. From today on, Firenze is the high priest of the centaurs, in charge of all matters of the tribe. Bane and Luo 500 Nan are the general commanders and deputy commanders of the 3 legions. They will promote the legion commanders and generals at all levels and be responsible for the establishment of the legions. As soon as this order was given, all the centaurs shouted, "Obey my king's command." Then, Erlen looked at the fair monster again. "You should know why I appointed you as the high priest, right? From now on, the task of forming an army will be handed over to Ronan and Bane, and you will be responsible for the reproduction and living affairs of the tribe. Of course, strictly speaking, Ronan and Bane are also your subordinates. If there are any unreasonable actions in the military, you can intervene." As soon as Aris finished speaking, Firenze, Ronan, and Bane leaned forward and responded, "Obey my king's command." Afterwards, at Firenze's suggestion, Aris and his party came to the palace of the Centaur tribe that was specially reserved for Aris. It is called a palace, but it is actually just a larger tree house. This tree house was built by Aris. Just as I sat down, I heard footsteps outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a dragon roar resounded throughout the entire Centaur tribe. "Elder brother, owner." As Aris looked outside, 2 small figures rushed in. They threw themselves into his arms. Seeing this scene, Quan Luns and his companions tactfully retreated. Aris also smiled. "Luna, Iris, where have you two been playing recently?" "No." Iris' voice sounded in my mind. Luna rubbed her body in Aris's arms and said, "We have been staying at the Centaur tribe for a while. Iris is very capable and has prepared a surprise for you in the dragon's lair." "Really?" Aris looked at the little red dragon with some disbelief. "Of course it's true." Iris holds her wings to her chest in a very anthropomorphic way, looking like a proud little girl. "What surprise have you prepared for me?" Aris did feel a little curious. After not seeing it for a while, the little red dragon seems to have grown a lot. Even in its little dragon state, it is already as long as an adult kitten. The belly needs to be a little bigger. It looks chubby and very cute. No one could have imagined that such a cute creature was actually a dark red dragon. I can only say that it is worthy of being a 2-dimensional pet produced by the system. This is a secret. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. The little red dragon pouted, still with a proud and arrogant expression. "Brother, do you want to go and have a look?" At this time, Luna said with a snicker. Looking at her little expression, there is a hint of mischief in her. Seeing the two of them, Aris became even more curious. "Okay, let's go check it out." As he spoke, Aris stood up. The little red dragon immediately flapped its wings gently and stood on the boy's shoulders. And, obey. Luna took Aris's right arm and rubbed the boy's shoulder affectionately. The 2 men and the dragon quickly left the tree house and headed towards the cliff at the deepest part of the tribe. The little red dragon's lair is right next to it. "Master, look at the tribe's army of magicians." When the 3 of them came to a large open space in the center of the tribe, the little red dragon suddenly flew up excitedly. Aris looked in the direction Elise pointed. A training team of about 30 people were rubbing magic balls in an open space. Under the leadership of the team leader, everyone successfully created a fireball in almost 1 second. Then, following the mouth dragon, nearly 30 fireballs flew towards the target in the center of the open space. Dazzling flames instantly rose up, and the large tree stump that was used as a target was instantly reduced to ashes. The Centaur's magic stones did not stop either and began to prepare to make the second fireball. This is the training plan I made for them. Just practice the magic that you are most familiar with, gather everyone's strength, increase the power of the magic, and attack the target together. This attack method, which is just a small fireball, is already comparable to high-level magic. If we give them some time to grow, it won't be a problem to master the fusion forbidden spell in the future. When the little red dragon said this, he puffed out his chest, looking quite proud. Aris was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the Centaur magician team has become so formal. If this trend continues, we might be able to train a super powerful army of magicians in the future. By then, even if the individual strength of the entire legion is not strong, as long as they're gathered together, they will be equivalent to a superclass magician. The scene will definitely be spectacular. Using only the simplest fireball technique, thousands of people together can form a super forbidden spell. It will be no problem to destroy a small city in an instant. Aris felt helpless. He was originally thinking that with the wisdom of the Centaur tribe, even a prophet like Firenze would need a long time to figure out the development direction of the elemental magic army. But they achieved this level in just about a year. Behind all this, it turns out that there is this little guy acting as the military strategist. Am I awesome? The little red dragon tilted its neck, waiting for Aris' praise. Aris had no choice but to shake his head and said, "Great." He also didn't know where Little Red Dragon learned these methods of training the magician army. Is it a natural ability? He is a 2D beautiful girl magic dragon, not a beautiful girl magic general. On the side, Luna giggled. Looking at Aris' helpless expression, I found it very interesting. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Her smile became brighter. If you look closely, there's a hint of mischief. Is this your lair? Aris stared at the huge building in front of him in amazement. This place can't even be considered a nest. Below the cliff is a huge wooden castle with a staircase winding up the rock wall and leading directly to a cave in the middle of the cliff. The cave was huge. It allows Iris in dragon form to fly directly in. It was like a huge hole was chiseled in the middle of the cliff. There is a huge plaque on the side of the castle, which reads, "Dragon Appears." A sacrificial platform was built inside the castle, piled with various offerings. Like a masterpiece of a Centaur tribe. The Centaurs in the tribe have almost worshipped Iris as a god. Luna spoke up. "You still have this habit." Aris couldn't help but complain. The little red dragon raised his head, puffed out his chest, and said proudly, "I am the great dark red dragon. Isn't it normal for me to have believers and people worshipping me? Why? I am the king of the Centaur tribe, and you are their god. Does that mean that I, your master, am also your believer?" Aris rolled his eyes. "Of course you are still my most beloved master." The little red dragon rubbed against Aris' chest like a spoiled child. "Let's talk about our own things. They did this on their own. I didn't force them." When saying this, Iris even seemed a little aggrieved and looked like she deserved a beating. Aris was helpless and shook his head. "Is this what you want to show me?" "Of course not." The little red dragon shook his head immediately, then stretched out his body and turned into a giant dragon. "Master, come quickly. I'll take you to my lair. It's huge inside." Elise extended an invitation. Aris did not refuse and cast a wind magic on himself. Then he took Luna and jumped lightly onto the back of the dragon. The dragon takes off, directly entered the dragon's lair. Ordinary people really can't get up to this place, unless they have flying skills, or use a flying vehicle like a magic broom to reach the entrance of the nest. As soon as he landed, Bing-Gong was shocked by the golden scene at the entrance of the nest. He looked at Iris in amazement. "Where does all this gold come from?" The entrance to the nest could not be seen from below, but after coming up, I found that the stone walls on both sides were inlaid with golden totems. Especially the entrance passage, the walls on both sides are plated with gold. It's so dazzling that it's blinding. But the question is, where did all this gold come from? The horse tribe does not have so much wealth. It seems too exaggerated. I found a gold vein deep in the Forbidden Forest. It has a huge reserve, so I got some to decorate the house. Hearing this, Aris was stunned. Gold vein. This little guy actually discovered a gold vein, which he had no idea about before. I thought the Shafik family's wealth was already exaggerated. But now it seems that the little red dragon in front of me is the real rich woman. A gold vein. Who knows how much gold is inside and how much it is worth? Gold is a hard currency everywhere, even in the magic world. Many alchemists like to use gold as a material to make magical products. Gold galleons also use gold smelting, not just because it looks good, also because gold has many magical properties that ordinary people are not aware of. Great value. However, this little girl Iris covered the entire entrance of her house with gold, using it only as an embellishment, which was a complete waste of natural resources. However, this is in line with the characteristics of a dragon, and it cannot be said that she is different. It should be said that all dragons in the world are like this. However, the dragons in the two-dimensional magic world are more exaggerated. So you came to show me this gold? Aris was speechless. When he hadn't seen gold, if you really count it, the wealth of the Shafik family may not be less than a gold mine. It's even readily available and doesn't need to be mined. Of course, it's not just gold. Iris curled her lips and said proudly, "These golds are just decorations. What I want you to see is still inside. Director, please follow me." As she spoke, Iris turned back into a cute little dragon, fluttering its wings, leading the way. What exactly is he up to? Aris turned around and asked Luna in a low voice. Luna chuckled and shook her head. "I won the fight with Iris, but didn't tell you. You can't go back on your word. You two are really..." Aris had no choice but to follow Iris and walk deeper into the cave. The cave was surprisingly clean and fresh. It was not the damp and dark environment he had originally imagined. But think about it. Iris is a wise dragon, and she is a girl. 0 request flowers. Naturally, you will not let your home be dirty and damp. In fact, you can see it from the gilded wall decorations at the door. Pass through several areas. Iris obviously put a lot of effort into this nest. The space inside was very large, and it was totally different from what he had imagined. There was only one place to sleep. It also includes an entertainment area, an exhibition area, and even an extra-large luxurious toilet. It is simply a luxurious cave villa that is warm in winter and cool in summer. If it were put outside, I guess many people would flock to it. And in her entertainment area, there are even many toys for human entertainment. Aris unexpectedly discovered a wizard battle platform that protected Athena, as well as the newly developed werewolf cards by the Weasley twins. He didn't even know where this guy got these from. Your exhibition area? The most exaggerated is Iris's exhibition area. There are not only tons of gold in it, but also various valuable items. The latest flying broom, magical props, expensive alchemical products. It can be said that if this exhibition area is moved outside, it will definitely cause a stir in the entire wizarding world. These things come from all over the world. Aris even saw a certain mahogany magic tool from the mysterious East. It looks very out of place among a bunch of magic props. Did you collect all these? Aris couldn't help but ask. To be precise, we collected them together. Luna stepped forward, hugged the little red dragon Iris in her arms, and said with some pride, "No, how did you get it?" Reese suddenly had a bad feeling. Some were exchanged for gold, and some were... Having said this, Luna looked at the little red dragon in her arms with a guilty look and stopped talking. "Some of them were brought by me," the little red dragon said, as if it was a matter of course. "Take it." Aris blurted out. "You stole it, didn't you?" The little red dragon remained silent, but his little mouth was still turned upside down, still looking arrogant. "Did I get it right? I'm a dragon. What's wrong with stealing some things?" Iris said with a guilty conscience. "Besides, I gave him the gold, so it wasn't for nothing." This time, it was Aris' turn to remain silent. Forget it. Find some time to send those things back. After a long silence, Aris sighed. No further dwelling on this issue. Iris still looked somewhat unwilling, but she didn't say anything else. However, she felt that her dignity as a dragon was gone. But she had no calendar when she had such a master. Soon, Iris, who was a normal little girl, forgot about the matter and took Aris to visit other areas with great interest. It took nearly half an hour to visit most areas of the dragon's nest. Aris has gained some experience. One even suspected that the entire mountain might have been hollowed out by Iris. There's another place. At this time, just when Aris thought that he had visited all places, Iris flapped her wings again and led Aris deeper into the dragon's nest. 537 and Aris was also a little surprised, as he thought he had already visited all the places. He turned his gaze towards Luna with a questioning look and received a positive response from Luna. Then go and have a look. Having said that, he followed Iris into the deeper part of the dragon's nest. A few minutes later, the three of them came to a large room. The decoration inside surprised Aris a little. An enormous dragon bed with lavender gauze scattered around it, and several sets of human furniture, sofas, and even electrical appliances around it. However, those electrical appliances obviously could not be used, because there is no electricity in this place. Aris was a little confused looking at the layout in front of him, which was similar to that of human residences. Elise is a dragon. Why is there such a room? This will be my bedroom from now on, Iris said with some pride. She spent a lot of thought on the layout of this room. In fact, it is more attentive than the layout of the exhibition area. You are a dragon, and you're sleeping in a human bed? Aris felt something was wrong. Why can't a dragon sleep in a bed? Iris retorted unconvincedly, what's more? Having said this, Iris suddenly covered her mouth. It seems like he is hiding something. What's more? Aris also noticed Iris's little action. Luna smiled and said nothing. This made Aris even more curious. The master will know later. Elise suddenly became a little shy. He had a very human expression. Looks like you're shy? Aris was stunned. Dragons can be shy too. This is really weird. That day, he found that both Iris and Luna were very abnormal. Obviously, something was being hidden from him. But what exactly is it? Logically speaking, as Aris's pet, there is nothing that Iris can hide from her master. I'll be 18 months old soon. Suddenly, Iris said something again. What? Aris was even more confused. What does the layout here have to do with the time of Iris' birth? Aris, full of questions, couldn't help but look at Luna again. At this time, he finally spoke. Iris will be able to transform into a human in 18 months. Hearing this, Aris was stunned. 18 months, transformed into a human. He reacted quickly. You mean, Iris will be able to transform into a human form soon? Yeah. Luna nodded affirmatively. At this time, Elise was obviously more shy. He actually flew onto the bed and covered himself with a quilt. She looked like a little human girl. Aris felt a little unbelievable, with surprise on his face. Can a dark red dragon transform into a human form in 18 months? He had never known it was so fast before, and don't dragons have a long lifespan? 18 months. At this time, Iris, if converted into human age, would probably be only a few months old. However, it can actually transform into a human form. It's really incredible. Maybe it's because of my brother. Luna guessed. Iris's situation is the same as most dragon-like creatures. Hearing this, Aris thought about it carefully. Come to think of it, after becoming his pet, Iris's growth rate was indeed very fast. In just a few months, it was able to transform into a giant dragon. If this happened to any other dragon, it would definitely not work. Even for the dragons in the two-dimensional world, it takes hundreds of years for them to grow into adults after birth. It is impossible for them to transform into dragons in such a short time. Perhaps it is really possible that it is due to system reasons. Thinking of this, he looked at Iris, who was hiding under the quilt. A smile appeared on his face. But you don't have to be so shy about turning into a human, right? He said somewhat helplessly. Of course it's different. At this moment, Iris suddenly lifted the quilt and flew out. Then he looked at Aris seriously and said, "After I transform into a human, I can always stay with my master and don't have to be thrown into the forbidden forest." At this time, the little red dragon looked a little aggrieved. Aris saw it and felt a little guilty. Indeed, because of Ellisland's identity, he had to hide it. Otherwise, it might cause a lot of trouble. For the past 2 years, Iris has been staying in the Forbidden Forest, although she is living a comfortable life here. But Aris never asked herself whether this was the life she wanted. Elise is so different from other dragons. They are truly a race of highly intelligent dragons. She has all the emotions that humans have. Come to think of it, I really owe her a lot during this period of time. On the contrary, A.O. Lang will probably spend more time with her. Congratulations, Elise. When you transform into a human form, I will definitely take you with me to see more of the world. As he spoke, Aris waved to Iris. The little red dragon immediately rushed into Aris' arms and rubbed him affectionately. She looks like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. When Iris transforms into a human form on March 6th, I will stay with my master day and night. Iris said seriously. Luna on the side also nodded. Luna wants to accompany her brother too. As he said that, he also hugged Aris. Aris was somewhat moved as he hugged the dragon and the girl, feeling somewhat emotional. It has been 2 years since I came into this world. He seemed to have gained a lot, not just materially, but more spiritually. He has many friends and relatives. This was something he had never experienced in his original world. But you are all girls, and it's not good to stay with a boy like me day and night. Aris smiled helplessly. No matter what, I will follow my brother, master. The dragon and the girl spoke in unison. Okay. Aris is helpless with a warm and fragrant heart. At this moment, I feel extremely warm and happy. One morning a few days later, Aris and Luna stood nervously and excitedly in the center of the dragon's lair, surrounded by a complex magic circle emitting a hazy light. Iris's transformation ceremony is about to begin. This is the mysterious moment when the dark red dragon transforms into a human form. Aris looked at the carefully carved magic symbols, which operated silently, flashing with deep magical fluctuations. He once tried to study the principles of the magic circle, but found that its complexity was far beyond his imagination. Beside him, Luna held his hand tightly. It seems that he is both worried and looking forward to the miracle that will come soon. This is just unbelievable, Aris whispered to Luna, her heart full of anticipation. The light of the magic circle became stronger and stronger, and Iris's dragon body was entangled in it, gradually becoming blurred. Her originally fiery red scales began to fade, turning into golden powder and dissipating into the air. Following was a tall figure, bathed in a soft glow. When the light gradually faded, the one standing before him was no longer the red dragon, but a noble girl. Iris stood there, her hair as black as the night and her skin as white as jade. She raised her face slightly, and there was a hint of pride between her eyebrows that could not be ignored, but her purity and elegance made people unable to look away. Luna took a deep breath, her eyes full of amazement. Aris was stunned for a moment before secretly sighing. "Iris, you are so beautiful." Iris smiled, then turned around playfully, proudly showing off her new human form. "Thank you, master. Now, I can explore this world with you." "Of course." Aris nodded gently, with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "I've been looking forward to this day." On the way out of the dragon's lair, they walked through the dense forest, with birds singing one after another. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of the horse tribe. The local horse people were already busy as usual. When people saw Aris and his group coming, they stopped to watch. "My lord, that lady is—" Forenza came to Aris immediately and bowed. Then he asked with some curiosity. The other centaurs were also whispering to each other, wanting to know the origins of this beautiful girl. "This is Elise," Aris introduced with a smile. "Ilia is an adult." This news obviously caused quite a stir. The centaurs widened their eyes in surprise, and whispers rose one after another. "That's actually Lady Iris." It's incredible a giant dragon can actually transform into a human form. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a legendary dragon clan that had abilities far superior to those of today's dragon clan, and that could perform all kinds of powerful dragon magic. Could it be that Lady Iris is a descendant of the ancient dragon clan? This is incredible. After all, the dragon race has always been a symbol of mystery and power in people's hearts, and Iris truly stood in front of them with an extraordinary appearance. Iris transformed into a human form, shocking all the centaurs. In the warm atmosphere, Ellie was not at all stage fright. She waved and gave a friendly smile to the centaurs. Aris was standing aside, watching this scene with a smile. He anticipated that the appearance of human-shaped Iris would bring a big surprise to the Centaur tribe. But now it seems that this is not so much a surprise. It's more like shocking. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. I wonder what expression Hermione and the others would have when they saw Aris and his companions walked in the corridor of Hogwarts Castle, strolling in a scene where greenery and ancient stone walls were intertwined. They were accompanied by the constant whispering of Hogwarts students. Along the way, all the students who saw Iris looked at her with surprise. Iris was wearing a crimson robe, her long hair fluttering in the breeze, like a moving painting. She looked around, her tone calm, but with a hint of curiosity. It really feels different to walk around this campus in human form. Of course, Aris smiled and said, Hogwarts, for many people, this is the best memory of their lives. I think you will feel the same way in the future. Just as they were walking in the corridor, Hermione, Harry, and Ronald came rushing in, with incredible expressions on their faces. Aris, I heard that you brought a girl I've never seen before to school. Who is she? She's Elise. Aris introduced. Hermione and Harry knew about Iris's existence, so they didn't hide it. This is actually Iris. Hermione spoke first, her tone full of amazement. She is so beautiful. Ronald followed closely behind, staring at Iris with a slightly shy smile on his face. It's incredible. Harry rubbed his eyes, still seemingly unable to believe what he saw. Iris smiled and nodded to them. Hermione and the others felt Iris's friendly touch and were full of curiosity and admiration for this legendary dragon girl. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked quickly towards them at the end of the corridor. A hint of seriousness appeared on her steady and self-possessed face. Her gaze stayed on Iris for a moment, then turned to Aris. Aris, I need to talk to you. Although Professor McGonagall's tone was gentle, his firmness was unquestionable. Afterwards, Aris followed Professor McGonagall to the headmaster's office, while Elise stayed where she was, chatting with Harry and the others to satisfy their curiosity. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, the sunlight pouring in from the window, bringing a layer of warmth to the room. He saw Aris and Professor McGonagall come in, smiled and nodded, motioning them to sit down. Aris, I heard you brought a very special friend with you. Dumbledore said in his usual gentle tone. Yes, Professor, it's Elise. Aris said frankly, watching Dumbledore's reaction with slight anticipation. Elise. Dumbledore was indeed stunned, but then he nodded thoughtfully. Surprisingly, Dumbledore didn't seem particularly surprised. Then, we need to consider her identity in human society. I have an idea. What do you think? What is it? Let Iris stay in Hogwarts as an exchange student from the Eastern School of Magic. This will explain her origins subtly, without causing a sensation. At this time, Iris's image actually tends to be more oriental. After hearing this, Aris felt a little strange. Dumbledore seemed to have known something. Otherwise, how could they come up with this method so quickly to cover up Ely, Qian Zhao's identity? Let her stay with you. As far as I know, she also has a deep understanding of elemental magic. If you two work together, you may get unexpected results. Of course, Aris nodded. I never thought of letting her leave. After some discussion, the issue of Iris's identity was determined. As for Iris, she had no objection to this decision. She was also curious about staying in Hogwarts. And most importantly, she also wants to stay with Aris. After the conversation in the principal's office, Aris and Professor McGonagall walked out of the office, smiling and feeling much more relaxed. Aris saw Elise still chatting with Harry, Ronald, and Hermione, with a hint of a smile on her face. It was obvious that the girl had quickly integrated into the life of Hogwarts. "How was it? What did Professor Dumbledore talk to you about?" Hermione asked immediately when she saw Aris approaching, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "We talked about Iris," Aris said with a smile. "We came up with a plan to let Iris stay here as an exchange student from the Eastern Magic Academy." "Wow, now she's going to school with us," Ronald said excitedly, adding half-jokingly, "I hope you don't give us too many challenges, Elise." Iris smiled crisply, and her eyes fell on Aris. "I'll try not to be too conspicuous, Aris. By the way," Aris thought of his research topic and turned to Iris. "Iris, I want to hear your opinion on the teleportation magic circle we talked about before." Iris tilted her head slightly, as if thinking. "You mean the formation you've been trying to perfect?" "That's right." Aris nodded. Soon, everyone decided to go to the room of requirement. That is Aris's laboratory at Hogwarts. They walked into the empty room, and the surroundings immediately transformed into the appearance of a laboratory, with the walls covered with sketches of magic circles drawn by Aris. "This is my latest perfected teleportation magic circle." Aris pointed to a huge magic circle in the center of the laboratory, which was engraved with various complex inscriptions and even had the shadow of ancient Nile language. But there were more runes that Hermione and the others couldn't understand. Iris carefully observed the details of the magic circle. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she quickly scanned the magic circle. "There are some problems here. You need to change this rune into a mark that matches the fire element, and then add a wider connecting line at the border." As she spoke, she traced several key points in the formation with her fingers. In this way, the energy consumption of the magic circle can be reduced, and the safety can be greatly improved. Hearing this, Bingley's eyes fell in a deep thought. After a moment, his eyes lit up slightly. "Really, Elise, you are amazing." Dumbledore stood aside, listening quietly to Iris's analysis. Then, after a little thought, he smiled with appreciation. "What a surprise, Elise. Such wisdom is extraordinary. If you want, I can help you complete the entire teleportation magic circle." Iris' tone was full of confidence, as if she had already known this magical knowledge naturally. Aris nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Elise." At this time, Luna quietly stepped forward and said to Iris, "Iris, you are amazing. I didn't know before that you even know magic circles. Is this the ability from your original world?" "These things are all in my mind. After they transformed into human form, they appeared naturally. They can be regarded as the bloodline inheritance of the Dark Dragon clan, but I'm not actually particularly good at magic circles. The most powerful thing about the Dark Dragon is its elemental magic and dragon body. At Aerys' current growth rate, he will soon surpass me," Elise said seriously. Then, everyone looked at Aerys. Aerys smiled and shook his head slightly. "Iris, you don't have to be so obvious if you want to praise me." "Ha ha!" A burst of laughter came from the laboratory. The first day of summer vacation came with an especially relaxing feeling. On the corridor of Hogwarts, only a few slow-moving little wizards were still hurriedly packing their things, preparing to leave the school. Aerys stood at the gate of the castle, smiling and waving goodbye to the friends she had just said goodbye to. The sun shone on his face, warm and firm. "Are you ready, Elise?" Aerys asked, turning his head to look at the Red Dragon King standing beside him. Iris turned into a human girl with long hair and a hint of excitement in her golden pupils. "Of course." She nodded and stood straight. "I can't wait to get back to our castle." "Then let's go." Aerys waited for Iris to return to the laboratory in the room of requirement, and then skillfully activated the teleportation array in the laboratory. With a soft flash of light, he and Elise disappeared into the grounds of Hogwarts. A few seconds later, they stood in the lobby of Shafik Castle, and the air was filled with a familiar smell. Butler Henry had been waiting here for a long time. He showed a warm smile and bowed slightly. "Welcome home, Master, Miss Iris." Aris has already told Henry about Elise. Therefore, the butler did not show any surprise. But Aris didn't know what he was like inside. "Hello, Henry." Aris responded with a smile. He felt extremely close to everything here. "Lunch is ready, waiting for you to come back." Henry led the two towards the restaurant. In the restaurant, a rich lunch is presented on the table in an elegant manner, like a festive feast. Iris glanced at the dishes, tilted her head slightly, and whispered to Aris, "Can I eat all this food?" Aris laughed. "Don't worry, eat it. If it's not enough, I'll ask Henry to make more." "Thank you, Aris." The little red dragon started eating excitedly. As he said this, he raised his eyebrows, and Henry immediately understood and quickly retreated, obviously to prepare more things. It's normal for dragons to eat more. After enjoying a satisfying lunch, Aris and Elise strolled through the castle gardens. The sound of birds singing can be heard in the sunshine, and the surrounding plants appear particularly green after being nourished by the long summer. "It's quieter here than I thought." Iris spoke softly, her eyes scanning the beautiful scenery around her. 0 requesting flowers, 0139051010001313991. "This is a peaceful place," Aris responded. "No matter what I go through outside, I always feel a sense of belonging here." They continued walking, the air carrying a faint scent of flowers. Elise seemed to remember something. "So, we'll meet in London in a week?" "Yes, with Harry and Ronald. I'm going to find them some interesting jobs this summer." Iris smiled softly. "I believe you will make this summer vacation fulfilling and interesting." The long day is gradually setting in the west, and the figures of the two people in the garden show harmonious lines in the sunlight, as if time has stopped at this moment. Aris felt it vaguely in his heart. Everything he had experienced in the past year naturally led him to a broader future, and Iris seemed as important as his home in this future. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the heavy curtains. Aris stretched, packed up, said goodbye to the quiet and elegant castle, and headed for an industrial factory of the Shafik family. The factory is located on the edge of the town, surrounded by tall walls. At the entrance stands a simple and solemn plaque with the words Shafik Workshop clearly written on it. Aris made his way through the busy crowd, go straight through a wooden door, and enter the core area of the factory. Arthur had been waiting in the factory for a long time. He was the person in charge of the factory, a middle-aged wizard with a serious yet gentle expression. He saw Aris and nodded. "Good morning, Mr. Aris." "Good morning, Arthur." Aris responded cheerfully. "How's the factory going?" "Overall, everything went well." Arthur's led him to the production workshop along the 157 road. "Our workers are working hard and have completed the first batch of Wizard Magic Battlegrounds game discs. The market feedback is good." Aris is pleased with the size of the factory and its high-speed operation. He stopped and looked around. A group of workers were operating complex machinery with great concentration. Every process was in order. Aris nodded and said, "Harry and Ronald are interested in working here during the summer vacation. I would like to arrange for them to join your team." Arthur smiled slightly. "Those are your students. This is really good news. We are just short of people. I will make sure they get the best training and guidance here. Then they will definitely learn a lot." Aris smiled. He took out a design drawing that was shrouded in mystery and handed it to Arthur's. "This is a new design, a wand that can cast spells automatically. I hope you can organize a team to develop and produce it as soon as possible." Arthur took the blueprint and studied it carefully, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is a wonderful idea, Sir Aris. I will immediately convene the research team to ensure that this project moves forward as quickly as possible." "Thank you very much." Aris has always had confidence in Arthur's efficiency and enthusiasm. After leaving the factory, Aris walked along the path to the open space, used apparition to instantly arrive at Nick Flamel's studio. The great alchemist studio was in a mess. Although Aris had expected this, he still couldn't help but frown slightly. He drew out his wand and waved it gently. The things in the room quickly began to be sorted out automatically. Some bottles and jars were scattered around the room in disorder, and the air was filled with a strange smell of herbs and a sour taste of metal. He carefully made his way through the clutter and came to the operating room. There, Nick Flamel, a formation technician, was concentrating on an experiment. Seeing his focused look, Aris couldn't help but smile knowingly. This is really a mad scientist. Every time I come here, I can see his focus on scientific research. Just then, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. A ball of fire suddenly appeared on the laboratory table, and Nicholas Flamel's test tube exploded, and the whole room was instantly filled with tiny fragments and smoke. Aris' heart trembled, and he instinctively raised his wand and quickly cast the armor protection spell. A layer of transparent shield instantly surrounded Nikolai, blocking the flying debris outside. It was a thrill. "Thank you very much, Mr. Shafik." Nick Flamel waved away the smoke in front of him with some difficulty, then looked up and gave Aris a grateful smile. "Are you all right, Master Nicolael?" Aris put down his wand and asked with concern. "Oh, nothing serious, just some minor incidents." Nick Flamel waved his hands, seeming not to care about the consequences of the explosion. "However, you came at the right time. I just happened to have something to discuss with you. It's a complicated issue, and I wanted to hear your opinion." He pointed to a pile of reagents still bubbling behind him. Aris chuckled and said, "Of course it's no problem, but I have something to ask the master today." He paused, and then said, "I want to talk to you about elemental magic." When Nick LeMay heard this, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. "Elemental magic? Interesting. Come on, let's sit down and talk." He pulled over 2 chairs and asked Aris to sit down. The air still had a strong smell of medicine, but in this messy environment, Reese felt a sense of steadiness and calmness. Aris and Nicolael sat beside the mess of reagents, their eyes filled with enthusiasm for exploring the unknown. Nick Flamel was the first to speak. "Aris, what do you think about the teleportation magic circle?" His tone carried the expectations of an elder towards a young explorer. Aris thought for a moment, then said excitedly, "I have always believed that elemental magic can provide a new energy source for the teleportation magic circle. Introducing the elemental forces of wind, fire, water, and earth may greatly improve the stability and safety of the teleportation." 1. Nicolael nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Interesting. 01. From the perspective of alchemy, elements are the basis of all matter. If we can combine these elements with the teleportation magic circle more deeply, it may even be possible to weaken the spatial distortion caused by the teleportation process." Aris became more and more excited, and he continued, "Yes, I thought so too. Especially when it comes to long-distance transmission, space distortion is often inevitable. If we can find a way to reconcile these elements with the energy of space, we can greatly reduce the chance of failure." The atmosphere in the room gradually became focused and enthusiastic. The smoke and dust around them and the slight lingering odor seemed to be ignored by the battle of thoughts between the 2 men. Aris drew a few simple symbols in the air with his fingers, drawing a simple model of a teleportation magic circle. "If we use the wind element in the formation, can we use the rotating wind flow to guide the flow of power and strengthen the control of the transmission path at the same time?" His voice was filled with desire for future possibilities. Nicolael stared at the symbols, twirling his beard and thinking for a moment. Perhaps such a vortex of wind elements can weaken the magic required in the process and reduce the uncertainty caused by space tearing. His tone was firm, yet thoughtful. This conversation made both of them immersed in the miracles that elements and magic circles could produce. They shared many secrets about alchemy and how this knowledge could be combined to achieve a more powerful and precise teleportation system. Gradually, the topic of discussion became lighter. Nick LeMay smiled and said, "You have become more mature, no longer the little guy who knew nothing, but now you are still full of curiosity about the unknown. This is the spirit and attitude of a true researcher. I am so relieved. I will do my best to support your ideals." "Thank you, Master Nicolael. Your encouragement means a lot to me," Aris said sincerely, with unwavering determination in his eyes. As the conversation deepened, Those unsolved mysteries seemed to be within reach, and both Aris and Nick Flamel understood that the more understanding they had, the more possibilities they had. Afterwards, they will continue their exploration with greater enthusiasm, and this conversation is just a spark of a longer journey. After discussing elemental magic in depth with Nick Flamel, Aris couldn't help but turn the conversation to the automatic casting wand he was developing. I've been conceiving of a magical tool that can automatically cast spells. Although the current version is not mature enough and can only be considered toy, I think if I can find the right magic channeling and magic storage materials, I might be able to completely transform it. Become a spellcasting tool like a Muggle World automatic rifle .11. As Aris spoke, Rietien gestured excitedly. Nick Flamel showed great interest in this idea, with a gleam of exploration in his eyes. It sounds like a fascinating concept. The automatic casting wand can not only greatly improve the efficiency of spellcasting, but also free up our energy to focus on more complex spells or strategic deployment. But now, I'm still missing a key material that is used to store spells and magic power, and it should also have good magic conductivity. Aris sighed. Maybe we can try to look in my material storage room to see if there are any suitable materials. Nick Lamy smiled. You know, I have a lot of treasures here. That's great. The two began to search the house, hoping to find the special materials Aris needed. Countless bottles and jars were opened and precious magical materials were inspected, but none of them could meet the requirements. Nick Flamel couldn't help frowning and thinking secretly in his heart. Just when they were about to give up, an idea flashed through Nick Flamel's mind. Wait, Aris, I remember seeing a very magical door made of magic material in a magical ruin deep in the ancient Nile Canyon. That's a substance that can regulate the flow of magic power by itself. Maybe it can solve your current problem. Aris also seemed excited about Nick Flamel's sudden proposal. That sounds great. I've also heard about the legend of the ancient Nile Canyon. If there really is such material, no matter how dangerous it is, I'm willing to give it a try. Nicolael nodded, deeply impressed by the young man. Of course, for the greater cause of magic, I am willing to do my best to assist you. Thank you, Master Nicolael. Your support has given me more confidence, Aris said with a smile, looking forward to the new adventure that was about to begin. So, with new goals and hopes, they began to plan an adventure to the ancient Nile Canyon. Little did they know that a bigger challenge was waiting for these people who dared to pursue their dreams. The next morning, the sun shone on the desk. The warmth of last night's discussion still lingered in the air. Aris, Elise, and Nicolael gathered in the ancient and spacious hall, ready to begin their adventure. Are you sure you want to take that dragon with you? Nicolael smiled and joked, glancing at Elise. She seemed to be dressed particularly exquisitely today, with a red magic cloak that made her look like a heroine about to go to war. Extra eye-catching. Of course, she's not my partner. Aris touched Iris's head, and Iris twisted her body slightly, showing her unique Sundara temperament. And with her here, our safety is further guaranteed. Don't worry, old man, I will protect you. Elise glanced at Nicolael with a hint of pride and determination in her tone. At this time, the sunlight has already filled the entire room, making it extremely bright. The three of them immediately prepared themselves and used apparition to shift their shapes. In an instant, the magnificent scenery of the ruins of the ancient Nile city appeared before their eyes. Every time I come here, I feel the scenery is extraordinary. Nick Flamel sighed softly. The air around them was filled with rich magical energy, like an invisible current swirling between the three of them. Aris closed his eyes and carefully sensed the magical fluctuations around him. Not only is there abundant magical energy, I can sense that there are many magical animals lurking here. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. From time to time, he could hear slight rustling sounds among the lush vegetation. For wizards, this place is full of opportunities and challenges. Nick Flamel frowned slightly, obviously realizing that this search would not be easy. But curiosity and enthusiasm still burned in his eyes. We quickly sought out that material, and saw if it could be used in the design of an automatic spellcasting wand. So they walked carefully along the path of the ruins. Along the way, Iris was keenly aware of the possible dangers around her. Nick Flamel kept observing his surroundings, occasionally casting the guiding spell 087 to determine the current direction. There are many mysterious runes around the ruins. Aris used magic to copy some of them and planned to go back and study them. This is a relic, so there must be many traces of ancient magic left here, which has always been something he was very interested in. The two walked about 2 kilometers. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard not far away. Then, several giant birds as tall as adults suddenly flew out from the bushes, seemingly alert to these uninvited guests. Aris raised his hand to signal his teammates to keep quiet. Don't act rashly. They're only good for you. In this strange land, every slight movement may trigger a chain reaction. Under Iris's surveillance, the strange birds circled a few times and finally dispersed slowly. Aris breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems they are not interested. The routes seemed to become much smoother afterwards, and they found a crystal clear ore in front of an ancient stone tablet. The ore emitted a faint blue light and looked completely different from common magic gems. Is this what we've been looking for? Elise asked excitedly, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Nicolael studied the ore carefully, thinking, this is indeed the kind of material I have seen before. As he spoke, he gently waved the magic spell and pointed it at the blue ore. Afterwards, the ore actually absorbed his magical energy and then emitted a soft light. Aris could clearly feel that the magic power was stored in this mysterious ore. Moreover, this ore has very good magic conductivity. It really meets our requirements. It should be able to adjust the flow of magic power by itself. Let's take it back and study it carefully first. Aris held the ore tightly in his hands, full of joy and excitement. But there doesn't seem to be much ore here. Iris looked around, and except for a small pile of ore in front of her, she didn't see any more around. If it's a mineral vein, it certainly won't be on the ground. Aris said with a smile on her face. You mean down there? Iris was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her hand, placed it on the ground, and began to sense it. Sure enough, it was about 2 meters above the ground. She sensed an extremely huge fluctuation of magical power. She immediately opened her magic eye. This kind of magic allows him to have a materialized perspective wherever his magic power reaches, which is equivalent to mental perception and imaging. In Iris's perception, the magical fluctuations under their feet gradually took shape. And there was actually a huge mineral vein extending to who knows how deep and far. It turns out that all of them are this magical mine in their hands. I'm rich. The little red dragon's eyes glowed red. The first thing that came to his mind was not how important these things were to Aris, but how much money can be made after selling it. Aris, Iris, and Nicolael took the crystal clear rare magic ore and used apparition again to return to Shafik Castle. When they entered the castle, the butler Henry was already waiting to greet them and gave them towels to wipe. This trip to ancient Nile did make the group look a little tired. Afterwards, they went straight to Aris' laboratory. This laboratory is located in a corner of the castle, and the walls are decorated with complex and elegant magic patterns. Various strange experimental equipment and materials are neatly placed on the workbench, and each item is shining with a mysterious light. When Nicolael Melson saw the facilities here, his eyes lit up and he couldn't take his eyes off them. He couldn't help but sigh. It should be a very happy thing to conduct magic research in this place. Aris smiled slightly and replied with a hint of pride, "This is indeed my masterpiece. I hope it can become a new starting point for magic research." He placed the ore on the central pedestal and shone the light on the ore, making it emit an even more brilliant blue light. Iris looked around and saw the experimental equipment. Although she was a little curious, she was mostly bored. "I hope you can find something. I'm leaving now. It's too boring here." She waved to Aris and quickly left the lab. Aris did not stop her, because he knew that Iris would not be able to stand the boredom of magic research. Then he looked at Nick Flamel and said, "Okay, let's get started. We have to study this thing carefully." Nick Flamel seemed a little impatient. "Let me check the magic flow properties of the ore to see if it is compatible with our existing wand materials. Then I will first analyze the magic storage properties of this, or to see if I can engrave a spell on it." The two of them soon became busy. In the following hours, the laboratory was filled with the two people concentrating on their research. Nicolael carefully recorded the reaction of the ore, while Aris constantly compared various experimental data. At the same time, he used the engraving magic over and over again to test the magical conductivity of a new magic ore. Gradually, the sky darkened, but no one stopped working because of fatigue. Zero request flowers. The faint blue light on the ore seemed to be silently encouraging their efforts. Until late at night, Aris raised his head, rubbed his eyes, and said excitedly, "It should be no problem. The magic storage capacity of this material is far beyond my imagination. Just a small piece of, or can store more than 3 primary spells. If it is improved, the performance will be even better." 0. The experimental results here are also good. The magic properties of this material are very good. The magic flows smoothly on it, and the magic control performance is far beyond expectations. It is a very good material for making magic wands, Nick Flamel said excitedly. Afterwards, the two smiled at each other, and there was an unspoken understanding between them. "It seems that we have found what we want." After a brief exchange, the two began to conduct in-depth research. The performance of this material is further analyzed. At that time, they had already forgotten the time, immersed in the desire for knowledge and the future. The discovery of this magical material may be the beginning of a new era and a great leap forward for the magical world. During that week, Aris and Nick Flamel hardly left the lab. They are attracted by the infinite potential of these new magical materials and devote themselves to fully exploring their performance every day. In a laboratory filled with faint blue light and magical fluctuations, the two were ignited with passion by new discoveries again and again. "You know, Nick Flamel," Aris said with a smile, "if this material can be used on a large scale, the magic world will be very different." Nick Flamel couldn't help but laugh. "That's for sure, Aris. Perhaps our research can open up a whole new era of magic." During this period, Luna also moved to Shafik Castle after the holiday, preparing to spend this happy holiday with Aris. For this reason, Luna's father, Mr. Lovegood, expressed some dissatisfaction, always feeling that his daughter seemed to have been kidnapped by Aris. After Luna came to the castle, Iris was no longer so bored. The two often came back to the laboratory to visit Aris and others. Every time he came, he always brought some snacks and drinks, worried that the two of them would be too absorbed in their research and neglect their physical needs. "If you keep going like this, you will really turn into, or..." Iris hummed with her unique tsundere tone. Her light red eyes looked particularly charming in the blue light. Luna smiled quietly, looking at Aris's focused expression. A sense of warmth and pride rose in her heart. "There are people who are doing great things, and I am proud of them." Aris stopped what he was doing and looked back at them. "Little Iris, you are becoming more and more arrogant now. You even dared to curse your master." I'm not small." Iris deliberately puffed out her chest. Compared to Luna's current skinny body, the curve of her chest is indeed very tempting and quite spectacular. "Okay, take good care of Luna these few days. I'm afraid we still need some time. Once we have thoroughly studied this material, we should be able to prepare for mining." "Oh, right. Let Henry apply for the relevant formalities in advance, and then send some people to keep an eye on a mine in the dark to make sure no one gets there first." "No problem." Iris patted her chest. "I'll go there and guard it myself. There won't be any problems." If so much was stolen, how much gold bars would be lost? Iris murmured softly, and then left impatiently. Night. Aris and Luna sat on the balcony of the castle, looking up at the starry sky. The girl murmured, "I hope the world will change because of us and become a better place." Aris smiled, but said nothing. At some point, Luna snuggled up to him and whispered, Aris, I believe you can do it. On the other hand, Firenze, Bane, and Ronan also continuously brought news about the Centaur tribe. They have now begun to expand the tribe settlement, and living conditions are becoming better and better, especially at Aris' suggestion. After they handed over some 0.9 specialties of the Forbidden Forest to Hagrid to trade for supplies, they no longer had to worry about food and drink. When Rhys received this information, he still felt a little emotional. It seemed that without realizing it, his involvement and bond with this magical world became deeper and deeper. Luna, Hermione, Cho, and the others, and the Centaur tribe. Even he himself doesn't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.